Many know about slavery, but few discuss paper genocide. We did not all come from Africa, and most of us have Aboriginal roots that were stripped away due to reclassification and miseducation. As a native Black American and a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation, I understand the importance of tracing your lineage. If you want to learn how to trace your genealogy and apply for tribal citizenship, go to nativeblackancestry.com to schedule a consultation.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are back at it again. I've been away for some time. I apologize for the absence, but we are back. We are back. Shout out to everybody tuning in on TikTok. Shout out to everybody tuning in on YouTube. As soon as we hit, let's say 2,000 likes. As soon as we hit 2,000 likes on YouTube, we will officially get this party started. In the meantime, we will listen to some soulful tunes, but Lord, oh Lord, let's get the likes up on TikTok because I've got a lot of great content in store. A lot of great content. We're going to be touching on the racial reclassification of Native Black Americans. We're going to be touching on the whole Freedmen controversy, the recent Creek Freedmen win, and much, much more. Oh, yes, a whole lot more in store. But we will officially start once we get the likes up. So hit the like button, y'all. Hit the like button, hit the like button. Let me get some elevator music on while we wait for the people to get the likes where they need to be.
This one right here is for the people. Hey, yo, D. Let's go all the way in on this one.
Some of the smartest dummies can't read the language of Egyptian mummies on a flag or a moon and can't find food for the starving tummies. Pay no mind to the youths, cause it's not like the future depends on it. We'll save the animals in the zoo, cause the chimpanzee, them a make big money. This is how the media villages, on TV the picture is savages and villages, and the scientists still can't explain the pyramids. Evangelists making a living on the videos of ribs of the little kids, stereotyping the image of the images, and this is what the image is. You buy a car, key points, and all of a sudden you are say Indiana Jones. And I take out the gold and take out the scrolls and even the bird bones. Some of the worst paparazzis I've ever seen and ever known. With the worst on display so the world can see, and that's all I will ever show. So the ones in the west will never move east and feel like it'll be a town. Get tricked by the beast, but the way them a go flee when the monster is fully grown. Solomonic lineage where them think can defeat and them coulda never clown. A spiritual DNA that prints in my soul and I will forever own, Lord. We born unknowing, are we born knowing all? We growing wiser, are we just growing tall? Can you read thoughts? Can you read palms? Can you predict the future? Can you see storms coming? The earth was flat, if you went too far you would fall off. Now the earth is round, if the shape change again everybody would have started laugh. The average man can't prove up most of the things that he chooses to speak of, and still run research and find out the root of the truth that you seek of. Scholars teach in universities and claim that they're smart and cunning. Tell them find a cure when we sneeze and that's when their nose start running. And the rich get stitched up when we get cut. Wanna heal them broken bones in the bush with the wet mud. Can you resign?
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, tap the screen, tap the screen, tap the screen. As soon as we hit a couple thousand likes on TikTok, we will officially get tonight's presentation underway. I apologize to the folks on YouTube. There's not really anything you can do. But shout out to everybody watching on YouTube. Shout out to everybody tuning in on TikTok. We are broadcasting to both places. Shout out to Hampton over on YouTube. He says, good evening. Nice for you to be back. Yep. Nice to be back, Hampton. It's nice to be back. I've had a lot of projects I've been working on behind the scenes. I'm going to shed light on some of those projects this evening, of course. But this is going to be one for the history books, y'all. I got a lot of heavy-handed receipts that we're going to sort through. If you are here, if you are watching, you are meant to be here right now. 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, whatever time it is, wherever you at. I'm exaggerating a little bit. It's only 10:30 Central Standard Time. So what latest it could be in the States is 11 on the East Coast. I was throwing 10s on it, y'all. I'm sorry. But wherever you're tuning in from, whatever time it is where you're currently at, you were here for a reason. You are meant to be here right now because we're going to get into some things that are oh so revealing. Oh, so revealing. Shout out to Echo. Thank you for the gifts on TikTok. Again, shout out to the folks on TikTok. Let's get to 2,000 likes. As soon as we hit 2,000 likes on TikTok, we will officially get this party started. Shout out to Steven. Steven says, glad to see you. Thanks for tuning in. Damn, I can't talk. Hold on. I need something to drink. Thanks for tuning in. And you're tuning in quite early. This is going to be a marathon. Typically, when we do these broadcasts these days, we're looking at 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours. But either way, I'm going to continue to crush some Red Bull while we wait for the folks on TikTok to get the likes where they need to be. Echo says you're echoing. Oh, no. Am I echoing? Why would there be an echo? Is there an echo? I got to sort this out, guys. I got to sort this out. Hold on a second. Yeah, Echo, you tripping. I don't hear no echo. You over here trolling, Echo. Matter of fact, I remember you, Echo. You old Macintosh. You over here trying to do some incognito and tactics, huh? Shout out to Honey K. Honey K says, I don't hear echo. Yeah, no, he's leading us astray. All right, we're almost to 1,000 likes on TikTok. As soon as you guys get the likes of 2,000, we will officially get this party started. We're almost there.
Can you restart? Can you make peace? Can you fight war? Can you milk cows even though you drive cars? Can you survive against all odds now?
Who wrote the Bible? Who wrote the Quran? And was it a lightning storm that gave birth to the earth and then dinosaurs were born? Who made up words? Who made up numbers? And what kind of spell?
Damn, and the likes just shot up real fast on TikTok. We're almost at 2,000 likes, y'all. Keep it going.
Was mankind under everything on the planet we preserve and can it microwave it and try it no matter what we'll survive it. What's human, what's man, what's human, anything along the land we consuming, eating, deleting, ruin, trying to get paper. Gotta have land, gotta have acres, so I can sit back like Jack Nicholson, watch play the game like the Lakers.
All right. We got the likes where they need to be. I thank you. The folks on YouTube, thank you. Go ahead, folks on YouTube. Thank the folks on TikTok, okay? YouTube, thank TikTok. Oh, this is going to be an interesting broadcast tonight, y'all. This is going to be an interesting broadcast tonight. Go ahead and post in the chat where you guys are tuning in from. I'd like to know what states you're in. You guys on the East Coast, West Coast, down south. Some of you guys in the Caribbean, and the trolls are trolling early on TikTok. Body says, what makes you a Creek Indian? Well, it's funny you asked that question and you're on TikTok because the folks on YouTube have a different layout than the folks on TikTok. But on TikTok, my tribal citizenship card is literally on the screen. So maybe my membership within the Creek Nation makes me a Creek Indian, you imbecile. Jesus. It's like I'm holding up a U.S. passport and someone's like, what makes you a U.S. citizen? Maybe the fact I mean, Jesus. Hold on, guys. I know on YouTube, you guys have a slightly different layout. Hold on. Yeah, guys. So for those of you tuning in on YouTube, this Muskogee Creek citizenship ID card is literally like pinned as an image on the screen on TikTok, and still people come with these asinine comments. So, hey, the night is young. I'm all for it. Shout out to Chief Blackfoot Niji over on YouTube. Nice to see you here. I know Chief was sending me messages. He was hitting me up. He was like, "Yo, Mike, you going live, Mike? I mean, when you going live, Mike?" I said, "All right, I'm gonna have to go live today." So shout out to you, Chief. I am live today because of you. I was gonna catch up on other projects, but Chief was asking, so I answered. Let's see what we're talking about, y'all. Let's see what we're talking about. Make sure to get the likes up. Even though we hit 2,000 likes, let's still get the likes up. Shout out to Echo. Echo says he's legit. Yeah, Echo was on here the other day. We were chopping it up on genealogy. Man, me and Echo, our ancestors intersected at a certain point in time. Let's talk about it. Raconteur says $5 Indian. Well, I appreciate you $5 Indians at least acknowledging yourselves these days. Before, we'd have to look at you and be like, "Man, you look kind of Asian, you look kind of European, but you're claiming indigenous. What are you?" But nowadays, you guys just come in the room and say, "Hey, I'm a $5 Indian." So I appreciate you identifying yourself properly. Raconteur. For some reason, whenever I read your name, I think raccoon. But hey. Shout out to Chief. Chief says thank you. That's what I'm here for, Chief. I'm here for the people. Let's talk about it. But guys, this is what we're going to do. We're going to give the audience the luxury of choice as always. And this is the choice that you guys have. We can either start by discussing Native Black American genealogy on a macro level, or we can discuss Native Black American genealogy on a micro level. What do I mean by that? Well, option A would be us having more of a broad conversation about family genealogy, different people sharing their oral family tradition, me playing some videos from some elders, folks that are reconnecting with and promoting their indigeneity. Or option B would be me providing like a personal familial case study. Option B would be me using my own personal family as a case study on Native Black American genealogy, racial reclassification. We can even use this to decode and demystify the whole Friedman controversy. So option A, if you want to focus on more of a widespread community genealogy discussion to start. And option B, if you guys want me to use more of a personal family case study, while also shedding light on some information I just became privy to earlier today. But go ahead and vote, guys. Go ahead and vote. Option A or option B. Again, option A is us focusing more on a wide community scale. Option B is personal family genealogy of your boy Mike TV. Go ahead and cast your vote. So while you guys cast your votes, let me go ahead and finish out that tune I was listening to.
In a world full of 52 fakers, gypsies, seances, mystical prayers. You superstitious, throw salt over your shoulders, make a wish for the day, cuz like somebody got a doll of me, sticking needles in my artery, but I can't feel it. Sometimes it's like part of me, but I got a real big spirit, a fearless. Don't you try to grab hold of my soul. It's like a military soldier since 7 years old. I held real dead bodies in my arms, felt their body turn cold. Oh, why we born in the first place if this is how we gotta go? Damn. Savali. Patience. Yeah.
They say the sun and a shine for all, but in some people world, it never shines.
The flames are catching a fire. Showed you I love you, you called me a liar.
All right, all right, all right. We've got some votes in. We've got some votes. I see a vote for B. I see a vote for A. I see Steven says, please go the small on the cell level 1 day, but I know that not you wage. And Steven, that is one incoherent ass comment. You just, hey, I'm tired. I'm the one who should be leaving illegible comments. What did you say, Steven? Please go the small on the cell level 1 day, but I know that not you weigh genetics. Yes, Steven, I can't decipher that one. I can't even. Steven done had some brewskis, y'all. Steven had some brewskis. I think Steven might be saying that I should start small with a more micro case study. I'm not exactly sure. Give me some feedback, Steven. Some feedback I can read. Shout out to the Prince of Paraphernalia. Hey, I was just thinking about you the other day. I ain't seen you on YouTube doing Warzone. Sonia says both. Oh, man. Some of y'all say, okay, well, here's what we'll do since it's kind of a tiebreaker. The first one to send this boy some corn. Oh, wait. We can only do that via TikTok, though. I mean, that kind of gives preference to the TikTok people because the YouTube people can't participate in that. I mean, what can we do? What can we do? What's a good way to end? Let's see. We really need a tiebreaker. We really need one person like the POP. If the Prince of Paraphernalia was our tiebreaker, if he just let us know whether he wants option A or option B, then that'll help us figure it out. Right now, we're even. Right now, you are neck and neck. Let's talk about it. And let's see what you guys are talking about. Chief says India Superior was once the name of this land, or Indios. Columbus called us. Yeah. A lot of people have a misconception that we were referred to as Indians because Columbus thought he was in India. I mean, whole lot of misconceptions. But yes, it does come from the roots Indios. The whole phrase was a bit long. I know part of it was Los Indios, but in a nutshell, the phrase meant people in God. Because the Spanish, the Portuguese, and every other European faction not only noted our customs, but they noted that they were Hebrew in origin and that we were a people in God, hence Indios. But hey, hold on. It looks like I missed some comments. KJ says you do realize the color Indian red is based on the tone of red in India, right? KJ, to that I would have to say relevancy, Your Honor. I mean, was I talking about a crayon right now? Was anybody mentioning a crayon? Oh, wait. On the screen, there's an image of a Native Black American woman, a description of the original Americans, actually the roots word of American, a Native of America originally applied to the Aboriginals or copper-colored races found here by Europeans, but now applied to the descendants of Europeans born in America. There's a crayon that says Indian red as well as a crayon that says chestnut. But out of all we're discussing, I'm not sure where you like hyper focus in on it. That's like a very niche thing to focus in on. So I'm wondering how you're going to tie that into the topic at hand. Guys, the Crayola crayon originally denoted the country of India or something. So what? We don't have indigenous heritage anymore? Am I not a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation now? Do Black Indians no longer exist? Okay. All right. Anyways, folks leave the strangest comments, guys, I swear. Let me see what else you guys are talking about. Looks like we got some Bible thumpers. God is the one who created the world and it belongs to God. Yeah, users thumping away in the comment section. Echo says, I'll have my card any day now. By the way, we got all our certificates they wanted. Gotcha. Well, good luck to you on your genealogy journey, Echo. I'm actually surprised that you don't have tribal citizenship, considering you come from a Macintosh. I would imagine it wouldn't be that difficult to get tribal citizenship. And because you present as a white male, you know, if you presented as a black person, then maybe your ancestors were reclassified as freedmen, but you got the complexion for protection. I think you'd be born with tribal citizenship or something. I think you'd be born on the res, right? Terrence says India superior. Mm-hmm. Red Man Way says Europeans didn't make it to India until after they reached America. So yeah, exactly. You know, Columbus thought that this was India, so he called us Indians, even though India was called Hindustan at the time. I mean, make it make sense. Make it make sense. Sonia really wants both. Okay, Sonia said just get the party started. Sonia says you can't do both, a little this, a little that, and we can research the rest, right? I'll break it all down, Sonia. Don't worry. I'll break it all down. KJ is still on about the color of the crayon and India and Indian and oh Lord, KJ, we can tell you're an African. Oh, we can tell you're an African. You know how we can tell you're an African? Because you Africans worry about the wrong thing. The wrong thing. You worry about the wrong thing. The wrong thing. You worry about the wrong thing. The wrong thing. So we can tell you're an African. Matter of fact, just to drive the point home, I'm going to go to KJ's profile. I'm going to go to KJ's profile real quick. Hopefully it's not private. Hopefully he doesn't hurry up and make it private super quick. You know what? They have one post, no picture of their face. Icon is Mike Tyson. Yeah, that's an African. We know you Africans idolize us. African with a Mike Tyson photo. Yep. That's on par. That is on par. Oh, Lord. AJ just got Wi-Fi last week, and he chooses to use that newly found 2G dial-up connection to get on here and talk to us about crayon colors and the crayon color Indian red was about India and I mean, you Africans worry about the wrong thing. For all we know, this motherfucker in Somalia somewhere in the middle of a civil war, but he online trying to chop with us. Why? We ain't worried about you Africans. Terrence says they stay in our back pockets. Yeah, that part. That part. Sonia says that's weird. Yeah. Hey, Nooch, nice to see you. Nice to see you. Let me see what you guys are talking about on YouTube. Oh, y'all are cracking up on YouTube. Come on. Let's talk about it, y'all. The night is young. The night is young. I know I'm tired, but the night is young. Now, it looked like the tiebreaker landed on me using my own personal family history as a case study. So let me start by giving you guys a little introduction as to what we will be discussing this evening. In a nutshell, we're going to be cracking open like one of the messiest, most misunderstood, and frankly, the most deliberately sabotaged chapters of Native Black American history. And that's going to be the Creek-Friedman controversy. And let me be clear right out the gate. I'm not some random historian who read a Wikipedia page and decided to talk slick. I'm a citizen of the Creek Nation. My people were here. My people bled here. My people signed treaties here. And my people got reclassified here. So when I tell you that I'm qualified to speak on this, I mean I'm speaking from the front row of the tragedy, not the cheap seats in the back, right? I've got ancestors who were reclassified as freedmen, not because they were freed African slaves like the popular myth goes, but because the US government and even our own tribal politics decided it was more convenient to rewrite who we were on paper. Poof! Centuries of culture gone with the stroke of a pen, hence the term paper genocide. I mean, it's like identity theft, except instead of someone running up your credit cards, they ran off with your entire ethnicity, right? So tonight we're going to walk through case studies of racial reclassification, receipts, records, and some of the most ridiculous bureaucratic gymnastics you've ever seen. We'll talk about how the same people who signed treaties guaranteeing our rights were the same ones quietly changing our legal classification in the back office. Because, hey, it's hard to steal somebody's land if they're still officially native. It's much easier to call them colored or Negro and pretend their treaty rights magically disappeared. Now, if any of you guys think that I'm just here to rant, I mean, yeah, that's part of it. I'm gonna talk my shit, but come on. I'm also here to share a personal discovery that I made earlier today. And this is very near and dear to me. I actually discovered some family land, and not just any land, but this land had the family cemetery on it. Over a dozen of my ancestors are buried there. And these are the same ancestors that the records tried to tell me were somebody else entirely. And now I've got to go through a whole process to get that cemetery recognized and protected. And trust me, it's a process. I mean, first I got to figure out who technically owns the land, because chances are, thanks to 100+ years of shady legal maneuvers, it's been passed through, this person and that person and that person and this person. But after I figure out where the land stands, who holds title, I then got to file for historical recognition, which is a nice way of saying, please, government, acknowledge that my family's burial ground is more important than a strip mall or a Dollar General, right? You'd think this would be a no-brainer, but, we live in America where the bulldozer moves faster than the paperwork. But once that's done, then comes the fun part. I got to make sure it's protected. So that means signage, fencing, and the kind of legal designation that stops developers from saying, oh, this is just an empty field. Let me knock over a couple tombstones and, pave over 200 years of history with a parking lot. And yes, I'm going to be walking you guys through every step of that journey so you guys can see how this works. Reclaiming your land, not just reclaiming your heritage, right? And you guys are also going to see a lot of the tribals and tribulations that I face through it. And this is the perfect reason why I offer the genealogy services that I provide, because, not everybody has the time to do meticulous research on their family heritage, so you can outsource it to someone like me, a member of your shared community who's already gone through the process of applying for tribal citizenship successfully. But in that same vein, when I talk about doing this kind of research for my family's land, protecting my family's land, well, I'm going to have to hire some attorneys. I'm going to have to hire some researchers, because, hey, if I was to do it myself, every moment I spend combing through the cataclysms is time spent away from educating the community, providing those genealogy consultations, and much, much more. So, I'm definitely one for delegating and seeking professional guidance, because boy, oh boy, we got enough on our plate as it is. Now, here's the kicker. When we talk about paper genocide, when we talk about racial reclassification, everything that I tell you about tonight is not just about me or my family or the Creek Nation. It's about you. Because whether you realize it or not, a lot of you watching have ancestors who went through the same exact thing. They were renamed, relabeled, reclassified, and shoot, they just kept on keeping on. I mean, that's why on the front page of my website, nativeblackancestry.com, we've got a clear timeline of the racial reclassification. 1492, they start calling this Indian, 1682, Negro, 1851, colored, 1960, black. And we didn't become African anything until 1988. Yeah, shout out to Jesse Jackson. Come on. Now, a lot of you guys think that your people's story starts in like the 1850s, 1860s, 1865, emancipation and into the Civil War, right? But in reality, you got to realize that our ancestors were already here centuries before Columbus got lost and asked for directions. So tonight I'm going to give you history, humor, probably a few moments where you'll throw your phone against the wall in frustration. But that's good. I want you guys to get fired up, because maybe that fire will push you to start digging, not just into archives and ancestry databases, but in your own family's attic, your own oral traditions, your own records. So we're not just talking about my history or my family's history. We're talking about the history that we share. We're talking about land, identity, and truth. And if that doesn't matter, then then congratulations. You've been made colonized without even knowing it. I got people all the time that come to me and they say, hey, Mike, I mean, I get what you're talking about, but why does it matter? Hey, Mike, I understand. Like, so we're not really from Africa. Okay. But why does it matter? Hey, Mike, I found this document of an ancestor who's listed as a part of this tribe, but like, why should I get tribal citizenship? Why does it matter? Hey, I'm not here to convince anybody why it matters. That is a personal journey you got to go on, but I will say that you've been colonized without even knowing it. Mm-mm-mm. It's like speaking to a colonized Christian. I have them call into my broadcast now and then. Oh, I'm a Christian. My whole family were Christians. Da, 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 da. I give them the history of how Christendom was used to enslave us, to pillage, to colonize, how we were given a thwarted version of our own religion, regurgitated to us as a means of subjugation. But still, those Christian cult followers will call into my show saying, la, 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 la. Mama raised me in the church. Yeah. And that conquistador put you there. That friar put you there. That Quaker put you there. That Lord's proprietor put you there. Come on, let's talk about it. That Huguenot put you there. Ooh, ooh. The Ursuline order put you there. Damn. Can we keep going though? Can we keep going? The Protestants put you there. I mean, we could just literally every single religious faction you can think of from the Eastern Hemisphere that's based in Europe was used as a way to subjugate our ancestors. So yeah, you can miss me with that Christian stuff. Lord, oh Lord. But again, I don't speak to those who wonder why it matters. I don't speak to those on the fence, those that need convincing. I speak to those of you that already know why it's matter, why this is so significant, why this is something that needs to be on the forefront of everybody's mind. I mean, I know that we got to go through our day-to-day lives and whatnot, but come on. Those of us that know, we looking at y'all that are colonized and don't even know you colonized, and we just like, oh, damn, come on. All right. Go ahead. Yep. Oh, getting ready for the club? Oh, okay, that's cool. Yep. New promotion at work. Yep, that's fine. Oh, new episode of the Bad Girls Club, Zeus Network. Okay. Oh, BET Awards on. Oh, got you. All right. Hey, they don't know what they don't know. We'll allow them to remain in a state of blissful ignorance, if you will. I mean, life is easier that way, right? I remember when I lived in that blissful state of ignorance. Oh Lord, things were easy. We just lived in this Matrix-esque little paradigm that was forced on us through hundreds of years of I don't want to start standing on the soapbox, y'all. I'm a historian. I can be long-winded when we talk about the history of our people. But again, for those of you who understand why it does matter, buckle up. We're about to show you exactly how they pulled this off and how we can start undoing it. But before we get started, as always, I want to urge you guys to check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com. I've got tons of free historical resources available to you. And if anyone needs personalized assistance with genealogy research, you can book a one-on-one consultation where I teach the 3-step process that me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation.
Just finished my consultation with Mike. A lot of information in a short period of time, but it was very valuable information. I'm definitely excited to get started searching up my genealogy. He has been an awesome resource, gave me a lot of information, a lot of things, a lot of pieces to the puzzle I didn't have. He was able to help me find them, and I 100% recommend Mike and his services to anyone who's looking to crack the code, so to speak, on their genealogy, because there's a lot of how we say fake news going around with this subject, and it's very important that people are able to put the pieces together, because if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So 100% sign up.
Let me get caught up with the comments section. Shout out to everybody tuning in on YouTube and TikTok. Chief says, I did mine set for this Thursday. Well, Chief, I look forward to connecting with you. I'll make sure to jam pack that with a bunch of good info. And let's see what else you guys are talking about before we officially get started. Johnny says, not sure if it's AI or not, but they're using straight haired, copper colored Indians to say us nappy heads couldn't possibly be indigenous to the Americas and we're trying to steal their identity. Yet they're going to pull out a bunch of talking points out of the woodwork. To that, I say this. You guys do realize that there's black folk in America with straight hair, right? Let that sink in for a moment. Oh, shocker. I mean, I know in media and TV and propaganda, they want to push this frizzy, nappy hair. I know at a certain point in history, we were rocking the froze and stuff, but you do know that there are demographics in our community that have straight black hair. I don't know the exact description. I don't know if it's type 3C or AB or whatever the hell it is, right? But you do know there's black Americans with straight hair, right? Can I get some fists or feathers in the chat if you guys like realize that? I mean, even if it's just dawning on you for the first time and you're like, wait a minute, yeah, I do have some straight hair. Yeah, I've always, yeah, damn, yeah. Let's talk about it. So this is something that I find fascinating. Us Native Black Americans, we're not extremists. We admit that there were a range of phenotypes of indigenous communities in the Americas. We admit that there was a range of hair textures as well, just like most communities have range of phenotype and hair texture. Wait, no, that's not true, is it? Think about that. That's not really true, is it? Isn't that kind of specific to our community? Isn't that kind of specific to the Black American community where we can have such a dramatic range of phenotype across the Americas? From the lightest of light skin to the darkest of dark skin and everything in between, from the curly hair to the frizzy hair to the straight hair. I mean, our demographic comes in so many variations, but when I think about Europeans, not much variation. If I just saw a picture of a French man next to a Scottish man, next to a German man, next to an Irish man, next to a Portuguese man, next to a Spaniard, I wouldn't really be able to tell the Look at Asians. Yeah, we know that you've got like your really light skinned Asians in China, North Korea, South Korea. We know when you get to Thailand and Philippines, you know, they're a little darker, but not still not such a extreme range like you get here with the Black American indigenous populace. So damn, that just kind of dawned on me. We do have such a unique range of phenotype. But guys, again, we can admit that there's a range of phenotype of indigenous tribes in the Americas, right? But our naysayers, our detractors, the people who want to be contrarian, they are the extremists. They want us to believe that no, there was not a wide range. Nah, a wide range of what? Different phenotypes of different people in different regions of the America? Huh? No, what? What are you talking about, dude? Like, you're saying that like people all the way in North America would have different phenotype and complexion than people in like Brazil? And people in Brazil will have like different phenotype and complexion to people in the Caribbean? Dude, what are you talking about, bro? You're tripping. You are absolutely tripping. That is crazy for you to say. How dare you? How dare you? Range of phenotype. You're saying that the Indians in the southeast look different from the Indians in the southwestern plains? I mean, nah, Mike, you're tripping. What? Different complexions? Guys, don't you realize how pseudo and conspiratorial we are to think that there was a range of phenotype and a range of complexions amongst the indigenous people of the Americas. Don't you guys know that all of the American Indians look like this, right? That's how they look in Puerto Rico. That's how they look in Brazil. That's how they look in Peru. That's how they look in Cuba, Colombia, Venezuela. That's how they looked in Georgia. That's how they looked in Florida and the Carolinas and Virginia. Guys, this is how the Indians looked in California. This is how they looked everywhere. Like their mama was Elizabeth Warren and their daddy was Genghis Khan. Let them tell it. Guys, have you realized that our opposition are such extremists? They literally want us to believe that there was one phenotype of American Indian, and that was straight hair Mongolian with a little Salt Bay of Euro admixture. This is what they want us to believe. This is called being an extremist. We admit that people that look like this inhabited our homeland at one point. We admit that. They were in certain areas. They were relegated to certain barren landscapes nobody really wanted to live in, right? We said, y'all can stay in the plains and roam with the buffalo. We said, y'all can stay in Alaska and the cold ass North Canada. Yeah, that's cool. Y'all aren't going in the fertile lands of the Southeast. Y'all aren't going in the fertile lands of the East Coast. Y'all aren't going to the fertile lands of Central and South America. No, that's Black Indian territory. Which is why these descendants of these Mongolian invaders to this day are getting on social media trying to discount our heritage, trying to tell us we're from Africa. Why? Because they remember something that we forgot. Our ancestors was putting foot to ass. And I ain't talking about the recent Buffalo Soldiers that forced them onto some reservations. I'm talking since time immemorial. Do I have to pull up the Aztec, Maya, Olmec, hieroglyph, petroglyphs of us putting boot to ass on these Mongol invaders? I mean, I'll do it if you want me to. Let me get some fists or feathers in the chat if anybody out there wants me to. Because I swear I came across a hieroglyph not too long ago. I forget if it was Aztec. I forget if it was Maya, but I mean, I think we had them by the hair, y'all. I think we literally had them by the hair. I'm not capping. I'm not fronting. I feel like we had a handful of their hair. Oh, yeah, I found it, y'all. I found it. Oh, yes. Here we go. Come on. This battle been going on for a long, long time. Y'all just forgot. I mean, it's not really that you forgot. We were stripped from our parents and then re-educated and reclassified and enslaved on our own land, made prisoners of war for generations. So, I mean, I say you forgot very tongue-in-cheek like. In actuality, they did everything they could to give us amnesia. They did everything they could. And yet here we are, part of what is now dubbed the Grand Awakening. So, guys, isn't it crazy how us Black Americans, us Black American Indians, us Native Black Americans can admit there was a range of phenotype across the Americas, from the lightest of light to the darkest of dark. There were Africans that came over here long before Columbus and them. Some of them stayed intermixed. There were some Europeans that came over here long before Columbus did. Some of them stayed, some of them intermixed. Why can we admit the vast range, but our detractors, our naysayers, those that spend their whole life trying to be contrarian, they really expect us to believe that the only type of American Indian is old Italian man crying on the commercial? Don't make me pull up the. I'm petty. I'm gonna do it. Where's that commercial at? Oh, crying Indian ass Italian motherfucker. Okay. Crying Indian. They want us to believe that unless you look Italian or unless you look Asian, you're not really Indian. Come on, y'all. Come on. They put that Italian boy in a canoe and now he's an Indian, y'all. Do you see how easy it is for these Europeans to claim our heritage. Put an Italian in a canoe. Take the Italian off the farm. Take the Italian away from the grapes. Take them away from stomping on grapes and making wine and Parmesan, and to take them away. Bring them to the Americas and let them get their funky ass in a canoe. And now they're American Indians.
Some people have a deep, abiding respect for the natural beauty that was once this country. And some people don't. People start pollution. People can stop it.
Yeah. Yeah. European hop in a canoe, now they an Indian. European rock some feathers, now they Indian. Matter of fact, European ain't gotta do shit but just claim they Indian. Now they Indian. I mean, but when it comes to us who have the legacy, the documentation, the land patents, the receipts, the land allotments, oh, when it comes to us, no, you guys aren't. No, there's no way you could. No, you guys. Africa, no, Africa, no, Africa, no, Africa, no, stop, Africa, no, stop looking over here, Africa, look over at Africa, no, there's nothing going on right here, look at Africa. Okay. All right. Let's talk about it. Let me just leave this on the screen while we get caught up with the comment section, y'all. I've been neglecting the chat. I apologize, y'all. I apologize. Someone said that's a Siberian. Yeah. Yeah. Sonia says we let the live with us have babies with us until Columbus came. Facts. Yeah. Let's talk about it. Someone said that's Mayan. Okay. So this right here is a Mayan one. I got you. Oh yeah, Eve. Eve says apparently everyone is from Africa. Hey, everyone. Oh Lord, Jesus. Let this sink in, guys. Let this sink in. Everyone's from Africa. If it by proxy convinces us we're from Africa. Have you ever noticed that? Everyone's from Africa when it's time to specifically convince us we're from Africa. Hey, you're from Africa, transatlantic slave trade. No, barely any of those slaves went to North America. Most of them went to Brazil. No, stop it. No, you guys are from Africa because like Roots. No, Roots was plagiarized by a Jewish guy called Alex Corlander. Yeah, no. Okay. You guys are African because like you look like Africans. No, we don't look like Africans. Stop it. No. I've never seen an African with light brown skin and freckles. No. Stop it. No. Okay, you guys are from Africa because the whole world's from Africa. We got you. You guys are from Africa because like everybody's from Africa. So if everybody's from Africa, then you're part of everybody. So you're from Africa because everybody's from Africa. Got you. You're African. They think they're so slick. They think they're really doing something, right, guys? Oh, you got us. Oh, wait, hold on, because I'm not African. My mama's not from Africa. My daddy's not. Nobody's from Africa. No African oral tradition. No African customs. But, oh, wait, a white dude made a theory called Out of Africa Theory. So everybody's from. Damn, you got me. I'm African now. Oh, shit. Oh, damn. Where's the dashiki at? I got to get the dashiki out the closet. I mean. Is that what they thought was going to happen? They thought that we were going to run with their theory? Don't they also have a theory that, like, motherfuckers evolved from apes or something? Don't they also have a theory that, like, we evolved from fish? Like, a fish, like, got some gumption one day and was like, I ain't going to swim, I'm going to sand. And this fish grew some legs and started standing. And like, I mean, these motherfuckers come up with the wildest theories. Hey. You know what they even come up with that's wilder than theories? Facts. We don't have to go too far down the rabbit hole. A lot of y'all aren't ready for the uncomfortable truth, but their facts are way crazier than their theories. They want guys, I'm going to try to say this with a straight face. It's a fact. It's a fact. I got to look at the camera on this, guys. Read between the lines. It's a fact that in like the 60s or 70s, on the first try, we like went not only to outer space, but like went to the moon, and like not only went to the moon in like the 60s or the 70s, but like we live streamed the whole shit, y'all. We live stream. I mean, forget TikTok Live. We didn't need TikTok Live. We didn't need YouTube Live, but we live streamed the whole shit and like broadcast it to everybody's black and white TVs. And then when they went to the moon, they like planted a flag and like chilled for a little bit and like passed around the football. Okay, I'm throwing extras on it, but like they chilled for a little bit and then they like, and guys, this is all on the first try. Then they like got in a ship and like flew back to Earth. Like y'all don't understand. Like we went in the 70s to the moon, planted a flag, live streamed the whole. Wait a minute, we didn't just live stream the shit. We took a phone call on the moon. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't the astronaut supposed to be talking to the president or some shit? We live streamed the shit and took a collect call on the moon. America's number one. America forever. America. Guys, this is not a conspiracy. This is a fact that we flew to outer space to the moon on the first try in the 70s, live streamed it, motherfucker took a phone call, then they came back. Here's the kicker. If any of you guys have seen the footage, there's somebody like on the moon, like filming the ship leaving and flying away. Like, we don't want to talk about this. I don't know if they left a cameraman on the moon. I don't know if they want us to believe that it was like a remote operated tripod and they was just leaving all kinds of shit. They left a flag, they left a camera. I mean, guys, you do realize when you see the footage, there's a shot where like you actually watch the ship leave and go back to Earth. And I'm just thinking, damn, who's filming that shot right there? Okay, but guys, again, that's a fact that happened. So you see what I mean when I say that facts are even crazier than conspiracy. You know what's also a fact? Some of you guys have wondered, well, why haven't we gone back to the moon? Well, we haven't gone back because just like back in the day when we had VHS tapes and like somebody could like record over your VHS tape, somebody recorded over the tapes with the data at NASA and we lost all the knowledge to go to the moon. I didn't just make that up. I did not just promote a conspiracy. I just told you a fact. I just told you a scientific fact that NASA lost the data on how to get to the moon, which is why they claim we can't go back to the moon. Damn. Yeah. And guys, I just said a whole lot. And you know me as the king of receipts, so I got to show some receipts, right? I got to show some receipts. Like, I'm just saying. I got to show you something. I mean, here's Exhibit A. Man's just chilling, live streaming on the moon, y'all. We live streaming, taking phone calls. Hey, they might as well tell us that they had a Atari up there and they was playing fucking Atari games on the moon and shit. I mean, I'm just okay. How deep are we gonna go with it? But check out some of the footage.
Push. Mission arm is out. Okay, I'm gonna get the pro. 99 proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Right away, Houston. Vector grid. Ag thought.
I'm just wondering who's taking that shot. I mean, the camera. Am I tripping? Someone's operating that camera, right? The camera panned up. I mean, hey, in the set, if we can go to the moon and come back and live stream and take a phone call, then I guess we could have like remote control operated camera tripods or something. I mean,
stage pushed. Mission arm is out. Okay, I'm going to get the pro. 99 proceeded. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Right away, Houston. Regs are good. Ag saw it. Pitch over.
Roger, you have good thrust.
guys, all I have to do is play a few clips of the moon landing, and you will know exactly why we have never went back to the moon. All I got to do is play a couple clips of the moon landing, and you'll see exactly why we never went back.
T-minus 17.
What's
We're
that,
level with the
homie?
top of the Matisse now.
Hey, that's the moon, bro.
Back
We
in.
here. Easy peasy first try. Yeah, we knew we make it.
1510 entered. Okay, check the
Hey, where's the stars, bro? Oh, I mean, don't worry about that. It's space, nigga. We in space.
We're out of 11,000 at 9. Okay, stand by for pitch over. Oh, are we coming in? And now, 47, 1,500 feet.
Guys, you may think that this is like some poor studio lighting and some abstract like student film or something. No, this is the moon landing footage.
54 degrees, Gene. Approaching 1,000. Approaching 1,000 feet. 57 degrees. Okay, you're through 1,000. I'm taking radar altitude and pings altitude degree. You're through 800 feet. H-dot's a little high. Yeah, I don't need a number.
They are landing on the moon, guys. They're 800 feet. They're getting closer. They're getting closer. Look, guys, I mean, you may think we're just looking at some bullshit. No, this is the moon. Look, they're landing.
10 feet.
Look, 10 feet. Look.
10 feet. Contact.
Forget what you thought of like a ship having an aggressive landing or like there being some big thud or like so. No, like you just gracefully just fall majestically and softly, sweetly just kiss the surface of the moon. I mean, this is the moon landing, guys.
Stop, push. Engine stop. Engine arm. Proceed. Command override off. Boat control ahead. Hold. Pings auto. Okay, Houston, the Challenger has landed.
December 11th. Cernan, then Schmidt.
Okay, guy, wait a minute. They about to move around now. Hold on.
The various experiments, Cernan drilled a series of holes, both to collect core samples and to implant experimental probes.
We're out in the ejected blanket of Camelot for sure now. Yeah.
Dee dee doo da, we're on the moon. Ha da 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 dee da, we're on the moon. Russia thought they beat us, but we're on the moon. Broadcasting it live to everyone in America. I mean, all right. Oh, guys, that's supposed to be us right there, guys. This is the Earth. Don't you know? Don't you know? That's us. Wait, hold on. I gotta go back to that.
Funny, there's not a cloud in the sky, except in the Earth.
Did he just say funny? There's not a cloud in the sky. That's the Earth. I mean, if we were looking at the Earth from outer space, wouldn't it literally be covered in clouds? I mean, did he literally just say there's not a cloud in the sky? You mean there's not a cloud in the atmosphere of our planet? All right. You see why we ain't been back to the moon, right?
Oh, what a nice day.
Kendall said, so how did they get the camera set up on the moon before they got out of the shovel? You're asking too much. You conspiracy theorist, you unpatriotic conspiracy theorist, you. How dare you ask a question like that? It's NASA. That's how, because of NASA. Because of NASA. NASA. That's how. Whenever you got a stupid ass question like that, the answer is because of NASA.
Oh, funny, there's not a cloud in the sky except in the earth.
Not a cloud in the sky.
They would have one test before they got to work exploring. The previous day, they had broken a rear fender of the rover. The dust thrown up was causing trouble. Apollo 16 commander John Young had worked.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, wait, hold on. It should be good. Here we go.
Buddy planes go over the will go through the whole boulder on the order of at least 3 meters long and outcrop.
Yeah.
On his first steps on the moon, and the words he.
Oh, Lord. Those were his first steps on the moon. That is some janky looking first steps, y'all. Hold on.
Everyone remembers Neil Armstrong's first steps on the moon and the words he spoke. Few remember the final speeches just 3.5 years later. The task of summing up the Apollo program fell to Gene Cernan.
Why is that flag moving around? I'm confused. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't know why I asked that ignorant question. It's because of NASA. That's why. Because NASA said move flag, so it moved. Guys, did you guys think that I was just joking? That wasn't a joke. Look up the official narrative from NASA. When people question why the flag is blowing like it's in the wind or something when we're supposed to be on the moon, when NASA was asked that question, guess what NASA's response was? Because we set an electronic on the flag to make it simulate waving. So when I say it's waving because of NASA, NASA wants us to believe it's waving because of NASA.
Remember the final speeches just 3.5 years later. The task of summing up the Apollo program fell to Gene Cernan as he stood on the surface of Earth's nearest neighbor.
This is Gene, and I'm on the surface. And as I take man's last step from the surface, back home for some time to come, but we believe not too long into the future, I'd like to just let what I believe history will record that America's challenge of today has forged man's destiny of tomorrow. And as we leave the moon in Taurus literal, we leave as we came, and God willing, as we shall return with peace.
Damn. And this is a marathon. It's not a sprint, so we can easily take a little detour and discuss the moon for a moment without getting too off track. But guys, before we get back to the subject at hand, I just got a quick question. Do any of you guys realize now that we've seen the footage, do you realize why we haven't been back to the moon? I mean, cast your votes. Go ahead, TikTok. Go ahead, YouTube. Just post in the comment section. Why do you think we have not been back to the moon based on this footage? I know why. I know why, but do you know why? Let me see what you guys are talking about. Steven says, did they have remote control camera in 1972 or did they leave a man behind? I mean, if you want, I'll look up NASA's official reasoning. Let's see. Did they just leave a camera or? Okay. So I just looked up the official narrative from NASA. They say the reason why it looks like there's a camera left behind filming the lunar module taking off is because there actually was a camera left behind. The camera was part of the lunar rover. On later Apollo missions, astronauts brought a lunar rover equipped with a television camera. This wasn't just a static camera on a tripod, it was mounted on the rover and could pan, tilt, and zoom remotely. The camera was operated by a crew in Houston at the Mission Control Center. When the lunar module was preparing for liftoff, the ground team pre-programmed the camera movement to follow the ascent. They had only one shot at it. Well, goddamn, they had only one shot at everything, right? They had only one shot to get to the moon on the first try, one shot to live stream from the moon, take a call from the president on the moon. I mean, everything was a one shot, right? Damn. They had only one shot because once the module left, there was no one on the moon to adjust anything. The rover and the camera stayed on the moon. NASA never brought the rovers back. They were left behind along with the camera systems. So yes, in a sense, a camera was left on the moon, but it wasn't to fake anything. It was to get a live broadcast of history in the making. All right, guys. We're so smart that we can just first try, go to the moon, live stream it, come back, the whole shebang, right? But we're not smart enough to realize that littering is bad. You know, we just leaving rovers on the moon and cameras on the moon and flags on the moon and shit, you know. Hey, what am I talking about? Elon Musk just launched a Tesla into space not too long ago, right, guys? There's supposed to be a Tesla out in space somewhere floating. Damn, anything to keep us away from what's going on down here, huh? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Nooch says because technology is too advanced, they know they'll never get away with it now. Ding, 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 ding. In 1972, when motherfucker barely even had the TV, yeah, they could tell you the vision. But in 2025? All right. Jeff Bezos tried to do some fugazi shit with Katy Perry and some old famous chicks. He supposedly flew them up to like the edge of space and brought them back, and even that was so fugazi, people was picking it apart piece by piece. So yeah, I think it'd be a lot more challenging to pull one of these moon landing live streams off nowadays, which makes no sense, right? It should be easier. I mean, if this is how history really happened, and now we're decades in the future, it should be that much more easier for us to go over there and do some live streaming and come back again. But hey, I'm not lying. Ask NASA. They say they lost the data. Come on. Let's talk about it. They said that they had slow scan TV tapes from Apollo 11 and they were accidentally erased and reused in the 1980s. They said they were cutting costs. You know, NASA was broke. So they was re-recording over data strips. I mean, all right. Yeah, here's a quote from astronaut Don Petit. Don the astronaut said, "I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again." Not only do they want us to believe that they lost the technology to go to the moon, but it's such a painful process to rebuild it again. Oh, okay. All right. But forget the moon. We going to Mars now. Shout out to Elon. Bria said, more like deleted the evidence so that people wouldn't suspect anything. I mean, hey, talk about it. Portia says they lost the data to the slave ships too. Hey. Freedmen's Bureau had a bunch of Freedmen's banks burn up. Titles, deeds to property lost. Look up the time of the Civil War. Look up how many county courthouses and archives were burnt up. Come on. Let's talk about it. Rita says Armstrong admitted before he passed that he never went to the moon. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you on that one. And Sonia over here crashing out in the comments section. Sonia says, we already know. Please teach us, some of us, what we're here to learn. The moon stuff is so old. Sonia, you may know about this. I guarantee 99% of people watching haven't seen any of this footage. Secondly, this is my show, girl. Take a seat. I run my show the way I want it. I'll touch on whatever subjects I want to touch on in the order and the manner on which I touch on it. If you want to get to the meat and potatoes, if you want to get to the indigenous reclassification, then you can wait until tomorrow. Go on YouTube, watch the replay, and scan through the hours of live content and cherry pick the points that you want to see. But as far as right now, you on my time, Honey Boo Boo channel. Honey Boo Boo child. And just to drive home the facts that you're on my channel, I can't even talk right now, y'all. I'm combining Honey Boo Boo child with channel. You wouldn't believe me if I told you how many waking hours I've been up, how many documents I've been sorting through today. That is a desk of over 200 documents back there. I mean, guys, I'm tired as hell. But just to drive the point home, we're going to get right real quick. TikTok, you guys cannot see my face for the next 5 minutes or so. YouTube, it's all good. YouTube has no problem with me French kissing Mary Jane on camera. YouTube is all good with those kind of public displays of affection. But just to drive the point home, that this is Mike TV, Honey Boo Boo Child. I mean, technically speaking, we're broadcasting on Mike TV, Native Black Ancestry, so a couple different brands going on right now. But let me just show you a little something real quick. We can call this me being petty. We can call this a lesson in patience. But a quote comes to mind. I forget where I heard this quote. This person said, how can you ever have time if you don't take it? So just because somebody's trying to rush me, Lord, oh Lord, just because somebody is trying to rush you, boy, I'm going to take some time, okay? I'm going to take some time because I can. What song do I want to listen to while we pack this cone? Let me think. We're going to save the Sam Cooke for later. When I play the video of us traveling to my family cemetery, that's when we'll bust out the Sam Cooke. What do I feel like right now? Am I feeling something a little upbeat? Am I feeling something a little mellow? Yeah, I think I know what I'm feeling. Here we go.
Fuck black history, ain't no black history. This ain't black history, this ain't that you'll see. They don't know about me, you don't know about me. They gon' know about me, you gon' know about me. See, I am not a slave, I was born to slide, I am not afraid. Hop about the K, oh yeah, free to God, they went out of state. I'm a child of God, I do not belong to the United States. Fuck black history, tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. I went to hell, school, graduated at the top of my class. Still never thought I was over my peers. We did that time together 12 years. Ain't that's a movie, I think that it is. They won't control me, I'm really a member. I traveled that road, I came back with the jewels from. When I pull up, they pee how the roof gone. We some dog killers, won't chew bones. Know we all spit them, we supreme. Somewhere I read a nigga had a dream. Did them dirty, they keep playing back that same to us, but it bullshit. If you win the battle, you can tell the story and delete whoever, get whoever glory. Hope you listen closely, this ain't metaphor. This is straight up real and I prepared you for it. MLK was a motherfucking agent. At first he ain't know it, cause really they played him. They showed him the front of the building, they tell him the back was burning. But the secret they gave him, he tried to reveal it. Go back and listen to that I Have a Dream and the speed that he gave on the night before they killed him. He climbed up that mountain and seek the promised land. That boy was a Mason. By writing, they sealed them documents forever. But I know Masons in Atlanta know better. They said he would kill cause of prejudice, yeah, but they lied to you. Here I come with that shovel on, yelling fuck black history. Ain't no black history. See, they gon' know about me. You gon' know about me. See, I am not a slave. I was born to slide. I am not afraid. Hop about that K. Oh yeah, free the guys. They went out of state. Yeah, I'm a child of God. I do not belong to the United States. Yeah, fuck black history. Tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British, man. Quite frankly, you was kings Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners, raised up the children to worship their images, set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them, and this shit get way deeper than your pigment. What if I told you you was born sovereign and all you ever had to do was admit this shit? What if I told you that this was your ancestor land? That mean that they was the immigrants. Wait, I think that someone tried to explain that 100 years later. The Negro was still in exile in his own land. Natural birthright, Malcolm X style. What was Holmes saying? That's the curse, right? Fuck black history, ain't no black history. This ain't black history, this ain't that you'll see. They don't know about me, you don't know about me. They gon' know about me, you gon' know about me. See, I am not a slave, I was born to slide, I am not afraid. Hop about the K, oh yeah, free to God, they went out of state. I'm a child of God, I do not belong to the United States. Fuck black history, tell Uncle Sam he can catch a fade. I went to school, graduated at the top of my class. Still never thought I was over my peers. We did that time together 12 years. Ain't that some movie? I think that it is. They won't control me, I'm really a member. I traveled that road, I came back with the jewels for 'em.
Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. We did that time together 12 years. Think about it. K through 12 education, right? Then we all do a 12-year bid. Didn't even know it. Didn't even know we were in the prison of the mind. Damn, we thought shit was sweet, huh? Just trying to make it till recess, y'all. And now here we are as adults, still just trying to make it through recess, y'all. Just trying to make it through recess. Come on, come on. And shout out to Sonia. If Sonia's been watching me for a bit, then she knows my brash humor. So it's nothing personal, Sonia. We're going to get to what you came here for soon enough. And when we do get to what you came here for, oh, baby, it's going to be worth it. It's going to be well worth the wait. You're going to say, this is what I was waiting for, and oh, he delivered. You will be oh so satiated, I promise you. Whatever scratch you have will be itched. Whatever thirst you have shall be quenched. Oh, Lord, they say good things shall come to those who wait. And you're about to get some blessings, girl. You're about to get some blessings. Wait a minute, hold on. I wanna play one more tune. One more tune before we get on with the meat and potatoes, courtesy of Sonia. Sonia said, hurry up, motherfucker. You're detouring. You're talking about the moon landings and stuff now, right? Okay. It's live content. We go in many different directions, but we'll still get back to the trail. Hold on.
And we can be together in any weather. Coming in from the cold, so I got my sweater. Oh, and if you feel low, we can make it better. Oh, make it better.
Come on, Sonia. What's going on, Sonia? Talk to me. Are you cold, darling? Are you cold? I mean, YG Marley says if you're cold, you can have a sweater, but I'll do you one better, okay, girl? If you're cold, I got a weighted blanket for you. You probably like, what the hell is a weighted blanket? Yeah, I'm gonna put you up on game, girl. You don't know nothing about them weighted blankets. I'm gonna give you a whole new level of comfort, okay? Put that weighted blanket on you. Hey, and I don't know why I'm kicking this game to Sonia on the real. I need to be kicking it to Art, okay? I need to be kicking it to Miss Art. Miss Art, I'm gonna have to have a word with you one of these days, Miss Art. Oh Lord, I don't know what you think you're doing over there on your TikTok. I said, wait a minute, good Lord. She has the arts, yes. She has the artistic prowess, yes. Art is in the name. But there's a whole lot of other stuff. There's a whole lot of things going on, Lord. There's a whole lot of things. Jesus have mercy.
Running to a resolution. We're running through the revolution. Oh, we're running.
Hey, I was a real stuff. If y'all ain't checked out Art's TikTok, not only does she have some great art that you should check out, no pun intended, but It's the first time I ever seen a beautiful black woman with some dreads and a top hat, y'all. I said this is a unique combination, and I'm here for it. I said the dreads and the top hat. Oh Lord, we on our Caribbean Willy Wonka twang. Okay, I said I likes what I sees. I've never seen this before, but I likes what I sees.
Running to a solution. While your dreams come to fruition, we'll be running to a solution. And I'll be marching for your freedom. Y'all know my people need them. And we're just revolutionaries. So the thing we have to carry, no matter where you come from. We are gonna make the fire burn, all the blood I got run. And there's way too much war going on in these streets. I just want to give all the kids food to eat. And it's a cycle of bloodshed and tears. Couldn't amount to your biggest fears. But I'm watching the way that y'all we did. Oh, oh. And we're running now, we're running now, we're running now, we're running to a resolution. We're running through the revolution. Oh, we're running to a solution. And while your dreams come to fruition, we'll be running to a solution.
Yeah, speaking of Miss Art put me on a roller coaster of emotions today, okay? Because I was checking out her page for like the 4th or 5th or 6th time, I forget. And I was like, oh, she's Oklahoma. Okay. She in my neck of the woods. Wait a minute. I said, there is something on the horizon. Is it so? Is there more in Oklahoma than Mongolian, Eurasian pretendians and casinos? Could it be? And then I swear, the next TikTok post I seen of hers, she was walking through Central Park. I said, God damn it. I said, oh no.
Giving joy to glory. Oh, that's the only story. And we're doing joy, that's the only glory. We are telling you we're getting no laboratory. Oh, and your blessings will fall down. And your blessings will fall down. Blessings of the highest we see. And with your grace we can do it properly. Highest of the frequency.
Sonia said, I just followed her. She is beautiful. Oh yeah, y'all make sure to follow her. Follow her for the art, okay? Follow her for the art. She has maybe 1.5 thirst trap posts, but the rest is art, okay? It's mostly art. Don't get your hopes up. See, that was really a sign of someone's integrity, if you ask me, because in 2025, oh Lord, in 2025, when you look like that and you don't have an OnlyFans and a gaming channel and a link tree and a salacious Twitter profile, you know what that's a sign of, ladies and gentlemen? That's a sign of integrity.
And with your grace, we can do it properly.
Because Lord knows Art Mancy will be getting Art will be making $20,000 if she didn't have no moral compass. Okay, she'd be making $20,000 a month if she didn't have no moral compass on her. Okay, and that's being conservative.
Running through the revolution. We're running to a solution. Why the dreams come to fruition? We'll be running to a solution.
All right, guys. I was trying to burn this down sooner than later, so TikTok can see my pretty face again. I'm almost done, y'all. I'm almost done. I feel like the commercial. How many lakes does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop, y'all? How many? How many? Hold on. One. Hold on. It might be 4 or 5. Here we go. 2. God damn. It's still going, y'all. It's still going. Help me out, chat. Help me out. Help me out, chat. 3. Damn, are we going for 4? Are we going for 4? Where's my inhaler? This boy got some asthma. I'm doing counterproductive activities. Where is my albuterol? Hold on, y'all. 5. I think 5 is the final. Are we on 4 or are we on 5? I forget. That is a side effect of this. All right. We give the rest of the ancestors, okay? The rest of the ancestors. Matter of fact, speaking of the ancestors, we about to get so deep with it. Hold up. Call me cliche if you want to. Let me grab the TikTok and see my pretty face once again. We are done with the barbiturates. Let me see. Where's the Palo Santo? Hold on. I got the sage. I got the bundle of sage. But I'm looking for, where is it? Where's my little clay mug at? Oh, you know what? I put it on my PC monitor. Hold up. Hold on, y'all. We gotta cleanse the atmosphere a little bit. We about to get deep with it. Shout out to Sonia. Sonia, I told you this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. Well, we about to get to what you came here for. We about to go through receipts, land patents, Freedman's roll, by blood rolls. We about to go into heated interactions between mainstream academics. We don't get into a lot. I'm gonna show you guys how to stand on business. Scratch that. I'm gonna show you how to stand on lineage. And we're gonna show y'all that this fight that a lot of us are fighting, this fight is something that our ancestors were fighting long before us. We just picking up the baton. There we go. Let's go a little something in the air. Let's get a little something in the air if we can, one time for the one time. Make sure to tap the screen if you're on TikTok. Get the likes up. Everybody on YouTube, you already know what to do. Like and share and all that good stuff. If you're not subscribed, what are you doing? I mean, nowadays you really don't even have to be subscribed. I'm gonna pop up in your algorithm one day, one way or another. One way or another. We're about to get the game sewed up tight. All right, guys, here we go. We're going to get caught up with the TikTok and the YouTube chat real quick, and then we will officially begin tonight's presentation. We will also have a call-in segment, so if anybody wants to join as a guest or call in, I will be opening up the airwaves in a bit. But first, we got to get caught up with the chat. Let me put a little something from the digital archive on the screen. Yeah, fuck you, Jesse Jackson. All right, TikTok first. Let's see what you guys are saying. Shout out to Art. Thank you for the gift. Alexis, thank you for the gift. Sonia says, I know it's going to be fire. I feel it's going to be fire. Yep. Abrams is talking something about First Nations. You lost in the sauce. Hunter comes in straight off the gate, identifying themselves as a Wabo, so we know who they are. Hunter, thank you for letting us know. Sonia says, I just followed her. She's beautiful. No, we read that earlier, so I'm past that. Hold on. Let me scroll down a little bit more. Murray Toe says, what's the native card for? What does it offer y'all? Well, Mary Toe, if you're still here, let me get a fist or a feather. Put something in the chat. Let me know that you're still here, Mary Toe. Because to be conscious of everybody else's time, I only really want to spend time on your comment if you're actually here. Mary Toe going once. Mary Toe going twice. Yeah, I don't think Mary Toe's here anymore. What we'll do is if anybody also has that same question, if there's anybody on TikTok or YouTube who's also wondering, you know, what's What's up with the tribal citizenship? Oh, wait, no, Married to is here. Okay. So Married to, before I answer your question, I've got to know, um, what's your background, Married to? Are you a Black American? Do you identify as a foundational Black American, a native Black American? Do you descend from first, second, third generation migrants? Are you Eritrean? Are you Somalian? I mean, I'm just not. Okay, okay. You're Senegalese. I got you. I got you. So when you say you're Senegalese, are you Senegalese living in the States or like Canada, Europe? And actually, if you're available to call in before we even get to the main show, I'd like to chop it up with you real quick because a lot of Africans have been coming to me lately with these kind of questions. It's kind of surprising to me that so many Africans are, interested in knowing about Black Americans' genealogy and whatnot. But either way, I mean, I'm here for it. So, you know what? I'm gonna give you a quick invite. I'm gonna go out on a limb. I'm not sure if you're available or anything, but if I'm able to give you a quick invite, okay, I just sent you an invite, Married to. It's just a lot more effective for us to just chop it up real quick instead of going back and forth in the chat. So yeah, Married to, just go ahead and click that button and call on in. You don't have to turn on your camera or anything. It's all good. Well, we would love to answer any questions that a Senegalese American has for us today. Married to, and then and actually before we start, I feel like I'm butchering your name. How do you pronounce your name?
You can just call me Mary. It's okay.
Mary?
Yes.
Okay. And before we get started, can everybody on YouTube hear Mary? Can I get some fists or feathers in the chat on YouTube if you guys can hear Mary? Give me some feedback, y'all. Oh, and Art's getting fancy with it. Hold on. Wait, no, is Art getting fancy with it, or am I just inebriated? At first, I thought that was purple corn, but maybe that's a arrowhead with a purple shaft. Okay, I'm getting some fists and feathers. So, Mary, they can hear you. So go ahead and let us know where you calling in from and what's on your mind.
Okay, so I have a question. What's the native card for? Do you guys have any does it offer you something, or I just want to know the purpose of it?
Great question. But before we address your question, the first question I posed to you is where are you calling in from? And then the next question was what's on your mind. So I know you already told us you're in the States. Are you on the East Coast, West Coast, down south?
East Coast, New Jersey.
Okay, New Jersey. Sounds good. And then your question is basically what benefits does tribal citizenship get you?
Exactly, yes.
So the benefits are going to be heavily based on the tribe. Now, I can only really speak to my tribe. When it comes to my tribe, we've got access to social services, free healthcare, free dental, free college tuition, down payment assistance programs for buying property, hardship programs if you're ever unemployed or behind on your bills. If you have children, you get money annually for your kids' school clothes and book supplies, things of that nature. When it comes to running a business, since I run a business, when I go to apply for a government contract, I get pushed to the front of the line because of something called the American Indian Preference Act. When it comes to certain things like travel, it's been a really big thing in the States, this whole real ID, real ID, real ID. It's been very inconvenient for people to upgrade and buy these real IDs because of the long wait times in the DMV and et cetera, et cetera. Well, when you're a member of a federally recognized tribe, such as I am, when I travel, I just show TSA my tribal citizenship card. I don't need a real ID. Matter of fact, fun fact, I traveled for the first time a couple weeks ago. It was the first time traveling since the new Real ID thing went into effect. And even though I knew that my tribal citizenship card was on the list of approved Real IDs, I was still a little bit nervous. If I'm flying out of Oklahoma, I'm sure I'm not going to have an issue. TSA has seen tribal citizenship cards, but I'm flying out of a different state, then maybe I'll have some complications, right? So believe it or not, when I was flying back to Oklahoma from Sacramento, flying out of Sacramento, California, I hand the TSA lady my tribal citizenship card, and she looks at me and says, "Oh, I've never seen one of these before." And I say, "Okay, and?" So she looks over to her neighbor, her TSA coworker, and shows it to him and says, "Yo, have you seen one of these before?" And he says, "Yeah, that's a tribal citizenship card. He's good to go." But this lady, she was young. This lady, I could tell she didn't really want to get in trouble. She was kind of hesitant. So she calls her supervisor over. Supervisor comes. She shows the supervisor my tribal ID card. The supervisor says to her, "This is even better than a real ID. This is like a super ID. What are you doing? Let him through." I knew that that was on the list of approved identification, but that was the first time I've ever heard of my tribal citizenship card being referred to as a super ID. But although that may seem like a trivial benefit compared to free healthcare, free dental, free college tuition, for someone like me who travels and for someone like me who runs a business and works 80 plus hours a week, not having to go rush out and get some real ID was a big benefit to me. But yeah, when it comes to the benefits, it's heavily going to be based on tribe. There's some tribes who run casinos like my tribe, and we don't give our tribal members per cap payments. Whereas there's other tribes that run casinos and they give their tribal members $5,000, $7,000, $10,000 per month as their per cap payment from the casino profits. So when you ask, well, what does this get you? What kind of I mean, I spoke to you about some of the tangible benefits, but let's speak about some of the non-tangible benefits. I mean, if you're a Black American who's been force-fed a false African heritage, a false African identity through news, propaganda, media, and mainstream academia, well, for you to actually do your genealogy and get tribal citizenship, that's kind of honoring your ancestors. It's validating who you are. When people come and try to question your lineage, you can swat that down with ease because you actually have the not only the heritage but the status to back it. So, you know, you say that you're from Senegal, right? Are you born in the States or are you originally from Senegal?
I was born in Senegal. I grew up there. Yes.
Okay. So when you came to the States, did you get like a visa or like a green card or something?
I got a visa.
You got a visa. Okay. So in that same vein, that's like me going to someone like you and saying, well, what's the benefit of you having a visa? You know, why have a visa? Like, why not just come over here and like, you know, sneak through the Mexican border like a lot of people do? Or why not go another? What benefit do you get from having a visa? Well, to you, that may seem like a silly question. Hey, a visa is very important to me. That's how I'm able to be in this country. It shows who I am. It gives me status in this nation. It protects me in this nation, right? So in a similar vein, you can see what having tribal citizenship does for a person.
I'm sorry if the question was kind of weird. I was just a little confused about it. That's it. I didn't want to be rude. I just wanted to clarify this.
Oh yeah, of course. And it's not that your question is weird, or that you're being rude or anything. I mean, you know, I'm not surprised that you're not educated on the subject. Again, you're a whole Senegalese migrant, right? So we're not, you know, expecting you to know about all these things. If anything, we're a little bit intrigued to learn why you're interested in them. So, you know, is this your first time watching, or have you seen my content before?
No, I've seen your content before. It's not my
Okay.
first time.
So you see my content before. You know that I talk about Black Americans being indigenous and stuff. You're here for another live stream. So I've got to ask you, what interests you about the subject?
I don't really know. I'm just, curious about it. Curious about um the different view, the opinion that you guys have on your ancestry and your history. I'm just curious about it. That's it.
Yeah, and I totally understand your curiosity, and I understand that it's probably innocent curiosity, but still, I'm trying to understand, where does that curiosity come from? You know, you could have migrated to America and been curious about the Asian community or the Middle Eastern community, or you know, any other demographic, but you're interested about Native Black Americans, and there has to be a reason for that. So you probably never stopped and thought about it before, but if you were to stop and think about it, what first attracted you to this topic? Was it because you thought that it was crazy and that all Black Americans come from Africa, so let me look into what these crazy people are talking about? Or is it because you're just generally enamored with Black Americans and you see that this is a trending topic? I mean, what sparked your interest?
It's just something that I've never heard before. Like I never heard that there was like black indigenous in the Americas, and that's like a new topic. I just discovered it, and I just
Oh, I got you.
about it. Yeah,
I got you.
and
And since you've just discovered this topic, what have you learned so far about the topic?
not too much because a lot of people, Indians, they've been kind of rude toward African, and I'm not trying to like argue with them. That's why I low key like skipped the live.
Wait, hold on. You said that Indians were doing
Some
what?
of them, yeah, they were like kind. No, the one that I have met, they were kind of rude towards Africans, and that's the reason why I decided to like skip all of them, skip all of their lives.
And when you say Indians, who are you referring to? Are you referring to black Indians? Are you talking
Black
about white
Indians,
Indians?
Black
Oh, okay,
Indians.
so you came across some black Americans identifying as indigenous, and they
Yeah,
were kind of rude to you.
towards African, not to me directly, but towards
Mm,
Africans.
I got you. What kind of things were they saying that was rude towards Africans?
A lot of things, a lot of stereotypes, and you know, general.
Well, if they said a lot of things and a lot of stereotypes, you should be able to at least list a couple of them, right? So, how about you name at least two things that they were saying that was harmful towards Africans?
I think that you already know it. I don't need to like say it because I don't know. I just don't
I
want
have
to.
no idea, ma'am. I was not on that live stream. I have no idea what they were discussing. I'm asking you in curiosity, just the same way you asked me about the benefits of tribal citizenship. So, if I can answer your question, I don't see why you can't answer mine.
Okay, so now you're forcing me to answer. Okay, I'll tell you. So they're like, yeah, you guys African, you guys all eat outside. What? Wait, wait. Let me just think about it. They had some crazy stereotypes about us. They were saying that like we eat animals, we eat like monkeys and stuff like that. We're not cultured. That like we're not trying to be, how can I word that? We are like, I don't know. I'm a little scared because it's my first time on the live, so I'm losing my words.
Mhm.
So they were just rude toward us.
So your microphone was breaking up a little bit on my end. You said that they said that Africans eat outside.
Not that we eat like stuff. I don't know, animals. Not like the animals that someone would eat, but like, I don't know, insects, monkeys and stuff like that. That we don't.
Okay, I
Yeah.
see. So someone was saying that Africans eat like monkeys and strange things.
Yes.
Okay, so and you're saying that that's a harmful thing to say?
Yes, it is because they usually like when they think about Africa, they think about the country, and that's not true. That's not how you should think about Africa.
Well,
It's
hold on,
like,
hold on. Time. Before you tell us how you think someone should think about Africa, I've got to ask though, like, and again, I'm not trying to like debate you or be rude or anything, but if someone was to say that Africans eat food from outside or that Africans eat monkeys or something like that, the first thing that I would think is it true or not? Now, I'm not an African. You're an African. You're born in Africa. So I've got to ask you, is that a true statement or is it a false statement?
well, I'm from one country.
Oh,
Africa. Is it true
your
or
audio
not?
just cut out.
Sorry, I said I'm from one country of Africa. I
Hmm.
cannot speak on like all of the country, all of them, all of their practices and stuff like that. So I can only speak about my country, and I cannot like generalize what they do.
Okay, so in your
So if
country,
you
do
ask,
people eat monkeys or not?
no, they don't.
Okay, and to the best of your knowledge, do you know if there's any other countries in the continent of Africa where they eat monkeys?
Well, I don't know.
Okay. So you're saying that some black Indian was being mean to Africans because they said that Africans eat monkey meat. I ask you if they eat monkey meat in your country, you say no. I ask, well, do they eat monkey meat in other countries in Africa? You say you don't know. So if you don't know if Africans eat monkey meat, then there's a good chance they do eat monkey meat. And if they do eat monkey meat, then was that really a rude statement or was it just a factual statement?
Goodbye. I don't want to talk about it. I don't feel comfortable. I feel like you're debating me, and that's not something I want to do. So, goodbye. Have a great night.
Guys, she just left because she felt that I was debating her, and that was not something she wanted to do. She claims she's seen my content before. I don't think she has. Because if she has seen my content, she knows that I was dealing with her with some kitty gloves. She knows if we're going to rank this from a 1 to 10, I was giving her a 1.5. If she knows me and how I get down, then she would know that they call me the king of receipts.
Zani ya teba. Hebe. Ochane. Zani ya teba. Hebe.
Damn. Black Indians are being mean to us because they're saying that Africans eat monkey meat. And in my country, we don't eat monkey meat, but in other countries, I don't know. Ma'am, in parts of the continent of Africa in 2025, they eat monkey meat. How is that rude? How is that rude for me to speak on a fact? It's not rude. You're insecure. You're insecure about the fact that this is what some people are doing on the continent you hail from. Why are you insecure about this? This footage wasn't taken in Senegal. Why is she so upset? Guys, it's the monkey meat that got her. She said, wait a minute, he's kind of damn, he's making a point. I mean, yeah, I do know Africans eat monkey meat. I mean, yeah, definitely, yeah. Oh, you know what, guys? I forgot I can't show that for too long. Last time I showed that for too long, I think I got flagged for like animal cruelty or something. You Africans are doing things that qualify as animal cruelty as far as TikTok's community guidelines are concerned. And guys, the kicker is in her country of Senegal, they do eat monkey meat. Now, don't get it twisted. Most people in Senegal are Muslim, so a lot of them avoid monkey meat for religious purposes. But in more rural communities and the denser forest areas, they eat monkey meat. But guys, us Black Indians are being mean because we're talking about them eating monkey meat. And the kicker is, whole time, we can't even get a coherent fucking answer as to why you're so worried about us. Old girl gets off the banana boat from Senegal and she's worried about Black Indians and what benefits do you guys get from this tribal citizenship stuff? And like, wow, yeah, I've never heard of this Black Indian stuff before. So why do you care, Senegalese girl? We're not worried about you. You'll never catch me on a Senegalese person's live stream asking them anything about their country, about their culture, because quite frankly, I don't care. We don't care. And that's not rude. That's not mean. It's just people typically don't care about communities they have no ties to. So if you have no ties to us, why do you care about us so much and our ancestry? And guys, for those of you who watched me for a long time, you were probably watching that thinking, damn, why is Mike kind of giving her a pass? How come Mike ain't digging into her and stuff? Because guys, that's like Neo in the Matrix. Was it Matrix part 2 or was it part 3 where like he fights an agent again for another time and now he's just like one hand in the just like one hand just not it's just too easy. It's child's play. I don't have to get rah-rah with these people. I just got to walk them down a little path, a little trail. I'm going to take you through just like my indigenous ancestors of the Southeast. Just like when they saw that conquistador and they said, oh, yo, hey, come over here. You want gold? I got some gold for you. Walk down this path with us. Yeah, it only take a day or two. Walk down this path. And the next thing you know, the Indians disappear. And the Spanish are confused. And then wait a minute. Now they're surrounded. And now the Spanish are no more. So as you can see, I don't really have to debate these people. I just have to ask them. It's not even cross-examination. It's just asking them some rudimentary, juvenile line of questioning, right? Just like, oh, so do Africans not eat monkey meat? Okay. Oh, cool. Okay. So in your country, they don't? Okay. So do you know if other parts of Africa? Oh, you don't know? Okay. So if Africans do eat monkey meat, then is that rude to say Africans eat monkey meat? Oh. I'm not comfortable having this conversation. I feel like you're debating me and I don't want to debate, so I'm going to leave right now. Bye. Damn. Isn't that a tale as old as time, guys? They come over here uninvited. I mean, we don't always have to call them colonizers. Sometimes they come as pilgrims. Sometimes they come as friars. Sometimes they come as serfs. Sometimes they come as indentured. Sometimes they come as victims of debt peonage. But either way, they always come and they always get something from us, something useful, something beneficial, something to help them. And when it comes time for us to get some, guys, the word for the day is reciprocity. As soon as it comes for us to get a little reciprocity, oh Lord, I got to get on out of here. I mean, we gotta go. Just make sure you're aware of that, guys. Just make sure you're aware. Ain't nothing like a fling tether. But let me get caught up with the comment section real quick before we get into the meat and potatoes. And I do have someone who's been waiting patiently backstage on TikTok. We're going to bring them up in just a moment. Al said bushmeat. Yeah. Finding My True Self says she's lying. Monkey meat. Yeah. Steven says most people think we are from Africa, so not all of us are rude to Africa, so that don't sound right. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Melanin says she was trolling. No, it'd be a little bit better if she was trolling. It would be better if she was trolling. If she was trolling, that means she has the IQ to know what is going on and perpetuate something else in order to try to stir confusion or angst amongst us. She wasn't that smart. She was not trolling. That's the sad part. She was serious. We just saw a fragile, infantile, insecure African migrant crash out right before our eyes. 1 + 1 = 2. Oh, you black Indians are mean because you say that the sky is blue. Well, have you ever looked up at the sky? Well, I haven't looked at the sky recently, but I have looked up at the sky before. Well, when you looked up at the sky, was it blue? I mean, it wasn't like cobalt blue. It was like a teal kind of. And, matter of fact, I saw it in the evening. So it's kind of had like some rays of orange and red a little bit. So I'm not going to say it's exactly blue. You see the shit we're dealing with? Come on. Bingham says she wanted to have a pity party. Yeah. Wah, you guys are mean to us Africans. Wah, because you're talking about us eating bushmeat. Wah. How about you just be grateful that your musty ass got to migrate to my ancestral homeland and reap the benefits that my ancestors bled for? You imbecile. But I'm sorry, I'm gonna be nice, guys. These Africans don't know what they do. They don't know what they do. They don't know how many of their grandparents we fed with Red Cross rice. They don't know what they do. They don't know how many of their fellow Africans we gave camaraderie and companionship to via pen pal programs. Oh, them Africans don't know what they do. Oh, they don't know that the only reason why they didn't have to walk 5 miles round trip to get some dirty ass malaria infested water is because an American came over and built a well. They don't know what they do. Yeah. Yeah, they don't know. And we ain't going to tell them neither. They can find it out on their own. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Rita says you serve. They ask on a platter. Hey, somebody got you. Somebody got you. All right, I'm all caught up with oh, and Mary too, or whatever your name is. Your chat privileges are revoked, honey boo boo child. You don't get to come up on the panel, extract info from us. We have a civil conversation with you, and then you flee, acting all butthurt, and then want to get in the comments section trying to have some kind of engagement. No. You had your chance. Your chat privileges are revoked. But let me see what you guys are talking about on TikTok. I swear I got to get better at managing 2 live stream chats. Coleman says, Mike, that's cold. Hey, it's the truth. It's the truth. If it's cold, it's cold. Don't blame me for it being cold. Get your ass a sweater. I mean, if it's cold, it is cold. That is a clever observation. You should bundle up. Don't blame me for the weather, okay? I do not have that kind of control. I am just a man. I am just a man. I do not have powers like that. No. Mike, don't control the weather. I may be thriving in the cold, but that don't mean that I caused the cold, okay? Come on. Real Cute Scorpio says, don't you think that was a little rude? No, not at all. I think actually I was acting like a patron saint. I was dealing with her with kid gloves with such finesse. She does not know what kind of crisis she avoided. I mean, guys, let me get some fists or feathers in the chat. If you guys have been watching me, especially on YouTube, for like at least a year, and you've seen these interactions that I have with these foreigners, and you see how I pick them apart, I obliterate. Lord, I do such damage. So if any of you guys are familiar with how I get down, you know that I would come on. You know that wasn't nothing. I'm seeing fists and feathers in the chat. Okay, so for those of you putting fists and feathers in the chat, let me get some zeros in the chat now. If you when you were watching the interaction, put a 0 in the chat. If when you were watching, you were like, damn, why is Mike being so easy on her? Put some zeros in the chat if y'all know how I get down and y'all were watching and you were like, damn, he's being really civil. Like, by this point in the conversation, he would have already busted her down, built her up, broke her down again, sent her around the way, pieced her up, busted down. I mean, okay, I'm seeing some zeros in the chat. Okay. Y'all were like, damn, is Mike tired? I mean, I know he was just kissing on Mary. I mean, what is it exactly? Like, Mike, is this a clone? Like, I know. Hey, and then now let me get some ones in the chat. If you guys breathed a sigh of relief when you saw me put the bushmeat video on, and put a 1 in the chat if as soon as you saw me put the bushmeat video on, you're like, okay, Mike's back. You're like, okay, Mike's on it. As soon as you saw that, you were like, oh, okay, he was just reeling her in. He was just, guys, that's how you hunt an alligator, don't you know? You hunt an alligator just like you're fishing. You grab some bait, you grab some chicken, you put it on a real tough fishing pole, you reel in the alligator to the shore, you reel it. And when the alligator's up on the bank, up on the shore, you put that thing in their head. We was just hunting the gator. This gator came all the way from was it the Congo? No. This here gator came from Senegal. This here gator we just wrestled with came from Senegal. I didn't even know they had Senegalese gators, y'all. Mark my word, I had no idea that they had the gators in Senegal. This gator was different from the gators I experienced in Florida, though, because the gators in Florida don't stink like that. I don't know what that smell was on that Senegalese gator, but it had a pungent stench to it. It kind of smelled a little bit like poverty. a little bit of poverty. Hold on. I think I'm getting a hint of malnutrition. Oh. I'm tasting a coup. I'm definitely tasting political unrest. Okay. Devastation, genocide, famine. Okay. Yep. Them gators in Senegal. Oh, those are different. Those are some different gators. Come on, let's talk about it now. Rita says you dissect them, man. Dissect it. This was just like in the Japanese anime, right? It's like in the anime when the dude, the samurai, the warrior with the sword, he's surrounded by enemies, right? And y'all are like, isn't he gonna do something? Like, man's just standing there, like, yo, they're gonna cut you, they're gonna take you. Mike, why are you just standing idle, right? And then all of a sudden, I take my sword, and all of a sudden, all you hear is a little click. All you hear is a little click. You're like, what the fuck was that? What was that little click? And the next thing you know, all the foes around me, their body parts just start sliding off and shit, right? They just start, oh damn, my arm just falls off. And then this, y'all know exactly what I'm talking about in the anime. Come on. Everybody has seen anime, whether you're an anime fan or not, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The samurai warrior does a little chink with a sword, and next thing you know, motherfuckers, head slides off and arm slides off and shit. And you're like, I didn't even see him move. Yeah. That's the level that I'm at when we're dealing with these bush babies. Melanin says she would be traumatized by Mike TV. Yeah. I sensed she was a little bit young. I sensed a little bit of youth and naivete in her voice. So that's part of the reason why I didn't give it all to her. You know, I gave her a little bit. I gave her what she can handle. No Diddy. No baby oil. I just gave her what she can handle, okay? Let's talk about it. Rita says she ain't gonna ever come back. I prefer it that way. I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind. Damn, finding my true self says, damn, I didn't even know about that. I'm 44 years old. I never heard of them eating little monkeys until now. Why you say like that though? Why it's just how you said finding my true self. Why you gotta say it like that? Like it's just the way that you said, damn, I didn't even know that. I'm 44 years old and I never heard about them eating the little monkeys. I mean, why they gotta be the little monkeys? It just sounds so much worse when you say the little. They was some little monkeys though. There was some little baby monkeys. I don't know if that was a full-grown monkey. It looked like a young monkey. Okay, that monkey had a lot of life ahead of himself. Okay, that monkey had a lot of life to live, and that African came over. That's wrong. Monkey lives matter. Okay, monkey lives matter, and you guys are not gonna all lives matter this shit. Okay, monkey lives matter. You Africans are gonna learn today. Monkey lives matter, damn it. Let me see what you're talking about. Tamara says, I thought she was going to go in longer, but it was past her bedtime. No, I think she just kind of saw the signs. She said, wait a minute, he's way smarter than anyone I typically talk to on TikTok. I think she just saw that I regularly participate in exercises of critical thought. And she was like, wait a minute, he's not seeing through my bullshit. Oh, I mean, wait a minute. He is seeing through my bullshit. Oh, Lord knows I was seeing through a bullshit. Lord knows. Yeah, shout out to Quinn. Monkey lives matter, y'all. Monkey lives matter. MLM. And we ain't talking about a marketing scheme. Tamara says her friends sent her first and they will come next. Finding my true self says she couldn't take the heat. I can't take the asthma. I wasn't joking about that inhaler earlier. I wasn't joking, y'all. Whew. Lord, rid my presence of these musty bush babies. These musty bush babies filled with malice. Bush baby be gone. Bush baby be gone. Everybody say with me, bush baby be gone. All right, guys, we're ready to rock. Sonia says, you had me over here crying, yo. Hey. Damn. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have invited the African up here. She might give me some malaria or something, y'all. I think I got a little Ebola, a little West Nile. Oh, Lord. What is this? Is this yellow fever? Damn, I should have had a COVID mask on talking to her. Damn. What was that? A TB? Is it tuberculosis? What was it, y'all? She had something. She had something. It was airborne. Whatever she had was airborne. It was through the phone. It was transmuted through telecommunications. Lord. I ain't even joking. I got a little tickle in my throat. Ooh. She didn't put a spell on me, y'all. She over there doing voodoo or something. She got a little doll of me with a Nike hat on, poking at this shit, poking it in the throat. I feel it. Stop it, African girl. I'm sorry. African girl, I'm sorry. And stop it. It hurts. I'm sorry. You guys don't eat bush meat. I take it back. Y'all don't eat bush meat. I was lying. I was lying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is the AI video, Ray. It's AI. It's I don't even know how I got up here. Shit. Somebody get this off the screen. Oh, she poked me again. Bush baby, behave. I'm sorry. I said I'm sorry. Okay. That's not monkey. That's beef jerky in monkey form. It's not a real monkey. Okay. It's like how people make the cakes and as things, and you don't know that it's a cake until you slice it. It's really a cake, y'all. It's a chocolate cake in the shape of a monkey. Okay, Senegalese girl, stop it. What more do you want from me? Okay, it's over now, guys. It's over. I think it worked. I made a deal with the devil. I led my people astray for personal gain. This is a tale as old as time, y'all. I'm a sellout. I'm a sellout to the community. I just capitulated to African dominance. That spiritual warfare was tough, y'all. Senegalese spirit warrior had a nigga coughing. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and let's get this show on the road. I ain't even fronting. My throat. It's feeling a little unnatural, y'all. I said, wait a minute. I just took 2 puffs of the albuterol and I'm feeling worse. I ain't getting better. There's some strange going on. Very superstitious. Writing on the wall. Very superstitious. Senegalese girl making you cough. I mean, hey, but I promise we are going to get started. We are going to get into the meat and the potatoes before Sonia gets on my ass again. I swear any moment now, Sonia's going to get on my ass. Mike, what are you doing, Mike? I came here to learn about the reclassification of Black Americans, Mike. I'm sorry, Sonia. I apologize. I sincerely apologize. But this is what we're going to do. When I start talking about my personal family history, when I start showing you the land that I discovered that my family's buried at, when I start talking about the process of recovering said land, when I talk about the federal documents that I discovered where my ancestor was racially reclassified as a freedman and then fought against that reclassification in court. Guys, as you can imagine, when I start talking about that, it's going to get deep. It's going to get long-winded. We're going to go into a rabbit hole. And I ain't even going to hold you. I'm going to apologize ahead of time. That's y'all. Hold on, I got to pick my words nicely. I was about to say something slick about her and my throat started itching again. That Senegalese girl, she got that doll in one hand and she got a needle in the other. She says, so watch your mouth, Mike. Okay. Senegalese girl. I'll say this gingerly, okay? I feel that's my interaction with you may have diminished the metaphysical, physical, and tranquil benefits of the herb that I just ingested. Basically, your annoying ass just killed my high, and now I got to roll another. Oh wait, oh she poking me. Hold on. I'm sorry. I said I was gonna say it nicer. Senegalese girl, it was so nice talking to you, but unfortunately, by way of speaking with you, it has somehow canceled out the positive effects of the marijuana that I just ingested. I mean, I'm not gonna say that like you are a annoying ass, insecure ass, coat riding, dick riding ass Senegalese migrant broad. I mean, I ain't gonna say that because we know that you're gonna stab me with that voodoo doll if I say that. So I would never say that to you. But what I will say is that you have motivated me to pack another cone. And what I'm really trying to say to you all is that I apologize for the delay and I thank you for your patience. But what we're going to do real quick is we're going to open up the phone lines. I know I had somebody backstage waiting. They left. You know, patience is a virtue. I'm going to drop the call-in link on YouTube. I'm going to invite some people up on TikTok. We're going to chop it up for a few minutes because, for one, I got to spark up again. That Senegalese girl just, damn, she's just such a waste. Such a waste. And also, when I start talking about this family history, I'm going to get so deep in it. I'm not going to have another chance to do this. So let me go ahead and cross this bridge while I am able to cross it. TikTok, you guys cannot see me for a few minutes. TikTok does not approve French kissing Mary Jane on camera. YouTube does. So if you guys want to see my face that bad, you can come over here to YouTube, Mike TV. I'm feeling a little itch in my throat again. Senegalese girl is working her voodoo magic. Lord, oh Lord. Let me see what the chat is saying. Damn, y'all are busting up in the chat. Yes, rebuke the negative energy. Yes. Yes. Rebuke. I didn't have these I didn't have this cough until I started talking to that Senegalese girl. Come on. Rita says, damn, I mean, I gotta call a spade a spade. Tamara says, Mike, don't claim it, send it back. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know why I'm making deals with the African devil. Let me just burn my sage, burn my Palo Santo. Let me just get right real quick, y'all. I'm sorry. I should have called on my ancestors, but instead I made a deal with the African monkey eating devil. I don't know why I did that, y'all. I'm sorry. Sometimes we fall short of glory. Sometimes we fall from grace. Dang, TikTok just said that they are restricting my live stream because it contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. Ooh, such as hate speech and hateful behaviors. Well, hey, TikTok, you know what that means, right? You guys better share this live stream with as many friends as you can. Share the stream, share the stream, share the stream. They are officially censoring me. Kendall says, are you kissing Mary again? Kendall, however you pronounce it. That's a personal question. Come on. That's a very personal. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Okay. You're on TikTok, so you can't see what I'm doing right now. Maybe I am. Maybe I could be. Hey, if a tree falls and no one's around to hear it, does the tree still make a noise? So if Mike has something in his hand from the earth and combines it with fire and air, is he kissing Mary Jane? I don't know, y'all. These are like questions of life right here. I mean, have you ever really thought about it? I mean, if a tree falls and no one's around, I mean, that's comparable to you hearing this lighter flicking on the mic, but you not seeing the visuals. I mean, is it really going down? Tabara says she brought that energy for a reason. He must bind it and let it go. Teach me the ways, Tamara. Teach me the ways. How do I bind it up? How do I bind that African energy? Do I call on Ogun? Do I call on Oshun? Do I call on Baba Yaga? Do I call on who else? Shango? Who else? Who can I call on? Shit, can't nothing bind them Africans up. I don't know. Hey, tomorrow, I don't know why you giving me false hope talking about binding anything up as it relates to an African. You cannot bind an African up, okay? You cannot contain an African. You know how we know that? Because we can't keep them motherfuckers at home. We can't keep them on their own continent. They getting in little RC boats and little arm inner tubes and shit, hopping in little janky kayaks and all kinds of shit, to anything to flee the continent of Africa. I mean, how can we ever put a limitation? How can we ever bind an African when these people they'll just find a way? Oh Lord, they'll just find a way. I don't think y'all really understand what I'm talking about. I don't think y'all understand. They take the term, you ain't gonna tie me down, to a whole nother level. I mean, can anybody really stop the force of the African, the fleeing African? Guys, the force of a fleeing African, that is a force that I don't think anything can stop you. Y'all do realize that you cannot contain an African, right?
More than 200 African migrants have scaled the border fence into the Spanish enclave of Melilla. It's the biggest assault on the border in more than 8 years. The new arrivals, many from Cameroon and Guinea, headed towards the migrant reception center, celebrating touching European soil. The Spanish territories of Melilla and Ceuta in northern Morocco provide the only land borders between Africa and the European Union. The latest incursion at Melilla brings the number of migrants who've successfully scaled the fence to almost 600 so far this year.
Damn, Mans is on his knees with it. Mans is on his knees, crying like that to get into Spain. Damn. He said, all my life, I wanted to run away from home. And I thank God that I fled to Portugal. I mean, like, what is going on right here? I mean, what the heliante? What the heli bird is? What the heli berry? What the heli? I mean, no. They take the phrase going out sad, going out bad. I mean, is it just me, or do they take it to like a whole new level? It's like whole new depths. Just when you think they can't sink no further. Just when you think, come on. Just when you think there's no way it can get any worse. But hey, now you see why they call me the king of receipts, right? And you know what? The funny thing is, this wasn't even the video that I wanted to play for you. This video is bad enough. Man's on his knees. Oh, help me. Why is that? I mean, it's terrible. It's terrible. Have you no pride? Have you no shame? But you know what video I was really trying to play for you guys? I was really trying to play the edit that I made of this video. The edit that I made to this video went hard. Ooh, I am a chef's kiss. I am an artiste. Check out my version of this video and tell me it's not a whole lot more entertaining.
More than 200 African migrants have scaled the border fence into the Spanish enclave of Melilla. It's the biggest assault on the border in more than 8 years. The new arrivals, many from Cameroon and Guinea, headed towards the migrant reception center, celebrating touching European soil. The latest incursion at Melilla brings the number of migrants who've successfully scaled.
Come on, y'all. I think my version's a little bit better. Kenobi says World Z. Yeah. Phoenix says, what is happening? Where are they from? They're from Africa. What do you mean? Whenever you see a large group of people with very, very dark skin running towards a European country, you can bet your bottom dollar that is a African.
More than 200 African migrants have scaled the border fence into the Spanish enclave of Melilla. It's the biggest assault on the border in more than 8 years.
See, we got some Congolese in there. I think I see a Senegalese one right there. We got some folks from Ghana. I think I see some South Africans. Yep, the Egyptians are in the mix. I see some Nigerians. Yep. Oh, there's the Somalians. Oh, wait, there's the Moroccans. Shit, I see some Eritreans. Damn, that's like damn, that's damn near the whole continent. We got folks all across the continent fleeing en masse.
The new arrivals, many from Cameroon and Guinea, headed towards the Migrant Reception Center, celebrating touching European soil.
Phoenix says, I mean, are they in a conflict or something? Phoenix, let me put the J down and make my face visible on TikTok again. Phoenix, aren't they always in a conflict or something? Even if they're not in a conflict, don't they have like a whole bag of excuses to pull out for why they're trying to flee and invade your country, right? If it's not a conflict, it's a coup. If it's not a coup, it's famine. If it's not famine, it's disease. If it's not disease, it's political unrest. If it's not political unrest, it's lack of opportunities. I mean, I've even had some Africans tell me, well, we can move wherever we want. We don't have to give you a reason. Most Africans give you a laundry list of bullshit reasons for why their people fled to America or Europe or Canada or somewhere, right? But nowadays, these motherfuckers getting bold. We don't even need to give you a reason. We're just here, and you can't do nothing about it. Okay. Let's see how much longer y'all got that birthright citizenship thing going for you, Nigerians. You know, it's mostly Nigerians who've been benefiting from that birthright citizenship thing. But hey, I digress, guys. I digress. Again, I want to just finish this J before I go into this deep family history, this deep lesson on racial reclassification and how to fight against it. But while I burn this down, I got to give you guys some entertainment. I got to give you a little something to hold you up. You know what? I know what I'll hold you over with. I wanted to watch this myself. I watched like the first 5 seconds. As soon as I seen the first 5 seconds of this, I said, ooh, I got to watch this on live. Okay, I got to share it with the fam. Let's check out this beautiful sister on TikTok because she's going to do a great video here about her family heritage. Let me see. Here we go.
Woo! Okay, so today I'm going to tell you about my grandmother and how she was on the Trail of Tears. And there is a huge twist at the end, you guys. So basically, I have multiple family members that were on the Trail of Tears. This is just Betsy's story. So for a little context, the government had enacted this act called the Indian Removal Act. And they were basically telling all the natives from Southeastern America that they had to go over to America's asshole, Oklahoma, which is where I am from. So just for a little bit of context, that is me.
Shout out to Cynthia. Cynthia says, thank you for the laugh. Laughing keeps you looking young. Well, hey, Cynthia, stick around. We ain't gonna have you on some Benjamin Button type shit, okay? You about to keep reversing that age. Sticking around, okay?
me, Brittany, and that is my daddy, Timmy. That is my grandmother, Sandra. There's Sydney. There's Imogene, and that's her mother. So there's Willie. But we're somewhere
Hold up. I gotta pause on some of these family photos.
America that they had to go over to America's asshole, Oklahoma, which is where I am from. So just for a little bit of context, that is me, Brittany, and that is my daddy, Timmy. That is my
There's grandma. Grandma don't look like no African. I never see no African that look like grandma. Okay, that look like a whole engine to me.
grandmother, Sandra. There's Sydney. There's Imogene. And that
Imogene don't look like no African. Shout out to Imogene. Shout out to the beauty that is Imogene. Imogene don't look like no African to me. Let me get some zeros in the chat if y'all agree that Imogene don't look like no African, nor does this lady right here in the photo. This lady right here don't look like no African. Let's talk about it. But we supposed to be from Africa. Oh, Lord. We supposed to be from Africa. Tamara says, did grandma have a possum in her arm in that pic? I got to go back. I think I seen one.
just
Yeah.
for a little bit of context, that is me, Brittany, and that is my daddy, Timmy. That is my grandmother, Sandra. There's Sydney. There's Imogene, and that's her mother from. So just for a little bit of context, that is me, Brittany, and that is my daddy, Timmy. That is my
Yeah, I think that's a possum. I'm pretty sure that's a possum.
my grandmother.
I ain't never seen a possum before. But if I was to see a possum, I think that's how a possum would look.
There's Sandra. There's Sydney. There's Imogene, and that's her mother. So there's Willie. But we're somewhere up here at the top. But when you really put it in context, like I know most of the people on this list. Like Betsy's not that far. You know, you ask your grandparents for pictures and photos, and if your grandparents are like my grandparents,
Oh yeah, they country. They got a whole pig in the yard. Yep. They come and she over there patting the pig and yeah. They country. She real comfortable with that pig. She patting it and oh yeah, she hitting that spot on that pig. She know that pig. She familiar with it. That's her pig. She know just where it's itching at. Oh yeah.
for pictures and photos, and if your grandparents are like my grandparents, you ain't ever getting them pictures. Like, let's just be real. But I'm working on my grandma right now. I'm like, Grandma, I need these pictures because she has pictures of all these people and I want to see them. At this time during the Trail of Tears.
Oh, damn. Goddamn. Guys, I have a superpower. I wouldn't necessarily call it photographic memory, but like I can speed read things. I can like see signs and symbols and stuff. As soon as this image flashed on the screen, I'm not even looking at the image right now. The image is right here. As soon as the image flashed on the screen, I immediately saw Macintosh. Am I tripping? I immediately saw Macintosh as soon as it came on the screen. Let me read through this. Western Creek Nation, May 21st, 1832. We, the undersigned chiefs and head men of the Creek Nation and council assembled, have this day decided on the following case of Delilah McIntosh, the daughter of the late General William McIntosh, Kendall Lewis, a white man of the Creek Nation. The said Delia McIntosh, by her agent Chili McIntosh, producing in council the will of her father William McIntosh, willing to her the following Negroes. Tartar, Melinda, Vina, Chloe, Nancy, Fanny, Betsy, Toby, and Alec. And also the decree of the Council of the Creek Nation and Council assembled 22nd of May, 1820, binding themselves as a nation to make good the rights and titles of the above-named Negroes to said William McIntosh's descendants, the nation after the death of said McIntosh descendants, that the property should be taken from the heirs of said McIntosh and given to Sandy Grayson. Oh, there's another one. Ding, 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 ding. If you know anything about Muskogee Creek history, if you anybody who's a member of the tribe, that we all know about the McIntoshes, the Perrymans, the Graysons, and I'm related to, I want to say all except the McIntosh. I don't think I have a connection to McIntosh. Thank God. Oh Lord, thank God I dodged that bullet, right? If you know, you know. But yeah, I'm definitely related to the Graymans, excuse me, the Graysons, the Perrymans, and there's and the Harjos. Harjo is another very famous surname in the Creek Nation. Sandy Grayson of the Creek Nation, which property as above stated was sold by said Grayson to John G. Ross of the Cherokee Nation, and the said Ross sold said property to Kendall Lewis. It was also one of the stipulations of the treaty between General Gaines and the Creek Nation that all property taken from the heirs of General William McIntosh descendants should be returned back to his heirs or assigns, and if not returned to the nation was bound to make good the deficiency of all losses of property not returned. As such, we conceive the nation bound to pay said Lewis for the above named Negroes, which we have taken from him and given to said Delilah McIntosh as the legal property of her heirs. And guys, I'm going to give you a quick sermon of how deep the rabbit hole goes with this family history right here. We're going to let her, actually her videos 4 minutes and 57 or 54 seconds. Okay. I'm going to give you a little historical context before we go any further. So check this out, guys. Check this out. Since the days of the Lord's proprietors, and if you've never heard of the Lord's proprietors, look it up. You're welcome. Since the days of the Lord's proprietors, Scottish men were used to trade with indigenous tribes in North America, specifically Scottish men. Scottish men found success because they could sustain the harsh conditions. A lot of Scots had prior military service. They were a little rugged. The Scottish people came from a clan-like society, so there was a little bit of similarities with the indigenous tribes they came across. They knew how to maneuver that kind of clan-based society, right, guys? But long story short, the Scottish men were the main traders, the main brokers, the main intermediaries with the indigenous tribes. And we're talking all the way from the 1500s to now, let's fast forward to the 1800s. From the 1500s to the 1800s, these Scots are trading with the tribes. They're gathering intel. They're working on behalf of different European colonizing factions, right? Right? But something that they start to do, especially in large degree when the 1800s come around, is they begin to take indigenous women as brides. Why do they take indigenous women as brides? Well, because they know that they are not only a clan-based society, but they are a matrilineal society. If I am a Scottish man, I can get me an indigenous woman. I can have a baby with her. That child, even though I'm going to raise that child to be an evil little colonizing European at heart, right? That child is still accepted by their tribe, though, because it's a matrilineal society. The lineage goes by the mother, right? That tribe is not really going to ostracize them. They're going to let them have full privileges, full membership, full everything, right? You're still a part of our tribe, even though your daddy's a Scottish man. And this was a method used to destabilize indigenous communities, to steal land from indigenous communities, to broker unfavorable treaties with indigenous communities. Now, when we fast forward this to the 1800s, let me put this in more modern perspective for you guys. Have any of you guys ever thought to yourselves, damn, the Trail of Tears, that sounds kind of rough. But like, I heard that they signed treaties though. So like, why would the Indians sign these treaties to give away all their land? Like my tribe, for example, the treaty was signed. Treaty of Indian Springs. Another treaty was Treaty of Fort Jackson, but I think Indian Springs was the one where we seceded like 23 million acres of land in the Southeast and agreed to go to Oklahoma. I mean, guys, let me get a 3 in the chat. Post a 3 in the chat if you've ever thought to yourself, hey, I hear about these treaties resulting in the Native Americans walking the Trail of Tears. Like, why would the Indians sign these treaties? Why? I mean, that doesn't make sense. I mean, come on, put a 3 in the chat if you've ever had that thought. If there's ever been, kind of, a missing piece there for you. I'm seeing some 3s in the chat on TikTok. Thank you for the feedback. Well, guys, in every single case where a treaty was signed that resulted in the tribe giving away millions of acres of land, in every single case, the person who signed that treaty had a Scottish father and an indigenous mother. Let that sink in. It doesn't matter if we're talking about my tribe, the Creek Nation. It doesn't matter if we're talking about the Cherokee Nation. It doesn't matter if we're talking about the Choctaw Nation. It doesn't matter if we're talking about the Chickasaw Nation. It doesn't matter if we're talking about the Seminole Nation. Coincidentally, put on the tinfoil hats, everybody who signed these treaties acting on behalf of the tribe had a Scottish father and an indigenous mother. Our sister right here is sharing a document that talks about General McIntosh. McIntosh is a Scottish surname. Who was William McIntosh? William McIntosh was a half-breed sellout double agent provocateur. William McIntosh signed treaties that gave away our tribe's land, and guess what we did to him for signing those treaties? Yeah. His house was burnt down. He was shot over 50 times. Yeah. That's how my tribe dealt with the traitor. But all of these tribes had traitors, and all the traitors coincidentally had Scottish daddies and indigenous mothers. But the rabbit hole goes deep. The rabbit hole goes oh so deep. I'm a genealogist. People hire me to trace their family heritage. Someone hired me to trace their lineage, and I found that they were a descendant of the governor of Georgia. Wait, was it Alabama or was it Georgia? I got to look it up. Governor Troop. Last name Troop. Georgia governor during Indian removal. The Georgia governor. My genealogy client is a lineal descendant of this European governor of Georgia, George Troop. Let's pull up a picture of him. This is him, George Troop. Yeah, George Troop. My genealogy client is a native Black American, but she's a lineal descendant of George Troop. How is she a lineal descendant of George Troop? Because George Troop had Scottish heritage. And just like those Scots do, George Troop was in the business of getting Indian land, removing them, taking indigenous people as slaves, reclassifying them as mulatto, as Negro, and intermixing and impregnating the women and having mixed breed children. What are the similarities here? Scottish. What do the Scots do? Mix in with the natives for political gain, for financial gain. But wait, there's more. My client's lineal ancestor, George Troop, who was the governor of Georgia. Oh, Lord, this gets so deep. He's the cousin of William McIntosh. Let's connect some dots, shall we? He's the governor of Georgia. This governor of Georgia is spearheading Indian removal. The federal government did not want to remove the Indians. The federal government had treaties with the Indians. The Georgia governor forced Indian removal and used the Georgia militia as his personal army. He threatened a civil war with the federal government if the federal government did not allow him to take over Indian lands, map it, survey it, and sell it in land lotteries. Y'all don't know this, do you? Y'all don't know that you hear about Andrew Jackson and you think that the U.S. government was some bastards and was like, oh, Indians, go walk the Trail of Tears. No. If it was up to the federal government, they would have left us alone. There wasn't even enough Europeans to colonize the territory of Georgia at the time that Governor Troup is trying to take over all this land and turn it into plantations. The federal government is like, what are y'all doing? There's barely any of y'all in Georgia. Y'all surrounded by any. Why are y'all so aggressive trying to take what? And the governor of Georgia threatened civil war. And because the federal government didn't want to fight a civil war, they said, okay, we're going to turn a blind eye to what the Georgia governor is doing to the Creek Nation in particular. Of course, a couple decades later, we would still have a civil war in those same areas. Civil War was based off of what? Indigenous slavery. Let them rewrite history all they want. There was a bunch of indigenous wars going on leading up to the Civil War. They disguise it, right? They'll call it a Negro rebellion. They'll call it a Indian war. They'll call it a slave revolt. This is the way it works. If the Indian is free and warring against colonists, that's an Indian war. If the Indian is enslaved and rebels, well, now that's a slave revolt. So if you connect the dots and you say, wait a minute, slave revolts, these Indian wars, the Seminole Wars, these are all overlapping. Oh, there was a lot going on leading up to the Civil War, right? But guys, again, my client's ancestor is Governor Troup. Governor Troup is the cousin of William McIntosh. Now let's connect the dots, shall we? Hey, cousin Willie, you know your mama Indian. You know you got clout with the tribe. Go sign that treaty. Give up 23 million acres of your tribe's land, and we gonna hook you up with a bunch of acreage of your own and a bunch of slaves and a bunch of wealth. Oh, you're worried about the tribe taking you out for signing away their land? Don't worry about it, cousin Willie. My Georgia militia will protect you. Guess what, guys? Governor Troup, although he told his cousin William McIntosh that he would be protected, he didn't really protect his cousin, because members of my tribe went out there to William McIntosh's plantation, burned it down, and took him out. So, guys, you're seeing the conspiracy get unraveled. The governor of Virginia during Indian removal is the cousin of the Indian chief, the half-breed Scottish Indian chief that signed away all the Creek land and led to the Trail of Tears. William McIntosh is half Scottish, half indigenous. I told y'all that's how the Scots get down. George Troup is full Scottish, full European, but the Indians that he enslaves and has on his plantation, he's intermixing with them. And watch how deep the rabbit hole goes. I'm going to share some documents on this man. You're going to see some very telling things here. Check this out. Check this out. George Troup, Governor Troup. Let me pull up this email. When I sent my client their genealogy result recap via email, I attached some documents. I'm not going to share with you guys anything that's confidential, of course, but there are some things that are public information that I'll go ahead and share. Check this out. The rabbit hole is going to get real deep tonight, y'all. It's going to get real deep. Here we go. And again, guys, I'm telling you, the Troop and the McIntosh families have a centuries-old history in the Americas of intermarrying and interbreeding with indigenous women to consolidate power. That's a practice that's rooted in Scottish heritage. Those Scottish traders in the Southeast built influence by marrying into native communities. So when we see Governor Troop's readiness to interbreed with his enslaved population, that's just a further blending of European and native bloodlines. Let's talk about it. All right. So which is the first document? Oh, yeah. This should be a good one. All right, so I'm just going to start with a little background. And these are some documents I was able to source for my client. Let me blow this up a little bit. How do I zoom in? Here we go. Here we go. So this little background on old George. George Michael Troop, born September 8th, 1780, passed April 26, 1856. He was an American politician from the U.S. state of Georgia. And guys, remember, he passes 1856. In his lifetime, he's removing the Indians. He's in political power during Indian removal. He's threatening a civil war against the federal government. And what happens not long after he passes? There's a civil war, right? Come on. These are the roots of that civil war. He served in the Georgia General Assembly, the U.S. House of Representatives, and Senate before becoming the 32nd governor of Georgia for 2 terms and then returning to the Senate. He was a believer, guys. Here's the buzzwords. Here's the keywords, right, guys? He was a believer in expansionist manifest destiny. Expansionist manifest destiny. What is expansionist manifest destiny? That's a rosy way of saying stealing Indian land, enslaving and displacing Indians. It's manifest destiny. Doesn't that sound a lot more regal, a lot more pure, a lot more? It's manifest destiny. You mean going to war with Indians because you want their land? What? It's expansionism. You mean colonization? Huh? Come on. Troop was born to plantation owners and supported slavery throughout his career. Supporter of Indian removal. And check out some of these documents that I was able to source for my client. Check this out. Check this out. After signing the 1825 treaty, come on, y'all. Come on. And is Art still here? Let me know if Art is still here. Art, I promise we're going to get back to finishing your TikTok. But as soon as I seen McIntosh, I got triggered, okay? And it looked like where we were going, where some of your ancestors were maybe inherited by the descendants of General McIntosh as slaves or something. I mean, we're going to break it all the way down. We're going to break it all the way down. But let's do a little bit of reading. Reading is oh so fundamental at the end of the day, ain't it?
Butterfly in the sky. I can go twice as high. Take a look. It's in a book. It's in a reading rainbow. I can go anywhere. Friends to know, and ways to grow. A reading rainbow. I can be anything. Take a look. It's in a book. It's in a reading rainbow.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get into some tea. We're gonna clock some tea. But since I don't have no tea on hand, I'm gonna munch on some grapes. Let me see what you guys are talking about. Kendall says, I need help finding out more about my folks. Well, hey, brother, if you need assistance, go to nativeblack.ancestry.com. You can book a one-on-one genealogy consultation with me. And you know what? Before we read these documents, why don't I show you guys exactly how to go ahead and do that? The website is nativeblack.ancestry.com. I've got tons of historical resources available through the site. And if you scroll down to this section, you have the ability to pick a day and time to schedule a one-on-one with me. And you can become a part of a growing community of folks that are doing the legwork and getting in touch with their indigeneity.
Hi, my name is Frances Tuck, and I contacted Mike from Mike TV on YouTube because I wanted to find out about my family's Native American history that I believed existed. Through the research that I was able to do through Mike TV, I was able to find out that our name is indeed on the registry. I had a consultation with Mike today, and because of his advice and the research that he has done, I am now confident that I'm able to find my family's roots in the Native American History database. Thank you, Mike.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. Make sure to check out nativeblack.ancestry.com. But without further ado, let's do some reading, okay? Let's do some reading. It says, after signing the 1825 treaty, McIntosh wrote to Governor George M. Troup, his cousin. Remember, guys, the half-breed Scottish sellout that gave away my tribe's land, forced us to walk the Trail of Tears. He's the cousin of the governor of Georgia. Just knowing that information connects so many puzzle pieces, right, guys? Just knowing that bit, you're like, oh, okay. I see what's going on. After signing the 1825 treaty, McIntosh wrote to Governor George M. Troup, his cousin, requesting that he use his influence with the commissioners to secure $2,000 as an incentive for a quicker evacuation of the Georgia lands. Basically, hey, can you give me $2,000 that I can give as some hush money to some members of my tribe so they'll agree to leave the Georgia lands? Come on. Shout out to Jay. Jay says they tried to immortalize themselves with falsehood. Facts, bro, host, you know your shit. Hey, let's talk about it, brother. This is real life. This ain't a hobby. Troup agreed, and the money was granted. Sometime later, McIntosh asked Troup to place a notice in the newspapers informing prospective buyers that they must enroll at McIntosh's home in order to purchase Indian property and improvements. So the governor of Georgia, Troup, got his half Scottish, half Indian cousin to sign away Indian land, convince the Indians to leave for like $2,000, get them on board to leave, right? And then his cousin McIntosh is like, hey, make sure your white folks know that when it comes time to them buy some Indian land, they got to come to my house to buy that Indian land. I'm the middleman. I'm the broker. Sometime later, McIntosh asked Troup to place a notice in the newspapers informing prospective buyers that they must enroll at McIntosh's home in order to purchase Indian property and improvements. After they made their purchase, they could take up residence. Thus, McIntosh became the real estate agent for the Creeks, Georgia lands. Did you think my tribe knew that this motherfucker was acting like a real estate agent, selling our land to European land speculators? We didn't have no idea. By the time we found out, it was too late. But we still put him in the dirt. Thus, McIntosh became the real estate agent for the Creeks, Georgia lands, receiving a percentage of the selling price in the deal. You see how they're backdooring our indigenous homeland? You see how they're using their Indian wives to have half-breed children that can get them a bunch of land and get them to the bag real quick. I mean, do you guys see what's going on? Can I get some fists or feathers in the chat if you're seeing what's going on? In the Georgia political arena, the annexation of Creek lands was a major issue, one in which McIntosh also played a starring role because of family connections and his own quest for power. From 1822 until 1827, George M. Troup, a college-educated seaboard planter and attorney, was the governor of Virginia. Through his mother, Catherine McIntosh, Troup and William McIntosh were first cousins. Troup was a member of William Harris Crawford's political machine. The Crawfordites' antagonist in Georgia politics was John Clark, who twice defeated Troup in the gubernatorial race. That was a tongue twister, y'all. I ain't never read that word before in my life. Gubernatorial. Hey, I'm a pretty good reader, but that one threw me for a loop. Okay, cut me some slack. So John Clark defeated Troup in the gubernatorial race. On the third try, Troup won by an extremely narrow margin. Both parties wanted the creeks removed, and both wanted credit for the removal. Troup was so determined to annex Creek lands in Georgia that he bypassed the federal government and the Creek Indian agent and dealt directly with the Creeks. After McIntosh signed the 1825 treaty, Troup guaranteed him protection even if Georgia militia had to get involved. In fact, the Georgia militia never rushed to his aid. Colonel William Hambly, in an affidavit, said McIntosh might have escaped execution had he not been lulled by Troup's false promise of protection. Damn. Your white cousin was supposed to send some goons to help you out, but he left you out hanging, huh? He left you high and dry. You thought your white cousin had your back. White cousin, I'm selling you all my tribe's land. White cousin, we get into the bag. White cousin, I'm giving you all the Indian land. You were supposed to send the militia to help me. White cousin, they outside my house. White cousin, they send fire to my plantation. White cousin. Hey. To make his profitable ventures in the Creek Nation seem outwardly legitimate, McIntosh had to control the Creek agent. David Mitchell was McIntosh's willing partner with greedy schemes of his own. By throwing Governor George Troup a land cession here and there, McIntosh and his supporters received a guarantee of military protection and a political mouthpiece to counter John Cromwell's attempts to usurp McIntosh's control of the Creek Nation. Guys, what does this say? They were throwing Governor George Troup a land cession here or there. George Troup was not only the governor of Georgia, he was the largest plantation owner in Georgia. How did he get this Indian land to convert into plantations? Because his half Indian, half breed cousin gave him the Indian land. Where did these slaves that worked the land came from? The neighboring tribes. George Troup didn't import no motherfucking African slaves from no Africa. The African slaves, importing African slaves was outlawed in America by 1808. Are you connecting the dots now? So when we see George Troup is not only the governor, he's the largest plantation owner. He also has slaves. All of his slaves are described as mulattoes. He treats his slaves very well. Lots of the slaves are his blood family. Guys, I got to ask you a simple question. What benefit does a European have having babies with an African slave? Can anybody list a single benefit that an elitist European would have? What would they gain from having a baby with an African slave? Come on, guys. I'm just wondering. Jay says, and he has a street named after him in Oklahoma. Come on. Can anybody list a single benefit to a European having a baby with an African slave? Guess what, guys? There's no benefit. There's not a single benefit. No one can list an actual factual, but there's no benefit to a European having a baby with an African slave. But guess what? Let me ask you a different question. What benefit is there of a European having babies with an indigenous slave? Wait a minute. Hold on. There's no reason we can think of. There's no way for them to benefit from having a baby with an African slave. But when we talk about having a baby with an indigenous woman, an indigenous slave, there's so many financial benefits. You get control of the tribe. You can get some of them on board with managing the plantation, operating your plantation. You can now graft yourself into that indigenous lineage and use that to get land. Whoa. So we can't list any reason for a European to have no babies with no African, but we not only see a lot of reasons, a lot of benefits for a European to have a baby with an indigenous American, but that's literally what they did. That's literally what most of the Scottish men did. That's literally how the troops and the Macintoshes got their power, got their wealth in the Americas, by intermixing with indigenous women. But let's keep reading. Let's keep reading. It is hard to conceive that James Monroe and John C. Calhoun of 1819 or 1820 humoring this extreme position of Georgia, but the state was increasingly radicalized over the issue of Indian lands, and both the president and the Secretary of War were feeling pressure from both the governor's office in Milledgeville and the Georgia delegation in Washington. From the perspective of the administration, a crisis was brewing. Calhoun attempted to defuse the situation by assuring the new governor, George M. Troup, who was even more extreme in his anti-Indian views than his rival John Clark, that it will afford the president much pleasure to adopt any measure in his power which may tend to the fulfillment of the convention with the state of Georgia with the least possible delay. Troops we're going to skip around some different pages. So for historical context, this last page, what it's talking about is how Governor Troup and the other Georgians are trying to pressure the federal government to allow the Georgians to take over all this Creek Indian land, right? But let's fast forward. This page right here, this is where one of the Cherokee leaders, when they were given a proposition to relocate to Oklahoma, they said no. Governor Troup did not like the fact that some Indians said no to the U.S. government. Look at what he has to say about this. Troup's reply was blistering. He was outraged by the Cherokees' mission to the nation's capital and the message they had put with a boldness bordering on effrontery. Basically, they was talking that shit. The Cherokees went to Washington and said, yo, Uncle Sam, we're not moving. Fuck that shit you talking about. No. And this is what the governor of Georgia had to say about that. How dare the Indians, Troup thundered, put the word no before the president of the United States. They did not have the right to use the word. And yet the words no and never were continually spoken to the people of Georgia. Come on. Let's talk about it. The people of Georgia who have endured so long and so patiently and have parted with their empire for a song. If the United States now postponed Georgia's redemption after 22 years, avowed Troup, it would be a terrible breach of faith. As for the Indians, if they persevere in this rejection, the consequences are inevitable. There were two possible outcomes in Troup's view. The federal government must assist the Georgians in their goals of expelling the Indians from the state, or the United States must undertake to resist the settlement of the country by Georgia's white settlers. Basically, governor of Georgia saying, yo, y'all about to help us get rid of these Indians, or y'all gonna fight us Georgians. You're gonna have a civil war on your hands. This is decades before the Civil War. They trying to keep the Union, they trying to keep this fragile republic together, right? They don't want to civil. No, I mean, if we gotta fight our own European brethren in Georgia, or let you guys expel some Indians, I mean, I guess we'll let you guys kick some Indians out, right? Chill, dude. I didn't know it was that serious, bro. Like, relax, right? Come on. This would mean a decision to make war upon and shed the blood of your brothers and friends. So now you see the historical context surrounding Indian removal, right? They'll never teach you this in school. The US government was really pressured by the Georgians. The Georgians threatened civil war. The Georgians threatened that they would have to make war upon and shed the blood of your brothers and friends if you don't let us kick out these Indians. We already intermarried with them, and we got some half-breeds signing some documents giving us the land. Just be cool, Uncle Sam. Let us get this land. Chill, or else you're going to have to fight us. Come on. The Indians were in danger if they stayed, but even if they were not, Troop emphasized the white citizens of Georgia would never accept them. They would forever remain in an ambiguous class between whites and enslaved blacks. He added, quote, I can only say generally that amongst men best informed on Cherokee affairs, the minds of the majority of the Cherokee Nation are well prepared to receive your proposition for removal. Troop's letter was a piece of astonishing effrontery. Neither Monroe nor Calhoun had proposed or even discussed removing the Indians from Georgia. What Calhoun had mentioned to Troop was Monroe's eagerness to adopt any measure in his power to expedite the fulfillment of the 1802 Compact, since the compact specifically called for the Indians to be removed from Georgia peacefully and on reasonable terms. The two were not the same thing as far as the administration was concerned. But by the making the Indians' removal a centerpiece, hold on, let's fast forward, of fulfilling the compact, and by doing so, after offering a stark choice between the Indians' annihilation or bloodshed between whites on whites. Now, do you guys see what was going on? The Georgia governor twisted the arm of the U.S. government and said, hey, we either annihilate the Indians together, or we're going to have some white-on-white violence up in this bitch. You don't want no white-on-white violence up in this hole. You don't want to get down like that. Let's fight the Indians. Let's not fight each other. Come on, they ain't never going to teach you this in school. Troops successfully maneuvered to place the burden of decision and action squarely on the shoulders of the president. Monroe attempted to placate the executive of Georgia and get Congress on his side at the same time. In a special message of March 30th, 1824, the president assured Congress and the public that the administration was not at all hostile to the wishes of Georgia. So the president comes out and he's like, yo, be cool. We rocking with y'all Georgians. We don't want to be hostile. It's Gucci. We don't want no smoke. We're brothers. We're happy and we're singing and we're going to kick out the colors. Give me a high five. Like, right? Come on. The administration was not at all hostile to the wishes of Georgia. Indeed, the United States took the obligation to fulfill the compact very seriously, as evidenced by the time and treasure expended in securing land cessions for the state. But Monroe also conceded that the wish of the Cherokees to remain sovereign within the limits of the state was theoretically a violation of the Federalist system under the Constitution. Therefore, the Indians, reasoned Monroe, should remove. The question was when and how. For now, however, the Indians legally held title to their lands within the state. They were free agents. The terms of the compact did not change that fundamental fact. In response to the ominous hints emanating from Georgia, Monroe was clear. Any attempt to remove them by force would, in my opinion, be unjust. So the president is getting strong armed into Indian removal. The president's finally like, okay, we don't want this white on white violence. We don't need no white on white bloodshed. We'll agree to remove them, but do not remove them by force. That's fucked up. Don't remove. It's unjust to remove them by force. That's not right. Don't do that. While it would eventually fulfill the terms of the compact in full, the United States was under no obligation to commit any breach of rights or humanity in regards to the Indians. Repugnant to the judgment and revolting to the feelings of the whole American people. Guys, in layman terms, what it's saying is even though we are going to kick them out of their homeland in the Southeast, we don't have to be inhumane. We don't care that the rest of the white American population is like, fuck the Indians, let's take out the Indians. No, like we don't have to be like, we should still treat them justly. We don't have to enact violence on them. Georgia's reaction to Monroe's message on March 30th was unanimously negative. Governor Troup claimed that his state has only asked of the United States to do for her what she has done for herself: acquire Indian lands whensoever and wheresoever she wanted them. Sounds about white, don't it? President Monroe's like, yo, like, okay, y'all can get rid of the Indians, but don't do it by force. That's fucked up. Governor Troup's like, yo, we have every right to get Indian land the same way you got Indian land, by any means necessary. That's how Washington got founded. That's how Pennsylvania got founded. That's how Virginia got founded. Troup is saying, hey, y'all some hypocrites. We can get this Indian land by any means, just like y'all got that Indian land by any means. I ain't saying he's wrong. I ain't saying he's right. Governor Troup claims that his state has only asked of the United States to do for her what she has done for herself: acquire Indian lands whensoever and wheresoever she wanted them. The fact that the president murmurs of removal being couched in terms of Indian welfare and not in terms of a contractual obligation to the citizens of Georgia was insulting. Governor Troup said, the fact y'all even talk about these engines having feelings is insulting to me. How dare you even speak of these savages having feelings? Hey, this is the mindset of the governor of Georgia. The Georgians, Monroe was sincere when he spoke of the precarious position of the southeastern tribes. Part of the reason for his precariousness was the limited ability of the federal government to protect them. George Troup had threatened frontier warfare if the United States did not remove the Creeks and Cherokees from the borders of his state, and no one doubted that he meant it. If the Georgia militia decided to forcibly remove the Indians of its own accord, there was little the United States Army could do to prevent it in a way that would not cost many lives. Monroe was also sincere when he asserted that the removal of the tribes could be accomplished on conditions which shall be satisfactory to themselves and honorable to the United States. But this sincerity came at the cost of disregarding the statements of the Indians themselves, who had in no uncertain terms refused all offers of immigration and stated their unwillingness to entertain future cessions of their land. It was literally inconceivable to Monroe that the Indians would not come around to the point of view of the United States and agree that, unpalpable as immigration may be, removal was in their own best interest for both the near future and the long term. Come on. Let's talk about it. Troop was not a patient man, and to his mind, he had no reason to be. Elected in Georgia's first popular gubernatorial election in 1823, he carried a mandate which he fully intended to put into effect. In his inaugural address, he had alluded to his intention of removing the Indians from Georgia for the benefit of white settlers. Land not properly used was land wasted. Guys, you know that it's like a misconception that the white settlers like went into the southeast and chopped down trees and paved roads and created plantations. These houses were already built. These plantations were already built. We already farmed. We were agriculturalists. We farmed tobacco. We farmed corn. We farmed cotton. The only difference is they kicked us off of our farms and they moved into them. And they turned our farms into plantations. What's the difference between a farm and a plantation? Well, a farm, you're just going to harvest and cultivate what you and your family need to survive. A plantation, you're going to mechanize and monetize and get everything you can out of every square acre parcel of land you can so that you can have a surplus and export it to make a profit. You do realize that when we talk about the Indian removal, when we talk about the Trail of Tears, not all Indians walk the Trail of Tears. Some didn't have that choice. Some were captured, turned prisoners of war, forced onto their own indigenous land that's now been turned into a concentration camp, that's now been turned into a plantation, and now they're forced to work on their own land for free for these white foreigners. That's what slavery was. That's how the slaves knew how to plant and how to harvest and all the local remedies and how to survive in the swamp. And oh, you sick, you need this herb and you need this remedy and you need this pepper. How does an African gain that knowledge? How you gonna get an African from the other side of the world and they know the lay of the land and how to plant and cultivate all of these indigenous crops of the Americas? That's not happening. But wait a minute, all these plantations are located on previous Indian land. And these Indians were remarked as being dark-skinned. So you're telling me it's really so far-fetched to say that they didn't just relocate all of the Indians and they captured some of them and enslaved them? They captured some of them and mixed in with their families. I mean, guys, let's get into the family ties, right? Let's get into the family ties. Check this out. I told you that I had a genealogy client of mine who's a lineal descendant of this Georgia governor, right? Let me show you where her lineage comes into play. Where's this email I'm looking for? Here we go. Check this out. Again, no benefit to having a baby with an African slave. But an indigenous, ooh boy, an indigenous one. Oh Lord, let's talk about it. An indigenous one? Mm-hmm. All right, so the document that I'm looking for, actually, you know what? I guess it was actually tied to, oh yeah, my bad. It was a part of that same PDF we were already looking at. We just had to keep scrolling down. Check this out. Check this out. And actually, I'm going to read one more page of this just to drive the point home. And remember, George Troop, Georgia governor, is cousin of William McIntosh. It says here, a New England religious periodical commented on the intemperate and strange sentiments emanating from Georgia's governor and legislator. An Augusta newspaper, one of the few in Georgia willing to stand up to Troop, flatly asserted that McIntosh had been executed legally by the Creeks, and echoed Jackson's belief that no white men seemed to have been the objects of their vengeance. Even former Governor John Clark, who loathed the Indians and would not have wept in the event of their extinction, thought Georgia was powerless to move onto Creek lands until September 1st, 1826. Let's talk about it. The concept of assimilation, thanks to James Monroe, was officially defunct. No longer would the government spend time and treasure in efforts to incorporate the Indians into white society. Far worse for those Indians who had for years been living in houses, cultivating cotton and corn, owning and trading black slaves, and participating in the international economy. In short, living exactly as white Southerners lived. Let's pause right there. When you guys talk about, well, hey, why would the Indians sign these treaties where they gave away all their land? Well, you now realize that these were half-breeds raised by Scottish daddies and Indian mothers who had limited influence on them, right? Well, some of you guys hear people trying to be contrarian, some people trying to deter you from getting in touch with your indigeneity, because they'll say things like, what you mean your ancestor was indigenous? Don't you know the Indians had black folks as slaves? Oh, your ancestor was a slave of the Indians? Da, 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 da. Well, guys, who were the members of my tribe that were owning slaves? The half Scottish mixed breed sellout motherfuckers. That's who. Not every member of my tribe owned slaves. My tribe even had a whole civil war over slavery. My tribe was split. You had the Upper Creeks, you had the Lower Creeks. The Upper Creeks were against slavery. They were not rocking with it. They would flee. They would free slaves. They would raid plantations. The Lower Creeks, they were the half-breed Scottish ones, and they owned plantations, and they lived just like white people, and they signed those treaties. So when y'all hear people saying, oh, but the Indians had black folks as slaves, guess how you can just kill all that shit off rip? You know how you can just end all that? Simply ask that person, what tribe are you talking about? Oh, don't you know the Indians have black folks as slaves and the freedmen this and the freedmen that? What tribe are you talking about? They won't be able to name a tribe. And if they did name a tribe, let's say they use my tribe as an example. They said the Creek had black folks as slaves. So you're telling me every single Creek Indian had a black slave? Are you telling me certain elites had slaves? And if these certain elites had slaves, have you actually looked into the genealogy of those elites? Because if you did, you'll find that they were half Scottish, raised by Scottish colonizers. You see why historical context is so important. Come on. Come on. Let's talk about it. The widespread anxiety in Congress about the possibility of martial conflict between Georgia and the United States proved to be well-founded. Upon receiving James Barbour's letter of January 29, which relayed the president's determination to employ, if necessary, all means under his control to maintain the faith of the nation by carrying the treaty into effect, Governor Troop responded in the most extraordinary manner possible. He threatened civil war. This is why you watch Mike TV. This is why you tune in and you subscribe and you like and you follow and all that. Because put a fist or put a feather in the chat if this is your first time learning that the Indians were removed not because of the federal government, not because of the U.S. government on a national level, but because a Georgia governor who's a plantation owner and cousin of a local Indian, because he is threatening to use the Georgia militia to cause civil war. If it wasn't for him threatening civil war, Indian removal would have went a whole lot different. And you know what's so crazy about this? Governor Troup dies in like 1856, years before Civil War breaks out in Georgia. I guess it was inevitable, huh? I guess it was inevitable. Shout out to everybody putting the fists and the feathers in the chat. Y'all learned something new. Shout out to the More You Love. They already knew about this. You must be well researched. Shout out to you. Guys, let's talk about it. He threatened civil war, declaring himself obligated to give the administration's order the defiance which it merits. Troup declared, "You will distinctly understand, therefore, that I feel it to be my duty to resist to the utmost any military attack which the government of the United States shall think proper to make on the territory, the people, or the sovereignty of Georgia, and all the measures necessary to the performance of this duty, according to our limited means, are in progress. From the first decisive act of hostility, you will be considered and treated as a public enemy, and with the less repugnance, because you yourselves are the invaders, and what is more, the unblushing allies of the savages whose cause you have adopted." Damn. Damn. So if you're the US government, if you're the president of the United States, and you trying to manage a whole nation that's being formed, and you got these folks in Georgia crashing out, talking about we removing Indians, we doing whatever we want to the Indians, and if you do something, if you say something, it's civil war, it's white on white crime, it's brother against brother bloodshed. I mean, do you see why the president was like, damn, all right, I guess, shit. All right. Come on. The More You Love says, so do you believe the Chief McIntosh signed the treaty to save the people? Absolutely not. He signed the treaty for financial gain. You must be new to the broadcast. I was literally reading documents where he was giving away Creek land, having European settlers come to his house to sign away Creek land to the white settlers, and he was getting a percentage of it. He was acting like a real estate broker. He was in it for financial gain. He was told, he knew that if he signed away the land, the tribe was going to kill him. He knew this. So he told his cousin, the governor of Georgia, George Troup, to have the Georgia militia protect him. His cousin, George Troup, said, yeah, we got you. The militia got your back. But he lied. The militia didn't really protect him. And members of my tribe went there and assassinated him. So no, he was not trying to save the tribe. Oh, yes, he's saving the tribe by giving away 23 million acres of land and earning a bunch of land and slaves and plantations for himself and his immediate family. Yeah, that's saving the tribe. Oh, Lord, don't make me get petty tonight. I got to look at your profile. Are you a European woman? Asking a question like that, I'll be, hey, I'm just, hey. It's been a long night, okay? I don't mean no disrespect. It's a little bit of a European-esque question to ask, okay? The caucasity. No. He did not think that he was saving the tribe by signing away millions of acres to his rich plantation slave-owning cousin. No. He didn't. He knew exactly what he was doing. His Scottish daddy taught him how to do this. He sat him down. He raised him. He said, look, for centuries, we've been in the Americas, and other Europeans have died off, have had famine, their colonies collapsed, but we have thrived because we've mixed in and picked strategic intermarriages with indigenous communities. I mean, come on. He was raised by his Scottish daddy. His Scottish daddy gave him the game. No, he didn't think he was saving the... No. Shout out to Kendall. Kendall says she wasn't here for that info. Okay, I feel it. The More You Love says his white tea descendants claim it was a matter of saving the people. That's why I questioned if you were a white tea person, because that's a white tea ass talking point. Of course, his white tea descendants would say he was saving the people. Of course, if your ancestor was the biggest traitor of your tribe's history, of course, the only deflection you can come up with is like, maybe he thought he was safe. Maybe he thought he was helping. But it's only people like me who are going to read through all these documents and show you what his intentions were straight up, straight from the horse's mouth. Come on. But now this is how my clients' family tree intersects, because they are a lineal descendant of the troop line. Check this out. Check this out. So this is Inside View of Slavery, or a tour among the planters. This is somebody going to one of Governor Troop's plantations, and they're going to be talking about the slaves there, interacting with some of the slaves there, and these slaves are indigenous from the Creek tribe, from the Yamasi tribe. They are captured. They are forced onto the plantation as slaves. Some of them intermix with the Troop family. Some of them form allegiance to the Troop family. But either way, I'm giving you some historical context on the document we're about to read. 1855, Inside View of Slavery. About 2:00 p.m., I arrived at the governor's house and found him eating his dinner in a log house. Having some business with him, I was cordially invited to sit with him at his dinner table. In addition to cornbread and bacon, he had some dry shipbread and corned beef. But instead of coffee, he had spirits of all kinds, of which he urged me to partake, on his assurance that they were good. But when I gave in excuse my custom and my feeble health, he ordered some coffee for me. He apologized for the absence of flour bread. He said the freshet had continued so long that he had been unable to get in flour over the creeks and rivers. The upper part of a pig's head, the minister's face, was on the table. The ears had not been cut off previously to baking, and they were so very long and stood up so straight and wore a mark so singular that I was probably eyeing it too sharply to seem respectful, when the old gentleman remarked facetiously, "You see, I am an honest man, sir, for that is my own mark in the pig's ear." The governor, like most of the large slaveholders, had been unfortunate in his sons. He owned, as I had been informed, about 1,000 slaves on different plantations. Now, guys, let's pause right there. What do you think is more plausible, that he imported 1,000 people from Africa, or that these 1,000 slaves were taken from neighboring tribes that he and his cousin were displacing? He had a large number on a plantation 20 miles below, which I had visited. His brother, Colonel Troop, was, as I was told, the overseer on this plantation for several years. He led a dissipated life and found an early grave. I was told that he confessed to a minister a few days prior to his death that he had terrible remorse of conscience and the reflection that many of his own children would be left as his brother's slaves. This is where my genealogy client's ancestry comes into play. My client's ancestors were indigenous and enslaved by the Troop family and forcibly admixed with the Troop family. Colonel Troop is fucking on his Indian slaves. And he's got some remorse because, damn, I got all these bastard children with these Indians. And when I pass away, they're going to be slaves of my brother. That's what he's telling a minister on his deathbed. Terrible remorse of conscience and the reflection that many of his own children would be left as his brother's slaves. Governor Troop's eldest son succeeded his brother as the manager of the lower plantation, where he lived a few years in dissipation and died from his effects. His youngest and now only son was sent to take the place of the first, and he followed in his footsteps. After being wrecked both in morals and mind, he was sent, as I heard, to the insane hospital. And I suppose he was there at the time of my visit. Guys, ain't that some juju? Tell me we wasn't doing no root work on that plantation. Tell me you don't read between the lines. All the Troop men who were overseers passed away prematurely, huh? You don't say. The youngest son, who takes over the plantation as the overseer, goes crazy and is sent to a mental asylum. Tell me that ain't some root work. Come on. If the sons of his excellency were as fine looking as any one of the bright boys I saw about his house, he surely had good reason to lament their untimely end. Damn, let's pause right there. Y'all don't understand what he just said, so I'm gonna break it down for you. He's saying, this dude that's visiting the governor's plantation, he's saying that if the governor's sons that pass away prematurely, if those sons that pass away were as fine looking, as handsome as the bright boys at his house, then the governor should be upset about his sons passing. Who are the bright boys at his house? Those are the indigenous slaves, reclassified as mulatto. This white dude who's visiting the governor's house on some no homo, pause, no diddy shit is saying these bright boys is so fine looking. Ooh, they so fine that if the governor's children look like that, then the governor would actually have a reason to be upset about his children passing away prematurely. This is some crazy work. Yes, indeed. They say, I saw no young man on that river who appeared so intellectual and so highly endowed with natural qualities as some of the mulatto servants in Governor Troop's family. They say in the most good looking, the most intellectual, the ones with the most natural qualities are these mulatto servants. Guys, you may have a misconception that mulatto means half African, half European. No, oftentimes full-blooded Indians were reclassified as mulatto, or a mulatto was someone who was mixed with European and mixed indigenous. Just like these slaves on the plantation who were indigenous mixed with the Troop family. And they say these are the finest, most intellectual folks in the area. They seemed devoted to his happiness, but I ascertained that they fully appreciated their liability to a worse fate after his death. Basically, he's saying, yo, they got a lot of love for Governor Troop, but I think they got a lot of love for him because they know that they're being treated pretty good on this plantation. And when the governor passes, they're going to get sold to some other plantation where they're probably going to have a much worse quality of living. As he was far advanced in years, and his only heirs were two maiden daughters who would not be likely to keep the slaves together long after they should be left upon their hands. Two of the whitest boys, he's still talking about these mulatto slaves, but they so light-skinned, they so high yellow, they call them the whitest boys. Two of the whitest boys walked at my side as I rode to the gate, about 50 rods from the old house. And I felt so deep an interest in their welfare that I took the liberty to converse with them in relation to their situation. You have an easy life here, boys, I remarked. You are lucky to find a home so good as this. Oh, yes, master, replied one of them sadly, but we don't know how soon our master may die, and then we shall be sold away, and our lot may be much harder. Well, boys, I would not borrow trouble, but would rather be thankful for so many blessings. You fare so much better than the slaves generally do that you ought to be happy. I know that, master, replied one of them, but still we cannot help thinking what we may have to suffer by and by. Well, be good, boys. Don't drink whiskey. Take good care of your old master. Always do right, and you will be sure to fare the better for it. Good evening. Goodbye, master. Goodbye. Oh, how my heart beat for these noble boys. How I longed to speak to them of the blessings of freedom. What multitudes, alas, of those noble Douglases, Bibbs, Clarks, and Wards there are in the South, sons of governors, judges, and statesmen, dragging out their weary lives in bondage. If some of the best blood in Virginia flows in the veins of the slaves, it is not less true of the other slave states. Interesting. Very, very interesting to say the least. So again, let's tie this all the way around. Let's come full circle with it. We had a beautiful sister in the chat She has a TikTok page. We were reacting to one of her TikTok videos. In one of her TikTok videos, they mention a document that has her ancestors being sold or transferred as property to the McIntoshes. Well, I say, wait a minute. I just did the genealogy of a client who's related to Governor George Troup, governor of Georgia, and Governor George Troup was the cousin of William McIntosh, and they colluded hand in hand to dispossess indigenous people, convert their lands to plantations, and enslave them. You see how we got to connect so many threads? Imagine how much work this, imagine how many hours of research it took me to not only grasp that knowledge, but be able to, off the top of the head, just give it to you like that in a way that you can easily digest. I mean, let's talk about it. But let's get back to this sister's video, and I'm gonna start it from the
Woo! Okay, so today I'm going to tell you about my grandmother and how she was on the Trail of Tears. And there is a huge twist at the end, you guys. So basically, I have multiple family members that were on the Trail of Tears. This is just Betsy's story. So for a little context, the government had enacted this act called the Indian Removal Act. And they were basically telling all the natives from Southeastern America that they had to go over to America's asshole, Oklahoma, which is where I am from. So just for a little bit of context, that is me, Brittany, and that is my daddy, Timmy. That is my grandmother, Sandra. There's Sydney, there's Imogene, and that's her mother. So there's Willie. So we're somewhere up here at the top. But when you really put it in context, like I know most of the people on this list. Like Betsy's not that far. You know, you ask your grandparents for pictures and photos, and if your grandparents are like my grandparents, you ain't ever getting them pictures. Like, let's just be real. But I'm working on my grandma right now. I'm like, Grandma, I need these pictures because she has pictures of all these people and I want to see them. At this time during the Trail of Tears, Betsy is basically living in Georgia with this chief and his wife and his family.
You that have never spent a lot of time talking to Chief John. I do talk to him occasionally when I visit historical sites. I wanted you to kind of have an idea of what he looked like as a young man, and this is Chief John toward the end of his rule.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. What did I tell you guys earlier? Didn't I tell you that all of the chiefs that signed away tribal land in the Southeast were mixed breeds, Scottish daddies? Guys, I ain't gonna front. I haven't researched John Ross, Chief John Ross. I don't know if is that a chief of my tribe, a chief of a different tribe. Let's Google Chief John Ross and let's see what his heritage is. Chief John Ross family heritage. Chief John Ross was of mixed Cherokee and Scottish heritage. I'm undefeated. Are you listening to what I'm telling you? Did I not tell you this ahead of time? Did I not warn you that whenever you hear about an Indian chief, an Indian signing away a treaty, signing away land, they are a mixed breed with a Scottish daddy? This is my first time Googling Chief John Ross, but I knew it. If you're a white man and you're a chief of a tribe, you got a Scottish daddy and an Indian mama. Shout out to the Black Mamba. The Black Mamba says, that's my ancestor. He says, you're not lying. That's my 6th great-great-grand uncle. Exactly. This is a family affair. The ancestors are in the algorithm. So many times I do these live streams and people come in my chat and be like, yo, you talking about my grandfather? Yo, you talking about, hey, and you're right. Like, come on. Come on. Half breeds. We're signing away the land. Chief John Ross. Now let's see if Chief John Ross is related to this sister who we're reacting
and his
to.
Wife and his family.
You that have never spent a lot of time talking to Chief John. I do talk to him occasionally when I visit historical sites. I wanted you to kind of have an idea of what he looked like as a young man, and this is Chief John toward the end of his rule. Chief John Ross was born here in the Hamilton County area in the 1790s. He was the son of a Cherokee mother and a Scottish father.
And she's living there, and this chief is like really going through it right now. Like he's conversing with the government, he's sending letters back and forth, he's going up there to try to negotiate not having his people removed or what they can do. He's like really going with it right now. And he basically owned Betsy and a number of other slaves. And basically, I think that he got rid of her for financial reasons and also this like crazy twist I'm about to tell you. So,
why do I have a feeling he impregnates his slave Betsy, and that's how this lady's genealogy gets weaved into it?
he's like, look, I can't hold on to these slaves right now. Like, we're gonna have to get up and leave soon. I have like a whole tribe of people I have to move from Southeastern America to Oklahoma. Could you imagine like your whole block or your whole town having to like leave? Like, I'm just talking about this piece of the Trail of Tears. I'm not talking about the whole thing right now. So basically, he's like, look, he and Kendall converse. This is Kendall. Kendall is attached to the McIntoshes, who own Betsy first.
Ah, so here we go. So first, Betsy was a slave of the McIntoshes. Then she's a slave of this chief, Ross.
Before John Ross did. Kendall is a thing in and of himself. Kendall is basically a white man that married into the Creek Nation. This is his wife here. Kendall is like, look, I will come down there and I will go backwards through the Trail of Tears to go get some slaves. Like, can you imagine this, man? So, like, quick cut. I just want to mention that we know that this is Betsy because I have plenty of documentation of her with my grandpa. I'm getting ready to go run. I got plenty of documentation of her with my grandpa. I got plenty of documentation with her with the grandchildren. This is not a mistake. Like, her mom has, documentation with her. Like, this is not a mistake, you guys. This is not the wrong Betsy. I got paperwork up the ass. I don't know why this story is so well documented. Most Black people can't tell you shit about their families. I don't know why this is so well documented. The U.S. government in these creeks, they was documenting some stuff like a mug. So I am grateful for that. I'm about to go run. All right, so that was part 1 of my story and Betsy on the Trail of Tears. And tune in for part 2. That will be coming very, very soon, you guys. I am an artist. I do draw like 10 hours.
And guys, this is something that you also don't understand. You didn't just have white folks marrying into the tribe. You didn't just have white folks paying their way onto the tribal rolls, hence the term $5 Indian. Guys, let's pause right there for a moment. Let me get a 1 in the chat if you've ever heard the term $5 Indian. 1 in the chat if you've ever heard the term $5 Indian. I'm sure most of us have heard it, right? $5 Indian, right? It's such a pop culture thing, right? We've all heard of $5 Indian, right? But have you ever stopped to think about it? How did these white folks get to pay to become an Indian? How did the white folks get to pay to be an Indian? Well, guys, you probably have a misconception. Let me get a 0 in the chat if you think that when you hear about things like tribal roles or dolls roles. Put a 0 in the chat if you currently think, or if you thought at one point that this was just like a tribe keeping count of its tribal members, right? Like, I got a tribe, I'm going to like tally up who's officially a part of my tribe and document it. That's it, right? That's what a tribal role is. That's what a doll's roles is, right? Just us keeping track of who's a part of a tribe. I'm seeing some 0s in the chat. See, that's a common misconception. What most people don't know, first and foremost, the Dawes role was created by a white man named Henry Dawes. He was a senator from Massachusetts. He chose who got to be an Indian and who's not an Indian. These tribes didn't have no say like that. Henry Dawes creates the Dawes Commission, and they send a bunch of European agents to go out there and interview people and talk to people, and they get to decide, okay, you're an Indian. Okay, you're not an Indian. No, we're going to classify you as freedman. Oh, you say you're not a freedman? You say you're really Indian? Nah, fuck that. You're a freedman. A white dude? Yeah, $5? Yeah, you're on the roll as by blood. Yeah. Guys, Europeans were in charge of these tribal roles. Shout out to Mr. Smith, says this is new information to me. Yeah, new information to most people. The federal government created these roles. So if you've ever heard the term $5 Indian, you probably thought, well, why didn't these tribes stop people from paying to get a part of the white folks were in charge of the roles, so they could just tell their buddy, yo, slide me $160. Because $5 back then in today's currency is $160. So slide me $160 and you can get on this Indian roll and you get some land allotments and some tribal benefits. Right? Let's connect the dots, y'all. Let's connect the dots. Not only could you intermarry into the tribe as a white person, not only could you pay to be a part of the tribe, but guess what, guys? You guys really don't know about this one. I need some 5s in the chat. Put the number 5 in the chat if you didn't know that thousands of Confederate soldiers and plantation owners were adopted into indigenous tribes. No blood relation, no intermarriage. They are adopted into the tribe, and when they're adopted, they get listed as a full-blooded Indian. No Indian blood at all, but they're adopted in and get listed as full-blooded. So at the same time that the true Indians, that the black Indians are getting disenfranchised, or getting kicked out of the tribe, not getting tribal recognition. If they are getting recognition, they're getting reclassified as freedmen and getting disenfranchised. Well, at the same time, you had white folks marrying into the tribes, white folks paying to be a part of the tribes, and white folks getting adopted into the tribe. So when y'all hear motherfuckers talking about, oh, Indians having slaves, black folks are just slaves of the Indians. Maybe it was some of these white people that married into the tribe that had slaves. Maybe it was some of these white people that paid to be a part of the tribe that had slaves. Maybe it was the white plantation owners from the South who got adopted into the tribes who had slaves. What are you talking about? A plantation owner from the South could have 500 slaves. They get adopted into the tribe. Now they go to Oklahoma with all their slaves. And now y'all running around in 2025 trying to throw dirt on the tribe's name, talking about, oh, this tribe had black folks as slaves. Come on. Y'all don't understand. Y'all don't understand. The adoption of white men into native nations was not just symbolic. In some cases, the adoption process was so thorough that these men were officially recognized in tribal records as full-blood members, granting them the same rights, protections, and political status as native-born citizens. So when y'all see me roast this broad time and time again, when y'all see me roast sweet old pink belly, ginger hair Kelby Kennedy, when y'all see me roasting Kelby Kennedy day in and day out, and y'all wonder to yourself, well, how did Kelby Kennedy and her folk get to be members of the Choctaw Nation? Well, now you know her ancestors could have been plantation owners that were adopted into the tribe. Her ancestors could have been some Europeans who was trying to get to the bag, so they married into the tribe. Her ancestors could have been Europeans that paid $5 to get listed on the Dawes rolls. But guess what? They pay to get listed as a full-blooded Indian. And now their descendants are listed as Indians with Indian blood. Meanwhile, this is their phenotype. So when you look at not the plantations, when you look at the reservations and say, damn, a lot of these people on the res look like white folks. Now you know why. Because they literally descend from they literally are white folks. Yeah. Let it sink in. Let it sink in. Come on. They get in the same rights, they get in the same protections, they get in the same political status as native-born citizens. I actually got two really famous examples for you guys in the 19th century. Both were tied to the Confederate era. We got William Holland Thomas and Sam Houston. Who was William Holland Thomas? Well, he was adopted into the Eastern Cherokee. He was born in 1805 to a poor white family in North Carolina. Thomas grew up working in a trading post near the Qualla boundary. He learned the Cherokee language and culture and was formally adopted by a chief. This was a full kinship adoption, not just honorary. In the eyes of the tribe, Thomas became the chief's legal son and heir to his influence. Thomas was enrolled as a Cherokee citizen, and in tribal records, he was treated the same as a full-blooded Cherokee. This was less about genetics and more about the Cherokee legal system, where adoption made you as much as a member as if you had been born in the tribe. His whiteness did not disqualify him. The adoption erased racial distinction on paper. And as the only white man to ever serve as a Cherokee chief, Thomas commanded the Thomas Legion of Cherokee Indians and Highlanders for the Confederacy. So when you hear of indigenous tribes working for the Confederacy, working with the Confederacy, now you see it's situations like this. A white chief, a poor white boy who lives near the Cherokees, so they felt bad for him and the chief adopted him. And next thing you know, he's leading the Cherokee to war in allegiance with the Confederacy. Okay, you can't make this shit up. Sam Houston, also adopted into the Cherokee. At age 16, Houston left his white family in Tennessee and lived amongst the Cherokee in present-day Arkansas. A chief adopted him, gave him the name Kalune, the Raven, and integrated him fully into Cherokee society. Houston lived for years as a tribal member, wearing Cherokee dress, speaking the language fluently, and marrying a Cherokee woman. Houston was granted full Cherokee citizenship, a political and legal recognition, not a symbolic one. In the tribe's eyes, he was Cherokee. And if there had been a blood rule at the time, adoption could have placed him in the full blood category because the Cherokee system regarded kinship bonds over European racial categories. And Houston's political career straddled both U.S. and tribal worlds. As governor of Texas, yes, guys, white boy granted Cherokee citizenship is also governor of Texas. Read between the lines, guys. This is some real strange shit going on, huh? We got a governor of Georgia that's cousin to a half-breed chief, William McIntosh. We got this dude adopted into the Cherokee citizenship, Sam Houston. He becomes the governor of Texas. Come on. Let's talk about it. Y'all don't understand. At the same time that they're disenfranchising us, reclassifying us, separating us from our indigeneity, they letting white folks get down with the get down. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about reclassification. Now, this is something that I want you guys to be aware of. During those genealogy consultations that I provide, oftentimes I use my own family as a case study. During those one-on-one consultations, I show you how to search the Dawes rolls. I showed you how to map out your heritage, the steps to applying for tribal citizenship. And there comes a part in the consultation where I share this page of the Dawes rolls and I highlight my ancestor, Pleasant Tobler. And sometimes people ask me, they say, hey, Mike, well, Pleasant Tobler, your ancestor, he's listed as 1/2. So he's a half-breed, he's a half-blood. So like, are one of his parents European and the other one indigenous? Is one of his parents African and the other one indigenous? But like, why is his blood quantum listed as 1/2, right? Well, guess what? Both his parents were full-blooded Indians, but his daddy, Fred, was too dark. And back then, the Dawes rolls had a brown paper bag test of sorts. If you were too dark-skinned, you were classified as a freedman. And I'm not sure if you noticed this, whether you're listed as a Creek freedman or a Choctaw freedman or a Chickasaw freedman or a Cherokee freedman. Do you notice anybody classified as a freedman has a blank spot? You see these blank areas where something's missing? Anybody classified as a freedman has these blank spots. What is that category? That's the blood quantum category. They purposefully did not record the Indian blood of those they reclassified as freedmen. So when I say, hey, he's listed as a half-blood, but both his parents are full-blooded Indians, and you say, well, Mike, that doesn't make sense. If both of his parents were full-blooded Indians, why is he listed as a half-blood? Well, because his daddy was too dark-skinned, so his daddy got reclassified as a freedman, and they don't record the Indian blood of the freedman. So since they only acknowledge the Indian blood of one of his parents, now Pleasant Tobler is a half-blood. Guys, can I get a 7 in the chat? Can you type the number 7 in the chat if you had no idea that blood quantum has nothing to do with blood testing? Put a 7 in the chat if you didn't know that blood quantum doesn't have anything to do with a DNA test, with a blood test. Alisa says, wow, 7. Kamari says 7. Mr. Ant says 7. Guys, blood quantum has nothing to do with your actual blood. Blood quantum is based on what your ancestors were classified as. If you are a white person and your ancestors married into the tribe or got adopted into the tribe or paid to be a part of the tribe, but for whatever reason your ancestors are listed as full-blooded Indians, then you with your white ass are listed as a full-blooded Indian. Most people don't know that. Most people think blood quantum is like a blood test, someone's at least swabbing your mouth, something. No, it's based off of political racial reclassification. And I already shed light on the fact that the Dawes roll was created by Europeans. They decided who's an Indian, who's not, who gets placed on the by-blood roll, who gets placed on the freedman roll, right? They're the ones who forced this blood quantum requirement on the tribes. You know, the only thing in the world that goes by a blood quantum is dogs and Indians, right? Let that sink in. If you go to buy a dog, oh, is it purebred? Is it 1/16? Is it 2/4? Is it right? The only thing that goes by blood quantum is dogs and Indians. You ain't never heard a German talking about a blood quantum. You ain't never heard a Chinese person talking about a blood quantum. I'm 1/16 Chinese. I'm 2/4 Japanese. No, but they forced that on indigenous people. Why? To reclassify the tribal members, to break apart the tribe, to create a new political entity that would cosplay as the true tribe. So if you look at my tribal ID card, it says my blood quantum is 132. Well, my blood quantum would be a lot more pure than 132 if my ancestor was listed on the Dawes roll as a full-blooded Indian like he should have been. Now, I've got several ancestors listed on the Dawes rolls. I've got some of them listed as full blood. I got some of them listed as half blood. I got some of them listed as freedmen. So I'm qualified to speak about this history more than anybody you ever come across. Trust and believe. But this is what we're going to shed light on. Pleasant Tobler's daddy is reclassified as a freedman. A lot of people have a misconception that freedmen were African slaves, that freedmen were slaves of some Indians. No. Let me show you some evidence. But before we do, let me get caught up with the comment section real quick. Let me get caught up. Kamar says this is mind-blowing, so how do we prove we're Indian? That's exactly what I teach people doing. There's personalized genealogy consultations I provide. So if you need personalized guidance, definitely check out my website, nativeblackancestry.com. But guys, check this out. Let's talk about the reclassification of the freedmen. Some people think they're African slaves. No, there were full-blooded Indians, dark-skinned, reclassified throughout the centuries, and when it came time to sign up on the Dawes rolls, they get racially reclassified as freedmen. There were some black folks that were never enslaved. There were free black Indians, free people of color living in Indian territory, and when it came time to get signed up on the Dawes rolls, they get relabeled, reclassified as freedmen. I told you that Pleasant Tobler's father, Fred Tobler, was classified as freedman, right? Well, we gonna get there. Let's check out something that I learned earlier today. This is very interesting, guys. This was a real emotional, spiritual type of situation I found myself in. Let's talk about it, y'all. When you look at Pleasant Tobler, first of all, here's a little description of him. Let's read this little description. Hold on. Is there any way for me to zoom in? That's a little better. Based on information from the 1930 United States Federal Census. In 1930, Pleasant Tobler, a 27-year-old African-American man. Let's stop right there. Y'all already peeped the racial reclassification, right? Pleasant Tobler is a member of an indigenous tribe. Just like me, he's a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation. But the first thing they do is try to call him an African American. Okay. 27-year-old African American man resided in Hamilton, Okmulgee, Oklahoma. If you don't know about Okmulgee, Oklahoma, that's the capital of the Muskogee Creek Nation. That's where our reservation is. That's like the epicenter. That's ground zero. He was the head of his household, which consisted of himself and his 24-year-old wife, Addie Tobler. They lived in a rented home on a farm. Pleasant worked as a farmer on his own account, indicating that he was self-employed. Despite not attending school, Pleasant was able to read and write, and he could speak English fluently. Both his father and mother were born in Oklahoma, suggesting a local heritage. The household did not own a radio set, and it is unknown if they had access to one. Overall, Pleasant Tobler's occupation as a farmer and his self-employed status highlight his independence and resilience during a time of racial segregation and economic challenges. Let's talk about it. Come on. Let's connect some dots, y'all. Let's connect some dots. In 1930, he's living and farming in Okmulgee, Oklahoma. Let me bring up a map for you. You got to bring up a map. A lot of you guys probably aren't familiar with Oklahoma. I know I wasn't until I moved here. Let's check out Okmulgee, Oklahoma. This is where my ancestor was living in 1930, Okmulgee, Oklahoma. You know where Okmulgee, Oklahoma is a stone's throw away from? Tulsa, Oklahoma. Do you know what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma in 1921? Race riot, race massacre, Black Wall Street. My ancestor lived through Black Wall Street. Now, I'm not going to say he was actually in the town of Greensboro at the time, but God damn it, being a Black Indian in Okmulgee, that's close enough if you ask me. That's close enough if you ask me. What was it like to live through that time? Hearing rumors, yo, down the way, they destroyed this Black town. They dropped bombs from planes. They killed men, women, and children. There was a massacre. I mean, whoa. That's a bit of history that my ancestor lived through. And he's an independent farmer during the time. Interesting. Pleasant Tobler's occupation as a farmer and his self-employment status highlight his independence and resilience during a time of racial segregation and economic challenges. Well, guys, it gets deeper. Check this out now. Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. Where's the document I'm looking for? Let's go to his profile. I got it saved here. I'm looking for the death certificate. Let's see where I got it saved at. Where's that death certificate? A matter of fact, I'm connecting some dots in real time. I found some documents that Pleasant Tobler was actually incarcerated for a period of time. I'm seeing here a World War II draft card that I forgot about. I wonder if his incarceration wasn't due to not agreeing to be drafted. You guys know that's what happened to black folks at the time, right? You know, white folks, when it came time to get drafted in World War II, they had all kind of ways to get out of it. I think if you were a college student, you didn't have to go. Sometimes the rich white dudes would literally like send their sons on vacation in Canada and shit to avoid the draft. But if any of our black asses didn't want to go to Europe to fight the Nazis or whatever, they throw us in prison. Because I'm looking for the death certificate. Let me see where that death certificate went. Census record. You know what it was? I was probably on yeah, you know what? Here's the death certificate. I saved it under his father because it has his father's listed. So check this out, y'all. Check this out. This is a death certificate for Pleasant Tobler. Passed away May 20th, 1972 in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Race listed Negro. Damn. So he's a member of an indigenous tribe, classified as Negro. Hey, forget about the fact that you're Indian. I mean, you're a Negro now, don't you know? You're a Negro. And guys, on YouTube, on my StreamYard, my camera looks like it's glitching. On YouTube, do you guys see my camera glitching, or does the video feed look smooth? I know on TikTok, it looks like my video is still smooth, but give me some feedback on YouTube before we proceed. It looks like I may be glitching out on YouTube. Let me know. You know, I'm new to this whole simultaneous live streaming, right? It's only been a couple weeks now. I've been broadcasting to YouTube and TikTok at the same time. Finding my true self says glitching. Okay. Yeah, glitch. If that does anything. No, you know what? I'm going to refresh my page on StreamYard. Hold on a second. All right. And I'm still glitching a little bit, but it's not that bad, I suppose. Let me see. Let's pick up where we left off, shall we? So check this out. He's a member of the same tribe I'm a member of, the Muskogee Creek Nation, yet on his death certificate, he's reclassified as a Negro. Guys, imagine if I never knew anything about my indigenous ancestry. Imagine if I didn't have tribal citizenship. Imagine if I just came across this ancestors document and I see his death certificate says Negro and I think, okay, he's an African. All right. Passes away in Tulsa. Reclassified as Negro. Says his occupation is maintenance. He's retired. His father is Fred Tobler. Mother is Mary Adams. Let's keep reading, guys. Let's keep reading. We're going to connect some dots that I connected earlier today. For his death proceeding, it says burial, cremation, or removal. For him, it says removal. What does removal mean? It means they removed his body from Tulsa, Oklahoma, and they moved him somewhere else. Well, where did they remove him from Tulsa, Oklahoma and place him? They placed him on May 31st, the next day. I think that's the next day, right? Oh, no, about 11 days. He passes away on May 20th. On May 31st, they relocate his body to Beggs, Oklahoma. Where in Beggs, Oklahoma? to the Adams Cemetery. Guys, if you're familiar with me and the content that I produce, you know that I speak very highly, I speak very frequently about my lineal ancestor, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. He was a leader of the Creek Nation, Supreme Court Justice. He's written about in several books. He was not just a Black Indian, he was a leading figure in the political landscape of my tribe. He's listed on the Dawes Roll as a full-blooded Indian. Full blood. Blood quantum says full. Full blood. 100% full-blooded Indian. And when I see that Pleasant Tobler had his body relocated, and shout out to Finding My True Self, says that I have his cheeks and nose. I never thought about that, but I see it. I see it. Yeah, especially that nose. Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, the nose has a little sharpness to it. Cheeks too. Okay, I see it. I see it. Okay. Shout out to Grandpa. Shout out to Grandpa. I see it. So when we see that Pleasant Tobler's body was removed from Tulsa and sent to the Adams Cemetery, I say the Adams Cemetery, wait a minute. Guys, the ancestors are in the algorithm. That statement rings true, and the work that I do is evidence of that. Because I had somebody email me, and this person said, yo, Mike, here's my phone number. Reach out to me. We're related. We both have the same ancestor, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. Guys, I get a lot of trolls hitting me up. I get a lot of crazy folks hitting me up. So I was like, I ain't gonna call homeboy, but I responded to his message. I was like, hey, I'm really busy. I'm caught up on work for genealogy clients, but let me know what info you have, and I'd be happy to get back to you. Well, they responded and they gave me some names. They said, yo, I'm related to this person and that person and this person and that person. And I said, oh, this person's not crazy. They know what they're talking about. So I called them immediately. This person was surprised to get me on the phone. They said, Mike, I'm surprised you're calling me. I saw you on YouTube in the middle of the night. I was on YouTube in the middle of the night, and I saw that you had my grandfather's photo up there, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. And I heard you speak of my ancestor, and I realized that was also your ancestor. Mike, I realized we were related. So I'm speaking with this person who's a family member of mine. I don't even know. I'm speaking to them, and they let me know, yo, we actually have a family cemetery. We have family land still to this day outside of Okmulgee, Oklahoma. We've got a family cemetery where a dozen of our ancestors are buried. This is where Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo is buried. Guys, in my research, I've come across a gravesite photo of Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo's gravesite. There's a website called findmygravesite.org or something like that. I found a photo of his gravesite. Shout out to whoever snapped the photo. Because I found this photo of his gravesite, that's how I found out that my grandfather was a Freemason. Check out the Freemason logo right here on the tombstone, right? But I'm talking to this person who found me on YouTube randomly in the middle of the night. And this person says to me, Mike, I spoke to another person, part of our family, in 2004. And this person in 2004 told me that she traveled to the family cemetery. It's on an old road. It's hard to get to it. They said nowadays it's impossible to get to it. You'd have to clear a path. We don't know who owns the surrounding land. Subdivisions have been built around it, right? But this person tells me, hey, one of our other family members in 2004 went out to the gravesite, went out to the cemetery and took a video and posted it on YouTube. I said, wait a minute, good Lord, time out. Hold on. Whoa. Wait a minute. Shout out to Tim. Tim says, I was surprised to talk to him on the phone too. See, I'm a pretty accessible person. So again, through the work that I'm doing on social media, a random person in the middle of the night sees me says, wait a minute, he has my grandfather's picture on his live stream, realizes we're related, lets me know, yo, we have a whole family cemetery. We got family land to this day. Let me know that there's a YouTube video where one of our family members went out in 2004 and observed the cemetery. Guys, would anybody want to watch that video? Is anybody interested in watching that video with me? Again, I've got a lot of work to do. I've got to research the land allotments, the land patents. I've got to apply to have this preserved as a cultural heritage site. I have to apply with the federal government to have this preserved as an Indian burial ground so I can get federal funds to manicure the area and get the shrubbery in order and make it an area that's easy to access and get a government plaque up there citing the family history and stuff. There's a lot of work that I now have to do. I got to find out who owns the land, the surrounding land. I might have quiet title to the property. I might be able to get ownership of all the acreage. At bare minimum, I can get it designated as a indigenous cemetery and get access to go to the cemetery, get an easement to go to the cemetery. But guys, as you can imagine, I got so much work to do now. So much work. But this all starts with me just doing the work that I do, discussing history and sharing it with you all. But I see a lot of people that are interested in checking out this video. So let's see the video I just discovered earlier today, filmed in 2004, where a family member of ours, distant family member of mine, drove out there to the family cemetery. Damn. Guys, how many of you guys watching me right now, how many of you guys have a family cemetery out in the middle of the woods somewhere with dozens of your ancestors buried and you don't even know about it? Come on. Let's get into it, y'all. Let's get into it. Let's check it out.
In a little tent, but oh, just like the river I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. But oh, yes, it will. It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. 'Cause I don't know what's up there.
Come on, y'all. It looks like they're just driving through the forest, right? It looks like they're just driving through the woods. This is how recessed the property is. This is how far back. This is how deep in the woods the family cemetery is. They in a 4x4. I think they in a Hummer, y'all. They got to take a Hummer through the woods to get to it.
Beyond the sky, it's been a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes, it will. One more thing. I go to the movie and I go downtown. I keep hearing them say, boy, I don't want you to hang around. It's been a long time coming, but I know, hallelujah, a change gonna come. Oh, yes, it will. Let me just say this. Then I go to my brother. Yes, sir. And I say, brother, help me, please. Oh, yes, sir. But he winds up, oh, knocking me. Oh.
Shout out to Kendall. Kendall says, wonderful, and all that land rightfully belongs to y'all. Yeah, all that land was allotted to my family and land allotments. Yeah, I got all the documents on my desk back there. Hundreds of acres, over 400 acres of land, all allotted to my family through the Dawes Commission.
Back down on my knees. That I thought I couldn't last too long. Hallelujah. But now I think I'm able to carry on.
Come on, they made it, y'all. They made it. They made it to the site. Let's see what we got, y'all. Let's see. Let's see. And shout out to Tim. Tim says, shout out to you, Mike. You have an invite to the family reunion. All expenses paid. Hey, I appreciate it. Appreciate you. And shout out to, there was somebody else in the chat. I think it was on YouTube. They were asking about booking. Oh, yeah. Chief Chosen says, how can I book with you, Mike? Just go to the website, nativeblack-ancestry.com. And there's like a schedule. And you can pull up my calendar and find a day and time that works for you and all that good stuff. But let's see this, y'all. Let's see it. We made it. So far, I see 1, 2, 3 gravestones. Let's see what we're working with. And yeah, hold on. There's the Hummer. So yeah, they had to drive a Hummer back there, y'all. It's 2004, okay? They had to drive a Hummer back there through the woods to get to the family cemetery. Come on. Here we've got Hepsi W. Kelly, born 1919, passed 1959. Here we've got Ruth Etta Greer, born 1945, passed away 2012. Damn, wait a minute. On this one, we got a few. We got the Williams. So we got Sam Williams, Emma Williams, Josephine Williams, Lorene Williams, Sammy, Jack, Hepsi, some other names I can't read. Guys, when I was researching how to get this land protected, how to get it recognized, how to get it preserved, you know, a stipulation. In order for it to be preserved as a cultural heritage site, as a family cemetery, it has to have 10 or more family members buried there. I was nervous. I was counting in the video. I was like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's over 10. It's over 10. It's like at least a dozen ancestors of mine buried here on this family cemetery. This is called the Adams Cemetery, and this is one of 2 cemeteries. There's 2 or 3 Adams cemeteries, Adams family cemeteries throughout the Okmulgee, Oklahoma area, but this is just one of them. They call this one Cemetery Number 2. Bingham says, Greer is my late husband's last name. Oh, does your late husband have any roots in Oklahoma? I'm curious. So we got Samuel Williams, Celia Williams, Ernest, Ruth, Greer. And Stella. Samuel, Stella, Ernest, Ruth, Josephine, Lorene, Sadie, Jack, Hepsi, Sam, and Emma. Wait a minute. What was that one in the distance? Hey, you know that you're a prominent member of the family. You know that you are a person of note whenever you have a tall, what's the word I'm looking for? Tall obelisk-esque tombstone. Now, again, this video was taken in 2004. Imagine how overgrown this is now. This probably all looks so densely forested now. I mean, you can probably not even drive back there now. So imagine what kind of work I have ahead of myself. Even if I gain access to the land, even if I gain ownership, there's then the logistics of getting a crew out there and paying thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of dollars to have that cemetery properly preserved, properly landscaped. And what do you know? Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. Come on. So now we know where I found this findmygravesite.com photo. Now we know where I got this photo from. This photo comes from that YouTube video somebody made in 04. Same gravesite, same still shot. And there's the Freemason G with the square and the compass and whatnot. Thomas Jefferson Adams, 1837 to 1910. Mahala Adams, 1842 to 1910. George Washington Adams, 1863 to 1914. Sarah Castile Adams. Come on, y'all. Benjamin Adams. We got over a dozen ancestors of mine buried on a family cemetery, and I wouldn't have any idea if it wasn't for me producing the content that I do, catching the eye of a distant relative who then informs me of this family land. And is that water? Hold on, I see water. Hold on, I see water. I've been wondering where exactly the GPS coordinates are for the cemetery. I have an approximation. I was given North 210 Street, I believe. Watch, guys. I was given this approximation for the street. It was North 210 Road, Oklahoma. North 210 Road. Now, if you look at North 210 Road, this is the actual road. But as you can see, some developer created a bit of a subdivision around it. We've got streets, we've got houses, right? Right? So I wondered, where exactly is the family cemetery? I assumed that it would have to be somewhere over here, right? Well, guys, you know what? The rabbit hole goes deep, because when I was looking it up on Google Maps, what do we see right here? We see the Adams Creek. Tell me this creek isn't named after my ancestors who owned the hundreds of acres of land surrounding this creek and are buried on the land surrounding this creek. Adams Creek. Now, again, I'm still wondering, where exactly could this cemetery be? Well, when I watch this video for a second time now with you guys, I see the water. You guys see that water, right? You see that water is a stone's throw away from the cemetery, from the gravesite. So that means that gravesite has to be somewhere along this creek. But wait, there's more. We can see a little road. We can see a little road running through the property. We do see a little road, a couple of little roads. And when we were watching this video, they came in on a little road. It wasn't paved. It wasn't a cement road. It's a dirt grass road, but still it's a paved, you know, it's a laid out road that they traveled on, right? So that means that, wait a minute, the cemetery has to be a stone's throw away from the creek, and it has to be not far at all from a road. So that tells us Damn, that tells us, guys, the cemetery has to be right here. This is a bit of a clearing. These are trees, all that black is trees. This is a clearing. This is a road running through. This is the creek running through. Guys, I think we found the actual cemetery location. I can't think of any other place that would be the grounds of the cemetery. Now, look, if you change the layer, you can't see nothing, right? If you change the layer, you see there's an Adams Creek, you see there's a main road, but you don't see nothing else. But when you change it to a satellite view, you see, wait a minute, there's a little bit of a road going through here. There's a road going all through here. And we don't have to wonder if they took the road this far, because we know for a fact that this water is right by the cemetery. Guys, the cemetery is right here. This is where the cemetery is, without a doubt. So then the question remains, who the hell is this? And who the hell is this? And how did you get that land you're on? And do you properly own that land you're on? Do I need to lay claim to that land you're on? And if you do own that land, and if that land extends to the cemetery grounds, that cemetery is my family indigenous grave site, and I am legally entitled to regular access to it and regular maintenance. So guys, as you can see, I got a lot of things I'm dealing with behind the scenes. I'm writing a book. I'm launching an online digital course on Native Black American history so we can supplement our children's education. I got so many things behind the scenes on top of the YouTube videos and the genealogy consultations and the genealogy research, and now fighting to get access to my family's cemetery so I can get out there and start cutting some grass, okay? I need to get out there and start cutting some grass. The grass ain't been cut for a long, long time. I don't even know if those tombstones are visible. This video was taken in 2004. This is how it looked in 2004. If this is how overgrown it's already looking in 2004, then how does it look now? I can only imagine. I can only imagine. How does it look now? Come on. Kendall says, you need to find out who's on that land, brother. Facts. Facts. Tim says, my family is asking me to write a book now based on my research. There you go. Finding My True Self says, sending many blessings to you. It's all going to work out with you. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'm going to be bringing you guys along for the ride. Come on. Let's talk about it. But guys, the rabbit hole gets deep. If you thought you're seeing something, you ain't seen nothing yet. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. We going on 4.5 hours. You still ain't seen nothing yet. Check this out, y'all. Check this out. I told y'all that Pleasant Tobler's listed as a half-blood because his father, Fred, was too dark, so he got reclassified as a freedman, right? Well, it wasn't until yesterday I found an interesting document. First of all, this document right here, I've had access to for some time, and this document sheds light on something that's very important and often overlooked. It is a myth, it is a misnomer that people who were reclassified as freedmen were slaves of Indians. That did happen sometimes. And there was also white people, a part of the tribe, that had slaves that they brought with them to Oklahoma. But guess what, guys? Let's do some reading. Reading is also fundamental. Guys, freedmen are assumed to be slaves. I've seen many freedmen roles just like this. I've seen dozens of freedmen roles just like this. They even have a slave master category. They have a slave of category. Off rip, trying to denote, trying to presume that freedmen are all slaves. Guess what, guys? Out of all the dozens of freedmen roles I've viewed on behalf of genealogy clients across the country, my family's freedmen role document is the only freedmen role document I have seen that has the slave master category blank. Whenever there's a freedman that was a slave, their slave master's name is written down. John Smith, Joseph McIntosh, Lewis Perryman. Why is the slave of category blank? Shout out to Alyssa. Alyssa says, I have that document. I'm looking for it now. Let me know, Alyssa, does your slave of category list some names or is it blank? Come on, it's blank. There's things filled in, but basically they were writing notes and they used that blank spot to like write in some notes. There is no slave master listed anywhere. But hold on, check it out. Remember, I told you guys anybody classified as a freedman, they don't list a blood quantum for them. They just leave it blank, right? They just leave it blank. Well, guess what, guys? Even though his father, Fred, does not have a blood quantum recorded on the freedman roll, I found documentation that lists his father, Fred, as a full-blooded Indian. This tribal document has Fred Tobler listed right here. Father of Pleasant Tobler, Fred Tobler is listed, and this category says degree of Indian blood, and this says F for fool. Guys, the rabbit hole is going to get real fucking deep tonight. You know that, right? I've got an ancestor reclassified as a freedman. It's presumed they're a slave, but there's no slave master listed. But then wait, we find another document where he's listed as a full-blooded Indian. This is where it's going to get real deep. Guys, check out this document. Check out the right of this document. It says CRFREQ 4805. If you don't know what that means, let me educate you. Let me fill you in. It's not just us who are waking up and reclaiming our heritage. Our ancestors knew who they were all along. They knew they wasn't no damn Africans all along, and they fought against that racial reclassification all along. Because what this document is right here, what this document is that we're looking at, this is a crazy piece of history. This document isn't just paper. This is proof. This is a snapshot of how the United States and tribal governments used identity as a weapon. You see right here on this page, you're seeing my ancestors, Jack Tobler, Julian Tobler, Dick Tobler, Fred Tobler, Robert Tobler, and their children, my people who lived as Creek, identified as Creek, and in every way were Creek. Until a bureaucrat with a pen decided to write them into a racial box they never belonged in. You see, guys, the form that we're looking at that clearly has Fred Tobler listed as a full-blooded Indian, this is something that most people have never heard of. Again, we got this FREQ 4805. What does that mean? That stands for Creek Freedman Equity Case number 4805. CR stands for Creek, FR stands for Freedman, EQ stands for Equity, and the case number is 4805. Well, some of you guys are asking, well, what the hell is a Creek Freedman Equity Case of 4805? Guys, this is what Creek Freedman equity cases were. This means that my family was part of a legal fight. They were a part of a court challenge over their classification. They didn't just take being mislabeled lying down. They went to court to demand their rightful place as citizens by blood in the Muskogee Creek Nation. When our ancestors who were indigenous got reclassified as freedmen by some European governmental officials, they went to courts and they sued to have their status corrected. But they ain't never going to teach you this in school, are they? Come on. We got to talk about what freedmen meant and what it didn't. The mainstream conversation is so broken right now. People hear freedmen and they think former slaves of African origin. But many freedmen were never enslaved. Many freedmen were not African. Many were indigenous by birth, by culture, by community ties. But they got put in the freedmen category because of their appearance, politics, or the absence of white man's paperwork saying Indian blood. Guys, hold on real quick. Off the top of my head, let's see if I can find these documents. Found him. Damn, I'm good. So they disenfranchised the freedmen in more ways than one. Not only did they not record their Indian blood, but they shorted the freedmen on their land allotments. If you were listed on the Dawes Roll as by blood, you got 160 acres of land, which you can clearly see here from this ancestor of mine that was allotted 160 acres of land. Hold on. Let's have the camera focus. Come on, camera. Camera focus for me. Hold on. The camera don't want to focus. Time out real quick. Let me turn off the autofocus on my camera. Let me cut out the autofocus. Okay, autofocus is cut out now. All right. Now we should be able to do this. Okay. So again, if you're listed on the roll as by blood, you're getting 160 acres of land. And damn, that's still blurry. Why is it still blurry? I want y'all to actually read verbatim. Okay, is that better? Is that clearing it up? No? Is my hand helping at all? No? Is that a little? Yeah, y'all, I gotta upgrade the webcam. This is some bullshit. This is some bullshit. I got a new webcam on the way. Don't worry, y'all. I'm gonna be upgrading the studio quality because y'all can't even see the text. It's all blurry and shit. It's gonna get on my nerves. Hold on, maybe if I move it closer. Is it getting more clear the closer we move? I think it's getting a little clear. There we go. There we go. There we go. So you can see right here under acres, that says 160 acres of land. It's still a little bit blurry, but trust me, you can take my word for it. That says 160 acre, 160, 160 acres of land. If you were listed as by blood, right? Well, if you got classified as a freedman, they shorted you on your land allotment. If you got classified as a freedman, they only gave you 40 acres of land, which is why this document for Pleasant Tobler, and you know what? Hold on, guys. It'd probably be better if I just move the camera real quick. Hold on. We're going to just move this bitch real quick. Get desktop view. Are you going to make it not blurry no more? Are you going to work with me now? This shit is still blurry as hell. This is going to get on my nerves, y'all. They call me the king of receipts, but how can I remain the king of receipts if I cannot properly show you the receipts that I'm trying to show you? Okay, listen, I ain't gonna front. This webcam I'm on is like a $15 webcam. This webcam ain't shit. It wasn't meant to be shit. It ain't never gonna be shit, okay? Let me switch to my phone real quick. I'm gonna log into the StreamYard on my phone. Let me see. TikTok just gave me a notification that they are ending the ability of people to send me gifts during this live stream. God damn it, the censorship is real, y'all. The censorship is real. Now, unfortunately, the only people who are going to be able to see this new camera feed are the folks on YouTube. So, sorry, TikTok. Let me bring up this new camera feed. Check this out. All right. Here we go. How do I do this? Let's bring it up right here. Here we go. All right. So this is a lot clearer now. So again, anybody who's listed on the Dawes Rolls as by blood, such as my ancestor right here, Mahala Adams, she's listed as by blood, so she gets 160 acres of land. You guys see that right there? 160 acres. Well, if you were classified as a freedman, like Fred Tobler was, well, if you're classified as a freedman, they shorted you. They only gave you 40 acres of land. Why did they short you? Why did they dispossess you like this? Well, because, guys, think about it this way. Most people don't know the history of Oklahoma. They pushed the Indians to Indian territory. They were supposed to leave them alone west of the Mississippi. But then, wait a minute, time out. They heard that the Indians, that land they got pushed to, was rich in oil. Damn, the government wants to get in on that oil. So what do? They force the Indians to adopt privatized individual land allotments for one. They come up with the Dawes roll. They come up with the Freedman roll. And this is what they do. They say, listen, we're going to give you guys each a land allotment, and any leftover land, we're going to sell to the highest bidder to white speculators so they can create this state of Oklahoma. So now you see how it's in the government's benefit to disenfranchise the freedmen, right? If you're a by blood Indian and you're supposed to get allotted 160 acres of land, but instead, with just the stroke of a pen, I can reclassify you as a freedman. Well, now I only have to give you 40 acres and I can go sell that remaining 120 acres of land to my fellow white buddies who want to get in on some oil. Right? Many different reasons to disenfranchise those that are classified as freedmen. People don't understand how much black wealth was created in Oklahoma, how many black towns were created in Oklahoma. They were trying to make Oklahoma one of the first all-black states, a black utopia. When y'all hear about Black Wall Street, did you ever ask yourself, hey, how did all these black people in Tulsa build this Black Wall Street? Oklahoma was not a state until 1906, 1907. Black Wall Street in Tulsa, that's starting in like the late 1800s, early 1900s. How did these black folks get land in Indian territory? Because they were indigenous. They were affiliated with those tribes. They walked the Trail of Tears with those tribes. But a lot of people don't put two and two together. A lot of people have never heard of Sarah Rector. Sarah Rector in the early 1900s was the richest colored girl in the world. Why was she the richest colored girl in the world? Because she descended from Creek freedmen. And even though her Creek freedmen ancestors only got 40 acres, the land she inherited was oil rich, and she was pumping out $10,000 of oil per day. She was born in 1902 in the all-black town of Taft, located in Indian Territory. How was there an all-black town in it? Why are there so many all-black towns in Indian Territory? Oh, because there was black Indians. Oh, because the original Indians are black. Oh, damn. Matter of fact, believe it or not, they're about to come out with a movie about Sarah Rector. Richest, youngest colored woman ever.
My name's Sarah Rector. The state gave me 160 acres on account of my ancestors, and there's all a lot.
Well, how do you know that?
God gave me the ears to hear it. Do you hear it, Blue? There's oceans down there.
Nobody but you, Lord.
I got oil on my land, and I'm looking for a partner to help me drill it out.
Bertrand Byron Smith, at your service. I look for oil and I drill.
And this movie is a bit of a sanitized version, because in actuality, black folks who had land allotments that discovered oil, they got terrorized by the KKK to leave their land. They got a bunch of white speculators stealing their land. They got their land stolen from them. Guess what? When these Creek freedmen discovered oil, y'all don't understand how deep the rabbit hole goes. What if I told you that they pushed them out of their ancestral homeland in the Southeast, make them walk the Trail of Tears, give them thousands of acres of communal tribal land, then say, you know what? We don't like that. You guys have too much land that you own together. We're going to break it up and give you individual land allotments. Then they classify the darker skinned people as freedmen, so they get a smaller land allotment. Those with small land allotments still find oil, they strike it rich. So guess what the government does? They say, hey, you're black and you got this oil rich land. You're not smart enough to manage that. You're not smart enough to take care of that. That's too much wealth for you. That's too much responsibility. Guys, what if I told you that the government, whenever there was a black Indian that discovered oil, the government assigned to them a European agent to handle their affairs? Let that sink in. Let it sink in. They pushed them through the Trail of Tears to Oklahoma. We're going to leave you guys alone. We promise you can go do your Indian thing west of the Mississippi. Wait, what? That land we sent them to had oil? Oh, shit. No. Henry Dawes. Yeah, we need you to fly out. I don't think they had plans back then. We need you to make the trip out from Massachusetts to Oklahoma. Start creating Dawes rolls and different commissions to decide who's an Indian, who's not. Start breaking up that land. Anybody with dark skin, reclassify them as freedmen, give them less land than the others. And those who even got a measly 40 acres, if they find any oil, assign to them a white guardian. That's literally what they called it, a white guardian. Sarah Rector, she was assigned a white guardian who tried to trick her out of all her money and trick her out of all of her land and shit. Let's talk about it. A white guardian. Come on. The Black Creek girl. Sarah Rector was a member of my tribe. Sarah Rector, a Black Creek girl who became known as the richest colored girl in the world after oil was struck on her allotment in 1913, was assigned a white guardian by the Oklahoma courts. Wow. Sarah was listed on the Creek Freedman roll, meaning the U.S. government classified her as a black member of the Creek Nation rather than a by blood, even though her allotment was originally part of Creek tribal lands. At age 11, oil was found on her land in Glenpool, Oklahoma. The well produced over 2,500 barrels a day, making her extremely wealthy almost overnight. Damn. Oklahoma law at the time required that minors, and especially those that were indigenous, whether full-blooded Indian or colored Alatis, must be assigned a white guardian to manage their wealth if it was deemed substantial. Guess what, guys? Sarah Rector had parents. Sarah Rector had family. She was not an 11-year-old orphan girl. Why couldn't her family manage the family's wealth? Why couldn't her parents manage the family allotment? Because her parents weren't white, that's why. And we need your black ass to have a white guardian who can take control of that wealth. Her white guardian was T.J. Porter, a white man from Taft, Oklahoma. He controlled her oil royalties, her investments, and her land dealings until she came of age. Now, Porter's management was not as notoriously murderous as in the movie Tears of the Flower Moon, where Leonardo DiCaprio and his family is literally taking out Indian women to get their oil money, to get their land. It wasn't that murderous, right? But the fact is, she was placed under white control despite having living parents. Guys, imagine if the shoe was on the other foot. Imagine if a little white girl, Sally Joe Johnson, inherits some land with some oil. And even though Sally Joe Johnson has a mommy and a pappy, we gonna go and say, no, that's too much wealth for you and your family. We're gonna assign a black guardian to you. Y'all would be like, what the fuck? That don't make no damn sense. What? She got a mother, she got a father, her family, that's family business. Let the family handle their family business. Nah, you gotta have a black guardian. Sounds real crazy when the shoe's on the other foot, right? But this is how they get down. The press at the time was fascinated by her wealth, but they often wrote about her as if she was incapable of managing it herself. Language that was rooted in racism and paternalism. There was even a bunch of white dudes trying to marry her, y'all. There was a bunch of white dudes camping out in front of her house and shit, trying to convince her parents to give their daughter a hand in marriage and shit. A little 11-year-old girl. Why? Because they wanted her wealth. This was part of the larger guardianship system in Oklahoma, where courts declared many Native Black American and full-blood Indian landowners incompetent. The movement, oil, or valuable minerals were, the moment, I said the movement. I mean, Sarah had her ear to the ground. She was hearing the movement underneath. She said there's an ocean under there, right? But the moment that oil or valuable minerals were found on their allotments, well, now financial control is going to be transferred to white guardians. Typically, these were politically connected lawyers, businessmen, or bankers. Come on. Come on. Let's talk about it. They said we were incompetent to manage our wealth solely based on race. So now we got white guardians of Black Indians taking control of oil royalties. So again, when I say that this trailer is like the sanitized version, it's a little sanitized. People were coming after this little girl. They was trying to scheme on this little girl. It was not a oh, we won the lottery story.
For it.
I was thinking 50-50.
We should have our lawyers meet. That's my lawyer, the Texas handshake. There ain't nothing more binding.
We're in Oklahoma.
It goes double for Okies. Here we go.
Nobody but you, Lord. Nobody but.
What's the damage? Well, this might be the end of the road.
You give him so easy.
What's your guess? Is he gonna do the right thing?
We shook hands.
You may have to speak to him.
I don't know what to say.
God'll give you the words.
We need money, amigo.
But how are we gonna get him?
Hi, I'm Sarah, Bert's business partner. Has Bert properly presented our proposition, ma'am?
You said y'all need to put in your $1,000.
We need $2,000, and we need it today. It's a partnership.
Got some real nice mud here. Hoping you might test it first.
I've never seen anything like it. That field you're sitting on could be the richest in all Oklahoma.
I'll give you $20 an acre.
I ain't selling.
You want a war?
You told me things about my soul. Ain't nobody ever done that for me. Ain't nobody ever cared. We're dealing with some mighty devious folks over there.
Then we need to fight for what's ours.
Is that why I see dynamite?
That's my oil!
No, it ain't!
I would not do that if I was you. You took the liberty of wiring up your wells just in case you wanted to do something foolish.
It's funny. When the land had only weeds and lizards, it was all mine. But when people found out there's oil lines, they started thinking it's theirs.
Come on, y'all. Come on. What'd she just say?
All mine.
Your wells, just in case you wanted to do something foolish.
It's funny. When the land had only weeds and lizards, it was all mine. But when people found out.
When the land only had weeds and lizards, it was all mine.
After there's oil lines, they started thinking it's theirs.
But as soon as people found out there's oil on it, they started thinking it's theirs.
All I'm asking is to keep what's mine.
Her name is Sarah Rector, and you're going to be hearing a lot about her.
Mars is asking what's the name of the movie. It's called Sarah's Oil. This trailer just dropped recently. Excuse me, y'all. This is a pretty emotional topic. I mean, this is very very near and dear to me. This is something my ancestors actually lived through, something that we're still dealing with the ramifications of to this day. But this trailer just dropped August 6th, in theaters November 7th. But again, when we talk about stories like Sarah Rector, come on. They don't tell you about the white guardians. They don't tell you how they were tricking folks out of land allotments. They don't tell you that you might find out through genealogy research that your ancestor at one point in time owned 600 acres of land, but you go to look at that land nowadays and realize, wait a minute, they got tricked out of this acreage and that acreage, and then the grandkids got tricked out of this part and that parcel and that parcel, and next thing you know, there's a strip mall where your ancestors' land used to be. There's a suburban development surrounding the family cemetery. But guys, we're already touching on some things here. We're touching on how I discovered my family's land earlier today. We're touching on how freedmen, those classified as freedmen, were often full-blooded Indians, as this document says here, but they were still reclassified as freedmen, not given a blood quantum. This document right here shows that there were court proceedings that went on. There was court proceedings where people who got reclassified as freedmen fought against it in courts because they knew that they were being disenfranchised, that they were being separated from their indigeneity. They're literally fighting this in court. If anybody ever wants to look up these type of court hearings or anything like that, these are called, hold on, let me find it, y'all. Let me find it. These are called, damn, hold on, I just had it. They had a whole court proceeding with the Creek freedmen. Where did it go? Where did it go? Troop and McIntosh. Damn. I can't believe I lost it. Give me a second, guys. I got so many tabs open. So what was going on at that point in time is that whenever a family or a person was reclassified as a freedman, they would actually go to court and they would have witnesses. They would have a court hearing. They would say, hey, yo, no, you guys are trying to classify me as a freedman. We are not freedmen. We are part of this tribe by blood, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. These were referred to as Creek Roll Freedman equity cases. Creek Roll Freedman equity cases. And again, these are situations where people are being reclassified, separated from their indigeneity, given no blood quantum. So this is a way for them to legally combat that. And unfortunately, typically it was unsuccessful. Typically the courts just said, nah, you're freedman. Oh, you said you're a full-blooded Indian? You said the whole family's full-blooded Indians? Nah, you're kind of dark skinned. You're kind of like, you're a lot darker than we would really like. You know, we want the tribe to be a little lighter than that. So you're a freedman now. See? But guys, this gets worse and it ain't never gonna get better. This gets worse and it ain't never gonna get better. It's gonna get deep. It's gonna get deep. It's gonna get deep. This is my ancestor, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo. If you're wondering how he's related to Pleasant Tobler and all that good stuff, well, you can see right here. My great grandmother on my father's side was Mary G. Tobler. Mary G. Tobler is the daughter of Pleasant Tobler and Luella Johnson. Pleasant Tobler is the son of Mary Adams and Fred Tobler. Remember, Fred was dark-skinned, reclassified as a freedman, right? Well, Mary Adams is the daughter of Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo and Mahala Adams. Now, Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, if we look him up on the Dawes Rolls, roll number, I believe it's 2045 off the top of my head. Am I right? Am I right? No. I always get it wrong. It's not 2045, it's 2145. I always do that. Here we go. Thomas Jefferson Adams, right here, listed on the Dawes Rules at 57 years old, male, blood quantum is full. Again, blood quantum is full. He's a full-blooded black Indian. I got ancestors listed as full-blooded Indians. I got ancestors listed as half-blooded Indians. I got ancestors reclassified as freedmen, but really they was full-blooded Indians. Everything in between, right? So if there's anybody qualified to speak on this, hi, nice to meet you. My name's Mike. Go to nativeblack.ancestry.com, right? But check this out. It gets deep. Thomas is written about in this book right here. The Indian Territory, its chiefs, leaders, legislators, and leading men, right? He's written in this book about leading men of Indian Territory. Oh, you know what? It's getting all blurry like that because I got the background blur effect. That's probably what it is. He has his own chapter, page 242. Let's read a little bit about him, shall we? Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, full-blooded black Indian. Thomas J. Adams, born in February 1848 at the Old Creek Agency, the eldest son of William Adams by Hepsy Perryman, niece of Lewis Perryman. Thomas first attended school at Tallahassee Mission in 1852 and later moved to Asbury Mission. In 1861, he married Miss Mahala Grayson, daughter of Betsy Grayson. During the war, he was detailed by the federal government to the commissary department as a distributor of beef to the various camps. In 1866, when the war ended, he was elected to the House of Warriors, which office he has held until the present, over 25 years. Guys, let's pause right there. The House of Warriors is like the police force. It's like the sheriffs at the time, right? That's the law enforcement agency on the tribal lands, the House of Warriors. Few, if any, members of that house can boast of such a record. In 1885, Mr. Adams was elected Speaker of the House, which office he held for 4 years. Since 1867, the subject of our sketch has been practicing law in all the courts of the Creek Nation. He is also on the board of trustees of the New Yorker Mission. He has about 600 head of cattle, 40 or 50 head of horses, 40 sheep, and some 150 hogs, besides a good farm of 75 acres of land. On his ranch is a good dwelling house, outhouses, stables, and every other possible convenience. Mr. Adams is considered one of the brightest lawyers amongst the Creeks and is a successful politician, having in fact no superior among his people in bringing about such ends as he wishes to accomplish. He is about 6 feet 1 inch high, weighs 198 pounds, and physically very powerful. He is energetic to accomplish an undertaking and is very popular with his constituency. That's Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, my great-great-great-great-great-grandpa, right? Same guy whose gravesite is shown right here in this video of a family member of mine that made their way out to the family cemetery near Okmulgee, Oklahoma. There he is. There he is. Black Indian, Supreme Court Justice of the Creek Nation, House of Warriors, Freemason too. You know, I know we ain't supposed to talk about it. We ain't supposed to talk about it with the uninitiated, but you'll see the sign on the tombstone, right? So guys, here's the thing. I just showed you guys indisputable evidence that my ancestor Thomas is classified as a full-blooded Indian. Right? He's on the Dawes Rules as a full-blooded Indian. Well, guess what? Even though he's classified as a full-blooded Indian on the Dawes Rules, the 1900 federal census reclassifies my ancestor as black. You see how you can go from Indian to black, right? You guys see this document? Do I need to blow it up? Thomas Adams, 1900 federal U.S. Census. Birthplace is Indian Territory. His home is in the Creek Nation, but he's black. Yeah. Yeah. And this Native American in parentheses, this was added later as a correction. He's classified as black. U.S. federal census record didn't have no black/native category. No. It was I for Indian. It was W for white. It was B for black. It was M for mulatto. So they're classifying him as black. I don't know, guys. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Are we going to see him listed as black/Indian? There he is right there. I'm seeing a B for black. As a matter of fact, this census record did something real funny with him too, because if you can see this document, you can see that he was written in here, and then they crossed him out and wrote Mahala over it, and then filled her in as the wife, and then wrote her in. So, you know, this seems real unofficial for a federal U.S. census record, to say the least. But guys, let's play devil's advocate. Let's say that this document really did have him listed as black/Native American, which it doesn't. It's just B for black. And then they crossed him out and wrote in his wife over his name. Really odd, if you ask me. But guys, check this out. Even though my ancestor is listed on the doll's roll as a full-blooded Indian, even though he was a town king, even though he was the Supreme Court justice of the Creek Nation, even though he was a leader of the House of Warriors, even though he's so prominent, he's written about in book, got his own chapter in the book, right? Despite all this, would you believe me if I told you that mainstream academics tried to reclassify my ancestor as African? Some of you may be long-term viewers. Some of you already know where I'm going with this. Some of you guys are going to learn this for the first time. Okay, Mike, you got an ancestor, Fred Tobler. He's on the Freedman roll. Another document says he's full-blooded. Okay, I see one of your ancestors right there that gets reclassified. But Thomas, how does anybody try to make Thomas an African? He's listed on the doll's roll as a full-blooded Indian, right? I mean, he's written about in books and shit, right? He's a whole leader of the tribe, right? So how would a professor at the University of Georgia work to racially reclassify my ancestor as an African? Oh, Lord. If there's anybody who would like to see not only how my ancestor was racially reclassified as an African, but also what I did to rectify that, then throw 5 on it. Can somebody hit the Cash App? If anybody throws 5 on the Cash App, we're going to go ahead and get into some real heavy-handed receipts. Oh, boy, are we going to get into some real heavy-handed receipts. My ancestor is a full-blooded Indian. Acres and acres of land, family cemetery in Indian territory. But in 2025, they're going to try to say my ancestor was an African. Okay. All right. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. If anybody wants to see those receipts, you know what to do. Throw 5 on the Cash App. Steven says, before tonight, I would only go by what's in the biology book. But now I will be looking at documentation too. It's just as important. In some cases, documentation can be more important than biology. Different biological markers can be, you know, I ain't going to say fudged, but DNA testing is one thing, but when you're going off of a fraudulent test sample for who you're comparing, I mean, it just gets deep. It just gets deep. When you do a mouse swab with something like Ancestry.com and they're saying you're 10% this and 10% that, what Nigerians' DNA are they taking to compare that to? What indigenous people of the Americas are they taking DNA samples from to compare that to? Oh, and shout out to TikTok. I didn't even realize that TikTok doesn't even have my Cash App posted. I'm just going to go ahead and put it in the chat real quick. My my Cash App is pretty simple. It's Mike916999. My government name is Michael Lane. So if it pops up under a Michael Lane, you know that's me. And Lord, I need to get something to drink real quick. So guys, I'm going to leave you guys on a quick commercial break. We're going to be back in just a moment.
Early in this morning, as I open up my eyes, something just feels right. 'Cause I can see the dawning. It's not so far away. And all my life I've been waiting for a day like today.
So I'll live like it's the last time for a long time at the wrong time. When's the right time? Is it my time? And if I'm dreaming, then please don't wake me up. Oh, last time I seen the sun, I was 3 and on the run. My sins and all I've done, Lord forgive me one more time. Last time I seen the sun, I was 3 and on the run. My sins and all I've done, Lord forgive me. And let me see the dawning. Yeah, it's not so far away. All my life I've been waiting for a day like today. So I live like it's the last time for a long time at the wrong time. When the right time isn't my time. My time. Yeah. And if I'm dreaming, then please, don't wake me
Check. Lot. It's a 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 lot of cold nights, under pains in this bitch. Water whipping on some cane in this bitch. Robbing when they hit the slang in this bitch. It's a lot. It's a lot of cold tears, hard times in this bitch. Murder can't stay out my mind in this bitch. Ain't no love, she don't reside in this bitch. Waking up in cold sweats, I'm soaking wet and got the stomach good mind for this shit. You ever had to work a dope line? See your homie mom standing line for this shit. It's a lot. It's a lot of choppers, a lot of dirty guns in this bitch. It's all funny games till the nigga need the bail out and ain't got the funds in this bitch. Fuck ass nigga, only come around me when you're down on your luck ass nigga. Ass who the fuck I trust, bitch, I trust me. I can never trust that nigga. Popping in another clip and if they catch me slipping, at least I never duck that nigga. Ass who the fuck I trust, bitch, I trust me. I can never trust that nigga. Get the switches, got the bitches mixing up the thing dirty, up the dishes. Customary, obituary, put your ass inside a homicide edition. Suck me in the dark of 26s. Fucking phone no videos of bitches. Ass who the fuck I trust, bitch, I trust me. I can never trust these bitches. Yeah.
Tell me get away from this godforsaken place I'm in. You should run away.
All right. We're back. And yes, guys, the Cash App is Mike 916999. For everybody on TikTok who's still looking for it. Southern Breeze was asking about that last song. That last song is called Last Time, from the Sinners soundtrack, the new movie Sinners. It's by Alice Smith and Miles Canton. Just look up Miles Canton, Last Time I Seen the Sun, and it should pop right on up. And hold on, it's getting chilly. I need to turn off this fan, y'all. I forgot I even had this fan going. I was hot earlier. All right. Let's get into it. So I told you guys that I got black Indians all on my family tree. And all of them are racially reclassified, whether there was a full-blooded Indian or a half-blooded Indian or reclassified to a freedman. Every black Indian ancestor of mine seems to be racially reclassified, no matter how prominent they were. Let's talk about it, y'all. Let's talk about it. Shout out to Kendall. I appreciate the 5 for the info. Appreciate you. Appreciate the support. And you know what, Kendall, on YouTube, when people send cash outs on YouTube, I typically drop a little tune. So let me drop that little tune for you as well. Thank you for sliding something in the brown paper bag. Appreciate the support, Kendall. And without further ado, let's go ahead and get into it. Again, this guy right here, leader of the Creek Nation, tribal king, Supreme Court justice, prominent attorney, etc., etc., etc. Well, you know what? This book right here isn't the only book that was written about him. This book right here, Indian Territory, Tribes, Chiefs, Leading Men, this book right here. And hold on real quick. Hold on. I'm just going to get rid of this background blur, because this background blur is just fucking up when I'm trying to share text and stuff. There we go. Let's get rid of that background blur. Again, now you can see it properly. The Indian Territory, its chiefs, legislators, and leading men. This book right here is from like the mid to late 1800s or something, right? Well, there's another book that mentions my ancestor Thomas. This other book is called Black, White, and Indian: Race and the Unmaking of an American Family. Black, White, and Indian: Race and the Unmaking of an American Family. This book is written by a professor in Georgia, Professor Claudio Sant. He's the professor at the University of Georgia, Claudio Sant. And let's see what Claudio has to say about my ancestor Thomas. Let's see. Let's go back to the page right here. First of all, this right here is a photo of my ancestor Thomas. This is the only other photo I've been able to find of him. He's standing in Okmulgee, Oklahoma, the capital of the Creek Nation, in front of the Creek Council House. And he's the leader. He's standing out in front of all these white folks. And I see some black Indians in the mix as well. And if we zoom in on Thomas, you can tell this is a black man. I know it looks a little pixelated. I know it looks a little grainy, but you can tell that's a black man. That's a Negro right there, okay? You can tell that's a Negro. Now check this out, y'all. Check this out. Check this out. Claudio Sant, in his book, written in 2005. Remember, this book right here, 1800s, don't mention nothing about Africa. Don't mention nothing about African. It lists how many horses he got, how many pigs he got, how many acres he got. It don't say nothing about no African, nothing. But this professor at the University of Georgia in 2005 writes this book, and this is what he says about my family. This is what he says about my ancestors. Check this out, y'all. This is going to make you mad. Check this out. Her daughter, Mahala, married Thomas J. Adams, a Creek of African descent. As soon as he introduces Thomas, the next thing he is saying, Thomas J. Adams, comma, a Creek of African descent. Where they do that at? Wait, so he's a Creek of African descent, but he's on the Dolls rolls as a full-blooded Indian, huh? Oh, he's a full-blooded Indian of African descent. I mean, it doesn't make no sense. And guys, it's gonna get worse. It ain't never gonna get better. Thomas J. Adams, a Creek of African descent, born in 1842. Adams became the Chief Justice of the Creek Nation in the late 1800s, suggesting that some Black Muskogees still wielded significant power. Look how he's trying to throw dirt on my ancestor's name while also speaking about his accomplishments in the same vein. Oh, I mean, he is the Chief Justice. You know, I guess some Black Muskogees still wielded significant power. Motherfucker, if he's African, why is a Native American tribe going to let an African come be the leader of the tribe? Why is the Creek Nation going to let an African be the Chief Justice of the Creek Nation? That don't make no damn sense. Their children were visibly of African descent. Damn, guys. I'm African now. Why? Because someone says my ancestors visibly look African. No specifics though, right? He's not telling us if Thomas looks like he's from the Congo. Does Thomas look like he's from Nigeria? I mean, Thomas is darker skinned than me, but we have the same phenotype as far as the nose and the cheeks. And guys, do I look like I'm from Nigeria? I mean, what country in Africa are we claiming that Thomas is from while he's listed on the Dolls rolls as a full-blooded Indian, leader of the tribe in more ways than one? But this professor is going to try to rewrite history and say he's a Creek of African descent. Motherfucker, that's a definitive statement. How are you going to make a definitive statement like that, claiming my ancestor has African lineage, and then you're claiming that his children are visibly African? Here's the kicker. His children were visibly African, and they spoke Creek fluently. Damn, y'all, we got Africans out here speaking Creek fluently. Where they do that at? You know. Africans speaking Indian. But they're African. But they're listed on the Dolls rolls as Indian. But they're African. But they're leader of an Indian nation. But they're African. Okay, guys. All right. All right. All right. So, guys, what if I told you that I reached out to this professor and his response? Oh, Lord, his response is going to shock you. Check this out, guys. Check this out. Claudio Sant. It was a few months back now. It was a few months back. Check this out, y'all. I'm the king of receipts. This is how you stand on business. This is how you stand on lineage. Check this out. Check this out. April 16th of this year. Zoom in a little more for good measure. Can I get one more zoom in? Okay, matter of fact, let me do another zoom in. Let me make sure y'all can read this along with me. Here we go. Check this out, y'all. It's going to upset some people. The racial reclassification is right in front of our eyes. Let's talk about it now. Come on. April, I sent this professor this email. Dear Dr. Sant, my name is Michael Lane, and I'm a genealogist as well as a citizen of the Muskogee Creek Nation. I am also a direct descendant of Thomas Jefferson Adams Harjo, a respected leader of our nation who served during the late 19th and early 20th century. After reviewing your book, Black, White, and Indian, Race and the Unmaking of an American Family, I came across references suggesting that Thomas Jefferson Adams was of African descent. I am writing to respectfully request the specific sources or documentation that support this claim. From the records I've studied, he is listed on the Dolls rolls, roll number 2145, as a full-blood Creek citizen, not as a freedman. He also served as Chief Justice of the Creek Nation Supreme Court and was a long-standing member of the National Council, all while being recognized as a leader chosen by and respected within the nation. Nowhere in federal or tribal archives have I seen any indication that he was categorized as having African ancestry. As someone deeply invested in preserving the truth of our history, and as a Creek citizen working to correct the long legacy of racial reclassification and historical misrepresentation, accuracy on this topic is incredibly important to me and to others reclaiming their Native identity and ancestral rights. If your statement is based on verifiable lineage, I would truly appreciate the opportunity to review the source. If not, I kindly ask that you consider revisiting or clarifying that assertion in any future publications or commentary. Thank you for your time and the scholarship you've contributed to Indigenous history. I look forward to hearing from you and welcoming any further dialogue on the matter. Sincerely, Michael Lane, citizen, Muskogee Creek Nation. Shout out to the Black Mamba, says clocked it. Hey, this is how you stand on business. Fuck that. This is how you stand on lineage. And guys, I was surprised that not only did he responded expeditiously. I didn't think I was going to get a response at all. This is some college professor, right? I sent him that email April 16th. He responded back the next day, April 17th. Dear Michael, thanks for your email. Though it has been 20 years since I last dug into the story of the Graysons, I was able to locate the two sources that I cite on the pages in Black, White, and Indian that discuss Chester Adams, a descendant of Thomas Jefferson Adams. I'm attaching them to this message. Like Thomas Jefferson Adams himself, TJ's wife Mahala was on the by-blood roll, though Mahala's mother was described as a very ignorant old Negro woman by a U.S. probate attorney in 1916. Y'all don't understand how ignorant that statement was the professor just made. This motherfucker ain't just a professor. He's a doctor. He has a PhD. He has a doctorate. He writes a bunch of books about American Indian history and shit. He has a doctorate. This is a doctor I'm talking to. Hey, doctor, you said my ancestor was African, but he's listed on the Dawes Roll as a full-blooded Indian. Oh, Mike. Well, Mike, check it, Mike. So Thomas, he was listed on the by-blood roll, just like his wife. His wife, too, was listed on the by-blood roll. But check it out, Mike. You're an African because Thomas's wife's mother was described as a very ignorant old Negro woman by a U.S. probate attorney in 1916. Mike, don't you get it? You're not Indian. You're African. I don't give a damn that your ancestors listed on the Dawes Roll as a full-blooded Indian. I don't care that he was a leader of the Creek Nation. That does not matter. Your ancestor is an African. Why? Because his wife's mother was described as a very ignorant old Negro woman by an attorney in 1916. I'm an African now, guys. See how easy we can become an African, but see how difficult it is when we try to get in touch with our indigeneity, right? Crazy work, real wild indeed. Hey, Mike, you're not Indian, you're African because your wife's mother is described as an old ignorant. I mean, do you guys understand how ignorant that is? This motherfucker has a PhD. He's a doctor. He teaches thousands of college kids at the University of Georgia for decades now. Whoa. Thomas is an African now, guys. It's going to get worse. It's not going to get better. TJ, Thomas Jefferson, is on the by-blood roll, just like his wife is on the by-blood roll. But his wife's mother was described as a very ignorant old Negro woman by a U.S. probate attorney in 1916. I mean, guys, do we even have to talk about the racial climate of 1916? Do we have to talk about the racism and segregation? Like, okay, so some racist ass attorney called his wife's mother ignorant old Negro, so that means she's an African. Negro don't mean African. The fuck? As for Thomas, He is consistently described as a half-breed, along with other half-breeds like John Grayson, who appear on the Freedman roll. I told you it was going to get worse and it's never going to get better. First, this dumb motherfucker tells me that my ancestor's an African because his wife's mother is described as an ignorant old Negro. Now you're going to tell me he's an African because he's consistently described as a half-breed. We don't know who's describing him as a half-breed, but let this European professor tell me my ancestors consistently described as a half-breed. I got this book written about him. It don't say he's a half-breed. I got hundreds of documents on him. Nowhere does it say he's a half-breed. On the Dawes roll, his blood quantum does not say 1/2. It says full-blooded Indian, Creek Indian. But let Professor Claudio Sant tell it. There's a bunch of rumors floating around out there that he's a half-breed. And this is going to get worse, and it is never going to get better. He then says, as for Thomas, he's consistently described as a half-breed, along with other half-breeds like John Grayson, who appeared on the Freedman roll. Why are you comparing my ancestor to a half-breed listed on the Freedman roll? My ancestor is listed on the by blood roll. My ancestor is listed as a full-blooded Indian on the by blood roll, but you're going to write a whole ass book reclassifying him as an African because there's rumors that he was a half-breed, like half-breeds on a Freedman roll? Because his wife's mother was called an ignorant old Negro woman by a U.S. probate attorney? Oh, I think it's because he was black. I think that's what it is. I think it's just real uncomfortable for this to be the face of Creek Indian leadership. I think that was just uncomfortable for some folks. So, hey, he got to be African. I mean, guys, it's going to get worse. It ain't never going to get better. The first thing he says in the book is he's of African descent. No evidence to substantiate that claim. No sources cite it. Then he's going to say their children are visibly African, but they speak Creek fluently. I reach out to him, inquiring as to what's going on. Oh, yeah, Mike, you know, his wife's mother described as old Negro. Yeah. Yeah, no, Thomas, he was, there's rumors he was a half-breed, like half-breeds on the Freedman roll, right? And guys, this is going to get worse, and it ain't never going to get better. This is what he says next. And then there is the photo that Chester Adams shared with me. He's referring to this photo. So this photo is another source he's citing to indicate my ancestor Thomas is an African. Guys, he saw this photo and said, oh yeah, that's an African right there. Case closed. Oh, he's listed on the Dawes roll as a full-blooded Indian? Fuck that, he's African. Oh, him and his family speak Creek fluently? Fuck that, he's African. Oh, he's the Supreme Court Justice of the Creek Nation? Fuck that, he's African. Well, professor, doctor, why are you saying he's African when there's clear evidence he was a full-blooded Indian? Well, you know, his wife's mama, you know. There was some rumors, you know. But guys, here's the kicker. Because I told you it's going to get worse and they never going to get better. Here's the kicker. Here's the last sentence he leaves me with. But all of this is circumstantial, and you may have more definitive evidence in hand. This motherfucker's a professor for decades at the University of Georgia. PhD doctorate, writing a bunch of books about American Indian history. And when I ask him why he's classifying my ancestors as an African, when my ancestors listed as a full-blooded Indian, prominent political leader in the tribe, hey, Mike, Thomas's wife's mother was described as an ignorant old Negro woman by a U.S. probate attorney in 1916, so he's African. Hey, Mike, I heard some rumors that Thomas was described as a half-breed along with other half-breeds who were on the freedman role. So he's an African. Hey, Mike, there's this photo that Chester shared with me. It's this photo. There's this photo of Thomas. So he's African. But hey, Mike, all of this is circumstantial, and you may have more definitive evidence at hand. Guys, circumstantial means there's no proof. Circumstantial means there's no leg to stand on. I mean, circumstantial. Guys, what? Soul Child says he gaslights you and then says it's circumstantial. Right. He tried to Kuta Kinte me, y'all. He tried to Kuta me. Instead of, oh, you told me no, I'm Kunta, he trying to beat the African into me. He trying to beat the African into me. What? But all of it is circumstantial. Guys, circumstantial means no evidence. Circumstantial means hearsay. Circumstantial means it's not solid. So you know what's even crazier about this, guys? Here's the kicker. Here's the fucking kicker. First, when he says, I may have more definitive evidence at hand, he's wrong. I've got the same information that he had when he sat down to write a book about my ancestors. You don't think Professor Claudio Sanz went on the Dolls rolls and saw he was listed as full-blooded Indian? Wait a minute, let's stop right there. Let's participate in an exercise of critical thought. Guys, it's one or the other. Either he's a professor, a PhD doctorate that just doesn't do good, thorough research when he sits down to write a book. He just didn't know that he was listed as a full-blooded Indian, or he knew and reclassified him as an African anyways. It's real fucking crazy, ain't it? Either he's just so loose, either he just doesn't have any sense of academic rigor, or he knew for a fact already he was listed on the Dolls roll as full-blooded Indian, and he still tried to throw some African shit out there. Guys, help me out, chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you thought he just didn't have no idea he was listed on the Dolls roll as a full-blooded Indian. Put a 2 in the chat if you think that he knew and reclassified him anyways. 1 in the chat if he didn't know. 2 in the chat if he knew and reclassified him anyways. Give me some feedback, y'all. Give me some feedback. I'm seeing some 2s on TikTok. I ain't seeing none on YouTube. I got over 60 people watching on YouTube. Y'all don't be giving me no feedback on YouTube. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. We got Tim coming through, Steven coming through. I'm seeing nothing but 2s. Okay. So, guys, it's going to get worse, and it ain't never going to get better. If he knew that my ancestor was classified as a full-blooded Indian, why would he go out of his way to classify him as an African? If he knows he's a full-blooded Indian, and he's still going to work to reclassify him as an African, well, then he must be a part of some academic conspiracy to racially reclassify Black Indians. There's no other conclusion that we can draw. And here's the real kicker. Here's the real kicker. If my ancestor is a political leader of the tribe, written about in books, family cemetery, family land, if my ancestor was this prominent and was still reclassified from a full-blooded Indian to an African, what do you think they've been doing to your ancestors? If he's a leader of the tribe, a town king, Supreme Court justice, leader of the what was it called? The warriors, the light holders, the lighthouse, whatever it was. I mean, such a prominent figure. and still reclassified as an African. So what are they going to do to your ancestors? If my ancestor had all this clout, if he had his cloutitine maxed out on 1,000 and he still gets racially reclassified, what are they going to do to your ancestors? Your ancestor probably doesn't even get lucky enough to get reclassified as a freedman. So many Black Indians applied to get tribal citizenship and were rejected by this European Dawes Commission. They literally sat them down, interviewed them. Do you speak the language? Where do you live? Have you always lived in the Indian territory? Who's your daddy? Who's your grandma? Where your grandma stay? And they would still reject them based on phenotype. And those who got lucky enough to get tribal membership at all got placed on a separate role as freedmen, got disenfranchised, only got 40 acres instead of 160. And then guess what? In 1979, the tribe kicks out everybody whose ancestors were classified as a freedman. But again, if my ancestor was this prominent, this successful, and even he gets racially reclassified as a damn African, then what are they doing to the legacy of your ancestors? And you don't even know. Let's talk about it. If you guys need assistance with personalized genealogy research, you got to go to the website, nativeblackancestry.com. You can book a one-on-one genealogy consultation with me, where I'll teach you the 3-step process me and my family went through to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation. For all you know, you got ancestors out there on the Dawes rolls. You got a tribal citizenship claim just waiting on you. You got a family cemetery out there somewhere. You got some family land just waiting to be discovered. Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results.
Hi, my name is Michelle, and I came across Mike on YouTube showing some historical information about how, we're not all from Africa. And of course, it got my attention as I've been doing my genealogy research for a little while, but I hit a brick road and I needed more help. So the consultation that I had with Mike, it was great, very informative. It showed me a lot of history that I was unaware of, and it's made me more aware of what I don't know. So with finding him, I'm pretty sure that it's going to open up a new door, information about who I really am, who my lineage is, and I'm excited to get started. I'm so happy to have found him, and I recommend him to anyone who may have hit a brick road, who is interested in going a little bit further than they may have been able to get, or just to find out the truth about your ancestry. Contact him.
Let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. Make sure to go to nativeblackancestry.com for tons of historical resources. Shout out to Kendall. Kendall says, I'll be booking with you later today, fam. Well, hey, I look forward to connecting with you. Soul Child says, same. Hey. And if anybody's interested in booking a consultation, when you check out, make sure to use the coupon code TikTok, one word, all lowercase. I think that hooks you up with like a 15 or 20% discount. But again, guys, if my ancestor is this prominent, this successful, and they're still going to racially reclassify him as an African, you know what they've been doing to the rest of us. Come on. Come on. But speaking of the rest of us, I know that I'm in a very unique predicament because I can literally use my own family case study to highlight the reclassification of Black American Indians. That's such a unique position to be. It's one thing for me to be another one of these dozens of people on TikTok and YouTube and social media talking about Black people, the true Indians, Black people as Indians, da 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 da. I mean, is that true? Yes. But to be able to share such a personal case study, to have the lineage documented, I mean, I think it does a lot for the movement. That's why I say all the time, I feel like I'm burdened with purpose. Guys, it's what the fuck? It's 4:30. It's about to be 4:30 a.m. I've been live streaming for 6 hours, 5 hours and 53 minutes. After genealogy consultations, after research, after editing, after all this shit, I just went live for 6 hours straight, giving you nothing but game and heavy-handed receipts. So just stop and think. If you can extract this much info, if I can teach you this much on a random live stream, imagine what kind of information you can learn during a personalized one-on-one genealogy consultation. I mean, if I can drop this much game on just a random live stream, then imagine when we one-on-one and you got a dedicated 90 minutes to pick my brain, get all your questions answered. Now you see the value, right? Now you see the value. But guys, this isn't about me. This is about we. So now I want to segue. Let me get some ones in the chat if you've been watching from the beginning. Let me get some ones in the chat if you've been watching since when Sonia was rushing me. Sonia probably ain't even watching no more. Is Sonia in the chat? Sonia was rushing me. Sonia said, Michael, let's get to the reclassification. Guys, earlier in the broadcast, I let you guys vote. I said you get to vote. Either we start with my personal family case study first, and then we move to the community as a whole, or vice versa. And you guys elected to start with my own personal testimonial, right? Kendall was here earlier. That's right. That's right. Kendall was here earlier. So now we're going to transition from my personal familial testimonial to highlighting some other members of our community that are sharing their indigenous ancestry. Let's get into it, y'all.
Well, I'm not going to waste any more energy. I did block that guy, and then I had somebody else on Instagram coming to my DM asking me what did I mean by black people were African Americans. That classification was made in 1988. For those that don't know, Messy Jesse Jackson in 1988 coined all of us African American, and he has Cherokee ancestry. Okay.
Yeah, most people don't even know that Jesse Jackson descends from Cherokee Indians. Still relabeled us all Africans, right?
Okay. Jesse Jackson has Cherokee ancestry. Hey, beautiful sister. So, okay, I've been arguing with folks all day that's been coming on my posts, being disrespectful to my heritage, to my posts and my ancestry posts. Now, I'm posting all these Indians that's in my bloodline, right? And for someone to come on my post and tell me that all the Indians came from Africa is killing off my grandma. That's what we call a grandma killer, okay? My grandma, when...
Come on, y'all. I couldn't say it better myself. That's what you call a grandma killer. These motherfuckers getting on live stream chats and getting on TikTok comment sections trying to kill our grandma.
Tell me that all the Indians came from Africa is killing off my grandma. That's what we call a grandma killer, okay? My grandma, when Roots came out in the 70s, I was a young kid. I asked her, I said, Grandma, what tribe in Africa we come from? You know what my grandma said? She said, we not African. She said, my people are from Virginia and we're Indians. She told me that we were Cherokee, but I'm finding out that she was also Pamunkey and Mattapony, okay, under the Powhatan chiefdom. My daddy's side.
And shout out to Revamp Your Credit. She says, oh, and the Haitians too are saying if it weren't for them, we wouldn't be free. Yeah. Haitians will shut up real quick if you start talking to them about their national independence debt. Put a 0 in the chat if you have never heard of the Haitian national independence debt. We've heard Haitians getting online day in and day out talking about, oh, Haitian revolution, you black folks in America wouldn't even be free if us over on the island of Haiti didn't revolt from the French. Well, no, forget about the fact that you guys weren't being colonized by the French. It was the British, but still, us having this revolution, it helped you guys somehow, right? Guys, I'm seeing a lot of zeros. Real man's heard of it. Revamp says, I think they owe the French, but not 100% sure. Yeah. 20 years after they got their independence, France came back with 3 warships, and they said, run your fucking pockets. You think you free? You think shit's sweet? You gonna give us 2 trillion francs? Or are we gonna take over this island again? Play with me if you want to. And these Haitians, these rebels, they didn't say, fuck you, Frenchman. We already beat you in the last revolution. We'll beat you again. We've had 20 years to prepare for your ass. Last time we was fighting y'all on the island. Now we got the whole island to ourselves. You're going to have to fight your way onto the island. Fuck y'all. That's not what the Haitians said. The Haitians said, yes, daddy. The French said, hey, you want to keep your freedom? Run me them pockets, go work the blade. Hit some licks, bust some tricks, do some dates. I don't care how you got to get it. Daddy needs his money. And guess what the Haitians said? Yes, daddy. Do you take Cash App and Zelle as well? No, I want it cash. Okay, daddy, I got you. Guys, the Haitians are so poor because they were paying trillions of dollars to France to maintain their independence. That sounds like slavery with extra steps. That sounds like a hostage situation. Guys, the Haitians did not have the money to pay the French. The French said, run me my check. The Haitian said, we don't got it, daddy. I'm sorry. The French said, you know what, little bitch? I got something for you. I got something for you, little hoe. This is what you're going to do. You're going to borrow the money from me. I'm going to give your dumbass a loan, and you're going to pay me back the money you owe me with the loan you're getting from me at a high interest rate. Guys, don't take my word for it. Look it up. Type in the Haitian National Independence Debt. They took loans from French banks to pay the French government reparations. They paid their slave masters Can't no fucking Haitian get up here saying a damn thing about some revolution helping us. When we rebelled, when we got our freedom, we didn't have to turn around and pay our slave masters no reparations. And they were paying that independence debt up until like the 1970s or some shit. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. When was Haitian independence debt paid off finally? The Haitian National Independence Debt was not paid off until 1947. Damn. In 1825, France under King Charles sent warships to Haiti and demanded 150 million francs. 150 million francs in 1825 is billions of dollars in today's currency. The French went to the Haitians and said, we need some billies off you, or else you're going to be a slave again. And guess what? Did the Haitians say, no, fuck that, we're going to fight you? The Haitians said, yes, daddy, we don't got the money though, daddy. Oh, we can borrow from you, daddy. Okay, we got it. And they didn't pay off that debt until 1947. Damn. So you see how someone like me, who's armed with the historical context, you see how someone like me knows how to respond when they come across some dumbass motherfucker like a Haitian online talking about our Haitian independence that helped, or excuse me, our Haitian revolution helped you guys. But as soon as you ask them about the Haitian independence, that they get real quiet. I've talked to many Haitians who don't know nothing about the independence debt. I've talked to people born and raised on the island of Haiti. They've never heard about the Haitian independence debt. Damn. Okay. Well, let's continue hearing what the sister has to say about her family genealogy.
Okay. My daddy's side is West Indian from Barbados, Arawak Bayesian. Okay.
Revamp Your Credit says, someone mentioned the Haitians are Americans that were enslaved and dropped off there in Haiti. Not all of them, but some of them. Yeah. There were indigenous tribes in the East Coast, Carolinas, the Southeast, and after wars with Europeans, they were kidnapped, sent as slaves to the Caribbean. That absolutely happened. But guess what? There were also millions of African slaves shipped to the Caribbean. Most of the African slaves sent to the Americas went to Brazil. The second largest destination was the Caribbean. So we can't, by default, say that a black person in the Caribbean is African or indigenous to the Americas. It could be either or a combination of the two. But when you talk about Black Americans in North America, well, the smallest percentage of African slaves came here. And we know that they were warring with indigenous communities and capturing them as slaves since they got here. So yeah, it's a whole different story when you're talking about the Caribbean versus mainland North America.
His mother is mixed with Irish and Seminole and Timucuan, and also have some Lakota Sioux. Okay? I'm so deep into my genealogy that I know exactly who I am, and no one can tell me. That's the government, white people, black people, or other Indians ain't gonna fucking tell me who the fuck I am and where my people descended from. I don't believe in the out of Africa theory. Okay, it's been debunked. So you trying to tell me they brought 20 million motherfucking Africans here on fucking sailboats? They were sailboats back then in the Atlantic Ocean. Do y'all know how treacherous the Atlantic Ocean is with hurricanes and shit? Yeah, they brought some Africans over here, 350,000, okay? But all of us that's here in America are not African, okay? A lot of us descended from here. So I would implore you to do your own family genealogy and stop making broad statements and calling everybody and lumping us all up, because I'm going to tell you, the worst fucking colorists and racists I've encountered were black people. Yeah. And they'll be the first ones to say, oh, well, I heard we had Indian in our family. Well, where did the Indian go? Where? Just disappeared? You killed them off like Walter Plecker did? Now, I suggest you not only check your own family history tree, but also research Walter Plecker and the 1924 Racial Integrity Act and how they fucking changed a lot of Indians to mulatto. Yes, I've seen stuff change from Indian to mulatto to motherfucking colored.
And back
black,
again.
And then African American. How was my grandmother 4 different races in her lifetime? She was born.
Come on. I got so many genealogy clients who I have to explain this to them. Look, here's your ancestor. In the mid 1800s, they're classified as indigenous. Late 1800s, they're classified as mulatto. Early 1900s, now they become a Negro. Now they become black. You can have one ancestor who was reclassified as 4 different things. I showed you Thomas, right? Thomas, full-blooded Indian, reclassified as African, census record has him listed as a Negro.
Born in 1914, right? Born an Indian, classified. I know you do, sister. I can look at you and look at them beautiful locks you have, okay? People don't understand locks are an Indian trait. Yes. Yes, it is. It's an Indian trait. Okay? West Indian and North American Indian, right? So I will implore you to do your own research and stop having people labeling you. Because how did my grandmother was born an Indian on the census? What was it? Okay, she was born 1914, 1920 census. I could pull up right now. They classified her as mulatto. Then later on, every 20 years, they change our race, right? So it takes critical thinking. And I'm getting encountered by people that's like 40 years old or older. Okay? 40 years old or older. And nobody never. Now, this brother told me that his great grandmother was full Cherokee. But then got on 2 of my posts and said, yeah, we're all African. All the American Indians are African. Because it was all one big. I don't believe in Pangea, okay? Or the out of Africa theory. None of my grandparents came from that continent. You know, Africa is not a country. It's a continent.
I believe in the out of Africa theory the same day I believe that we've been to the moon. Shout out to those folks that were around for the moon landing tangent I went on about 5.5 hours ago.
I can tell you what states, counties that my ancestors came from. I can even tell you about the European ones. Yeah, all Indians and Europeans. Not one African on my tree. You got to know your history so you don't repeat it, right? This is why, you know,
I tell people all the time, I got some Germans in my family tree. Haven't found a single African, though. Got Indians on my Indians on my paternal side, on my maternal side, on my maternal paternal side, and then on my maternal side, I got some Germans. But damn, no Africans. And you know the funny thing is, ain't nobody running around forcing me to identify as a German man. No one's running around saying, Mike, you have German ancestry, you're German, you're not Indian, you're German, Mike, you are German. Nobody is doing that. But I've got German admixture. And there's folks out there who assume based on phenotype that I can have African admixture. And now it becomes, you're African. You're African. Reconnect with Mama Africa. You're African. Guys, let's play devil's advocate. Let's say, besides the indigenous heritage, besides the German lineage, let's say I had an African ancestor. So that doesn't make me an African now. Just like having German lineage doesn't make me a German man. See how that works? It's called admixture. If I've got a gumbo and I throw some spices in the gumbo, it's still a gumbo. If I've got a gumbo with sausage and shrimp, that's still a gumbo, whether you compare it to another gumbo that has sausage and chicken. If I say, you know what, sausage and chicken, wait a minute, let's throw some shrimp in there. Guess what? At its core, at its root, it's still a damn gumbo, ain't it? So you can take our Black indigenous heritage and you can throw in a little vanilla. You can throw in a little chocolate. You can throw in a little German chocolate. But that doesn't change the core of what it is. And when it comes to other admixture that we may have, no one is forcing us to exclusively identify with that admixture, but they want to assume that we have African admixture based on melanin and then use that as justification to force feed some African identity to us. I mean, guys, it don't make no sense.
As we did in 2020, my grandchildren and great grandchildren will see it because we won't see it until, you know, they won't make it public for 80 years, right? They won't make it public for 80 years. But see, this is why I'm doing all this research and I'm writing a book. So my children, my children's children, and my children's children will know who they are, who they descended from, what tribes, and will have all the proof and the paperwork because I have all the records. Now, for someone to get on my post, my genealogy post, and disrespect my heritage like that, that's an act of war, an act of genocide. So I'm going to say this one more time. Everybody else that come on my post and disrespect me, how could this little beautiful Indian, me being an Indian, insult your blackness?
Let's call a spade a spade. Sister right here don't look like no African. I've seen some Africans. I ain't never seen no African that looks like her. Come on. Let's talk about it.
Explain that to me and make it make sense. Please make it make sense. I will pray for them, sister. I will lift them up. I will pray for them, but they're not going to disrespect me or my heritage, because I don't disrespect anyone. Okay, but if I'm not going to let a colonizer tell me who I am, I damn sure ain't going to let no motherfucking body that looks like me and tell me his great grandma Cherokee. That is just the most asinine shit I ever heard. How is your great grandmother Cherokee, but then you still say you African? That is the most ignorant shit I ever heard in my life. I'm done. Next, I'm not even arguing. They better stay out of my fucking inbox. Stay off my post with that bullshit, because I'm blocking y'all bitch ass niggas with that bullshit.
Come on. Y'all got the elders fed up, y'all. Y'all got the elders fed up. She said, I'm too sick and tired, okay? I'm too sick and tired to be this sick and tired.
Welcome to Anita Talks History and Genealogy.
Oh, you know what? If you guys want to look into these content creators, let me shout them out properly. So this first lady we just watched, her channel's called Carter's Homestead Journey. This other channel we're going to check out is Anita Talks History and Genealogy. And Anita's actually written some books. She's a genealogy. She has prominent indigenous ancestry.
Genealogy. Before we begin, please, if you like this video, hit the like button. Please hit the share button, hit the subscribe button, and continue to comment, especially positive comments. If you have information that you want to share or you colonize the region where before I started writing that book, I got information from my mother, who gave me the oral traditions of our family on that side of the family, and told me as much as she knew. And then I began researching and documenting, because it was upsetting to me to hear that although we were Native American on my mother's side of the family, that we could not, in any instance, put down that we were Indian or the name of the tribe we belonged to or anything like that. Those Europeans who came and colonized the region where my ancestors were, called us mulatto colored, Negro, and or Black. They called us what they decided we were, what was convenient for them. And we were not allowed to change anything on our birth certificates. We, other than our oral traditions, had nothing in writing, I'm not going to say nothing in writing. There was writings, but they were scattered. And that's why it took me 30 years to go and dig up what was hidden, go and look in those historical records in Virginia and in Pennsylvania, to go to the National Archives and do research. I did a lot of research with the Ancestry. Before there was an Ancestry DNA, there was the Mormons. They were archiving racial backgrounds of people. And I heard that they were doing it because they didn't really want people that look like me, to be members or to.
And that is true. A lot of people hear that the Mormons have great genealogical records. They hear that the Mormons are behind FamilySearch.org, that they have Mormon temples with a lot of records. Well, you have to realize that they use their meticulous record keeping as a way to keep us out of their church ranks. So yes, they do have access to a lot of records. You can use that as a source, but just like she said, recognize why they were keeping track. It was to disenfranchise us.
Be full members of the Mormon church. That is what I heard. I didn't go research that, but from what I learned, even from former Mormons or Mormons themselves, it was true, you know, and it may be true to this day. I don't know, but they're no different than any other of the people who colonized the Americas. You know, they're just following the traditions that were set up when they began the colonization of the Americas. In other words, so we who do we associate being colonized with? The Romans, France, England, and then those other, you know, some other European countries that come.
Come on, y'all. It's time for a little history lesson. Y'all don't understand the role of Mormons, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Y'all don't understand the role that they played in colonizing the Americas. Why? Because it's often underplayed in mainstream U.S. history. But guess what? The Mormons were a major colonizing force in the American West, both during and after the era of Indian removal. If you look at their settlement patterns, their missionary work, and the economic networks directly advanced U.S. expansion into indigenous territories. Y'all don't understand, y'all. We got one colonizing faction, let's say the Spanish, right? Well, the Spanish has different tools of colonization. Conquistadors, that's just one tool. Catholicism, the Catholic Church, that's just another tool. Y'all hear about these religious orders and these religious sects, and you think that they're just like, oh, they're about God and Jesus. No, they are a tool of colonization. Look at the Dune movie. They are the Bene Gesserit. The Bene Gesserit were modeled after Catholic nuns who were playing instrumental roles in colonizing the Americas. They were the double agents for the crown. They were supposed to subject the indigenous population, convert them spiritually, not by force. And they were also there to connect recon intelligence so that later on, if they needed the military arm to come in, if they needed the conquistador mercenaries to come in, well, they know what to do, how to pull on the heartstrings of the indigenous people, what acts will upset them the most, what will destabilize them the most. I mean, guys, let's talk about it. These Mormons played a huge role, and so did every single religious order that ever came to the Americas. The Mormon theology was directly tied to manifest destiny. This was that Euro-American belief that settlers were destined to occupy and civilize the continent. Their scripture, especially the Book of Mormon, describes ancient American people who they saw as connected to Israelite heritage. Many Mormons believe that Native Americans were descendants from the Lamanites, and part of their mission was to convert them back to the true faith. This belief framed colonization as a spiritual reclamation rather than conquest. But the effect was the same: displacement of Native peoples. After persecution in the East and the Midwest, Mormons migrated to Utah in 1847. Then Utah was still a part of Mexico. After the U.S. took the territory in 1848, the Mormon settlements became a bridgehead for U.S. control of the region. Real Man Energy says, what's a Lamanite? I mean, without getting too biblical and too into the Hebrew stuff, a Lamanite is like a term from the Book of Mormon, but basically they say that like the family split into two factions. There were the Nephites, which were the followers of the Nephi. These are like the righteous people, you know, blessed by God. And then there's the Lamanites, who are the followers of Laman and Lemuel, who are portrayed as rebellious against God and often at war with the Nephites. And this is where you hear that adage of the Lamanites being cursed with skin of darkness as a mark of their disobedience. This is something that religious people use as justification for the African slave trade. The curse of Ham, right? Is it the curse of Ham or the curse of Shem? I don't know, guys. Help me out. But I'm sure y'all have heard about this before.
Come in and followed suit. Germany, you know, those, and of course, Spain and Portugal. You know, it just seemed like that's all Europe is, a place where the colonizers come from, you know. So what I wanted to talk about, or what I'm going to talk about today, is how we lived growing up, not being able to claim that part of our ancestry. Because over the years, I've come across, you know, many natives who were raised on a reservation. Um, um, I've been on the reservation at Standing Rock, where the natives are. We were there in the dead of the winter, and it was freezing cold. But the people that I saw there were so vibrant and full of life. And they just, whatever the weather conditions were, because we were going and standing with them, you know, against these oil companies. And when we were there was indigenous people from all over the world that came to support Standing Rock. And that to me was so spiritual and so beautiful that being there in the dead of the winter did not bother me, you know. And I'm serious about the cold. You know that cold, you're breathing it in and then it's coming right out of your mouth, and that, you know, oh, it was cold. But just seeing the people there and the people coming.
And for anyone who doesn't know what the elder is referring to, in 2016, there was something called the Standing Rock protests. The Sioux tribe was protesting a pipeline that was being built right outside of the boundaries of the reservation. And I remember this because at the same time that this protest was happening, I was actually participating in a was it Wachuma or peyote? It was peyote. I was participating in a peyote ceremony with a bunch of Black Indians from all across the country. We have folks flying in from Georgia, flying in from the South. Matter of fact, I got a photo somewhere here in my archive. I got a photo, 2016. What was Mike up to? Years before I got tribal citizenship, right? This is 5 years before I ever got tribal citizenship. 5 years before I ever did my genealogy, but somehow I just always knew who I was. I just always knew what was in the spirit. And this was me and the rest of my Black folk out there, 2016, at an indigenous psychedelic peyote ceremony in Mount Shasta, Northern California. And this photo is so small, I wish I was able to zoom in on it more. I don't know why I can't. Hold on. Will this help? Oh, there we go. That's a little bit better. Yep. That's me and the tribe right there. Long before any federal tribal recognition, long before I traced my genealogy and realized that I descend from tribal town kings, I just always felt it in my spirit that I was indigenous to these lands. I mean, why else would I be spending over $1,000 on a spiritual retreat to do an indigenous peyote ceremony? I mean, why not go to Vegas, right? Why not go buy some Jordans? Insert frivolous, frivolous expenditure here. Let's talk about it. Real Man Energy says, please share the photo, boss. Oh yeah, the photo's on the archive. Definitely check it out. But let's get back to what the elder was saying here.
From all over the world to support Standing Rock. That was beautiful to me. And that was the first time that I've been on a reservation and I've seen the way that the people lived. And it was it's a hard life. It's a hard scrabble life. The way that we lived growing up was in a family that was Christianized. So I'm saying this, that we were supposed to be, as these colored people, as these Negro people, Christians. So we were raised in a church. So there was my mother and my father. My father worked in a steel mill. And he was able to maintain a household because things were not that expensive. He had been in World War II. He came back. He was a veteran. Um, and he worked at the VA hospital, and he worked at the steel mill. When I was growing up until the age of 12, my dad had at least 2 jobs, and he was always trying to start a business so that he could be independent and not dependent on this system. He he paid his taxes. He was very political and voted. And and my mother stayed home. So, she was always in the house when she sent us to school. We come home, she was there. What she did to make money was her crafts. So my mother would.
And real quick, before we get into the crafts, do y'all really understand that, like, whether we're talking about a Protestant or a Catholic or a Mormon or a Quaker or a friar, they're all Christians, right? Don't get it twisted. Don't get confused. What's the difference between a Christian and a Catholic? They're both Christian. The Catholics just think that, like, Jesus was just maybe a prophet instead of the Son of God. Right? What's the difference between, like, Muslim and Christian? There's some differences, but the main difference is I think the Muslims think that Jesus was just a prophet, right? I mean, all of these Eastern hemispheric religions, for the most part, they're all the same shit, different flavor. They're arguing about little details here, about little details there. I mean, again, it doesn't matter if it's Catholic Spain, Protestant England, or Mormon Utah. The colonial project was always anchored in Christian worldview supremacy. How did colonization start? The papal bulls. The Catholic Pope created papal decrees. These papal bulls said that you can go out and subjugate, colonize non-Christians. The Protestants brought manifest destiny theology and missionary societies. The Mormons, they kind of started their own unique biblical prophecy narrative, right? But all 3 of these factions framed indigenous lands and bodies as resources to be redeemed for God. They used baptism, Christian naming, and racialized record keeping to reclassify Native Black Americans. They even merged their church missions with settler state goals, ensuring that spiritual conversion was inseparable from political and racial assimilation. So by the late 1800s, there's large populations of dark-skinned Southeastern Native people, Creek, Cherokee, Seminole, Yamasee, and others, who are no longer officially Indian on paper, due to, in large part, church-administered records, missionary education, and Christian racial theology. This made it easier for the U.S. law to treat them as part of the Negro population, denying them land allotments, treaty rights, and recognition. So don't get it twisted when you hear someone talking about the Christians or the Catholics or the Protestants or the Quakers or they're all same shit, different flavor. Come on. Look up the doctrine of discovery in the 15th century. The Catholic popes set up papal bulls that declared that Christian nations had the divine right to claim non-Christian lands, enslave or convert the inhabitants, and seize resources. Do you guys know where Protestantism comes from? Do you know where Protestants come from? They come from the Catholic Church. There's some Catholics that split away. They beefing with the Catholic Church, so they become Protestants. Guys, this is all the same shit, different flavor. This is all Christian. Is it not? Well, these Christians think there's a slightly different perception on the Bible, so they're Catholics. Well, these Catholics think things are slightly different, so they're Protestants. These folks think slightly different, so they're Quakers. I mean, here, hold up. I'm going to pull up a list. list differences between Quaker, Friar, Catholic, Mormon, Christian. Here we go. First and foremost, every single group I just named, whether it's a Christian, whether it's a Catholic, whether it's a friar, whether it's a Quaker, whether it's a Mormon, they're all Christian. They all have a Christian base. Every group listed is tied to Christianity. They're all tied to the belief that Jesus Christ is the Son of God / the Savior of the Bible in one way or another. But here's some differences. The Christians that we know have like a broad umbrella. They follow the teachings of Jesus Christ, accept the Bible as scripture. But there's many different branches of Christian. There's Catholic, there's Protestant, there's Orthodox, there's Eastern Orthodox, etc., etc. Then when you got the Catholic, Catholic is just the largest denomination of Christians. You got Christians, then the largest group of Christians are Catholics. Same shit, different flavor. But y'all don't know. A lot of us do. Not a knock to those that don't know. They're not teaching us this in school, right? The main difference between Christian and Catholic is the Catholic really put a lot of the power on the Pope, a lot of power on the church, whether the Christians didn't put so much power on the church, right? But when we talk about the friars are an order within the Catholic faith. They have some Catholic beliefs, but a lot of them take vows of poverty, chastity, obedience, etc., etc. When you talk about the Quaker, well, goddamn it, Quakers are just a denomination of Protestants. Come on, guys. You've got the Christian. The Christian has the largest denomination that's Catholic. Under Christian, you've got Protestants. Under Protestants, you've got Quakers. I mean, guys, it's the same shit, different flavor. Come on. Come on. Let's talk about it. Well, let's get back to the video, y'all. I'm tired of this Bible thumping. But somebody got to thump on the Bible a little bit. Somebody got to thump on it. And shout out to Nikisha. If you're still watching, Nikisha, I forgot to thank you an hour ago for your Cash App. Thank you. Keisha says, can't wait to get started with you. Well, Nikisha, I look forward to connecting with you as well. Thank you for the contribution. I appreciate you sliding something in the brown paper bag.
Any kind of craft that you could think of, as far as she could knit and she could crochet. So she would knit and crochet. She would bake, make baked goods and sell them. And my aunts who were working outside the home would ask her to, knit and crochet for them. Also, she would sew. We always had a little Singer sewing machine. So she would make, do her crafts and make money from them. She made hats. So she would make hats for the church that we went to for my aunts who worked. So they would come and have their meeting in the house and tell her, they called her Vivian because that was my mother's name. And they would ask her about, what kind of material she had. They would tell her what kind of, hat they wanted for church. And she would get it. She would get the material and she would make the hats and sell them. And they paid her. So my mother always had pin money. And she was always, if she didn't sew something, or make it from scratch, she would order it from the Sears catalog. So she would order us dresses and, clothing item from the Sears catalog. And so this is how we lived. And most of the people in our community that's how they lived. And it worked until, my mother and father separated and we were literally on our own. And that's when things, really changed. And we saw just how the system worked against a female on her own trying to survive with children. Well, yeah, with children. And it was hard. And I just I did not like seeing my mother, suffering, going through the fact that she was now a single woman and she had been married most of her life, depending on, um, you know, outside outside sources in order to survive. So we were making it. We were just barely making it, and there was not a lot of thought about who we were, other than the fact that we had moved to another community that was more racist than the one we came from, or maybe I was more aware because that was when I was like 12 years old, and I was more aware of the racism from the white people who owned the factories, who controlled our means of, our means of survival. Forget about welfare. You were not allowed to get welfare because my mother and father did not divorce. Even though he left her, she did not believe in divorce. And as long as she was still married to him, it was up to him to support us or not. She wasn't going to go to, through the courts to force him to pay child support. So this is the mindset. This was in the 50s and 60s, and this was the mindset of my mother and a lot of the women in the community whose husbands had left them or who were single, not by choice, but through circumstances they had no control over. And the beautiful thing about that community is that they supported each other. My mother began cleaning houses. And so that's what she was doing too. Whatever she needed to do to, help us sustain ourselves and survive, she did it. And then she became a nurse and she, was working in a nursing home. And she became a licensed practical nurse at that time. That was just below a registered nurse. And so that is how my mother sustained herself. And we were not talking about what our ethnicity was. At that point, it was, there was no talk about, us being Native or anything like that. That had ended. So that, we moved from Pennsylvania, where I grew up, to California. And that is when, things really, started changing, where there were more job opportunities, where there was more education. And so it was better. It was better, but it wasn't home because my mother had told us that Pennsylvania was where our Native and Indigenous ancestors came from. And so my mind was still on Pennsylvania, even though we were now living in California, in the Bay Area. And so at some point, things started getting better, you know. And my mother and I were living together. She was living in my house, actually in Oakland. And she told me that she had been writing letters about our ancestors. I didn't even know that she, still thought about those things. I'm gonna go back and say this, that at 51 years old, my father died of colon cancer. And that was one of the reasons why his abandonment of us was taking place, where, his whole life he had worked, and he worked in a steel mill. And I'm telling you that back then they didn't have any union or nothing. That he probably got the cancer from working in that steel mill. But when he had to go into the hospital with the cancer, the steel mill fired him. And he had no one to fight for him. And so as he was dying of cancer, he was still working. At one point, he was a cab driver. He was being treated by the VA, the Veterans Administration, but he still had to work. There was no retirement funds. There was no unemployment. There was no disability. We were just, on our own. And so once he passed away, there was Social Security, for my mother and my baby sister, who was at that time still, still underage. So that's, so we moved to California, and California is where that I began doing the research that I needed to do to start to document the oral history that my mother had told us about. And, she said,
Come on, and the question is, have any of you started to document your family's oral history? I know I have. And since I've started the process, I can tell you firsthand, even as a professional genealogist, this is a marathon. It's not a sprint. If you ain't got started, you got to get started now. You should have got started last week, last month. I mean, it's not too late, but this is an ongoing process. It might be the next year or two that you're spending tracing your genealogy, tracking oral tradition, cross-referencing documents. But guess what? It don't have to take that long. If you need personalized genealogy guidance, you can go to nativeblackancestry.com. You can book a one-on-one personalized genealogy consultation with me, where I teach you the 3-step process me and my family use to trace our heritage and get tribal citizenship with the Muskogee Creek Nation. So you ain't got to spend 3 years messing around paying $40 a month on Ancestry.com just to still be spinning your wheels. You don't have to try any of these questionable people on social media claiming they're genealogists. I mean, hey, if I'm going to promote a service to you, I'm going to follow that up with a testimonial or two.
I'm so glad that, you know what I'm saying, I even, experienced this. I'm glad I experienced you from, enlighten me from the internet to, online, getting one-on-one in depth, giving me a lot of information that I can take back to my people as well. And hopefully we could both get everything meshing with everything with the lineage and everything with the genealogy. This is no scam. This is all real. This is a real homeboy that put it down. He mean what he say. He got receipts and he put it down. He stands on business. Straight up. One love.
Mike TV. He's knowledgeable about his information, about the American Indians and how we change our classification over time and the different types of mounds and different rules from the French, from the British. If you want valuable information, you want to really find out who in your lineage and who are the people you come from, I suggest going with Mike TV. His prices are affordable. He's not like some of these other people out here. I urge, go with Mike TV.
Come on, let's talk about it, y'all. Real people, real results. And ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're coming up on 7 hours of live streaming. It's 5 a.m. Damn, I'm only going to get 3 hours of sleep, if that. But guys, as always, I want to give you the luxury of choice. We can either wrap up the broadcast right now, or if we get 2 folks to become a member of the website, then we'll go ahead and dip into an encore. If 2 people become a member of the website at the lowest level, the inner circle member, we'll go ahead and keep the stream going for at least another hour, hour and a half. If you check on the Become a Member tab on the website, you can see you got a couple different options here. We're really just going to focus on the inner circle level. 14 bucks a month. What do you get for that 14 bucks a month? Well, first and foremost, access to a book list. A lot of these books are suppressed. A lot of these you can't even get in the States. You got to import them from the UK. A lot of these are titles you've never heard of. Not only do you get access to a book list of my primary sources, but I do have links attached to each one of these titles where you can view them free of charge with ease. And I do update this book list weekly with new titles. Inner Circle members also get access to this digital archive. This digital archive is, Lord, oh Lord, it's a labor of love. I have personally curated over 600 documents, family photos, newspaper clippings, book excerpts, you name it, all citing our indigeneity. We've got different categories here. Who's an Indian, who's a Negro? This is a essay from 1970s about how Virginia Indians were being reclassified to Negro during the World War II draft. Let's talk about it, y'all. Who is an Indian? Who is a Negro? How does one decide a person's race? Few Americans have ever had the question to ponder deeply these questions. Excuse me. Few Americans have ever had the occasion to ponder deeply these questions. In most cases, the answer is self-evident. A racial label is usually assigned by reference to obvious physical criteria, such as skin color, hair texture, and facial characteristics. But in a multiracial society, there are some people who cannot be neatly placed into one of those limited number of categories. Further, in a society where one's social position depends heavily upon race, resolving questions of racial classification becomes a serious issue. People of mixed race may attempt to improve their position by changing their racial designation, such as an attempt forces the government officials to confront directly the delicate issue of the determination of race. Their decisions have far-reaching consequences, not only for the people directly involved, but also for the entire society. During the World War, a small group of Virginia Indians challenged the prevailing system of racial classification. Come on. When called to register with the Selective Service System, they listed their race as Indian. But local draft boards, however, would not accept this claim. Let's talk about it, y'all. Who's an Indian? Who's a Negro? Virginia Indians in the World War II draft. Make sure to check it out. But there's a lot of treasure troves here in this digital archive. I've actually got ex-slave interviews. These are interviews with folks who were enslaved on plantations, but wait, there's more. These are ex-slave interviews from Black Indians kidnapped and reclassified. This first story right here, Spence Johnson. This is a heavy hitter. Spence Johnson was born free, a member of the Choctaw Nation in Indian Territory in the 1850s. He does not know his exact age. Him and his mother were stolen and sold at auction in Shreveport to Riley Surratt, who lived near Shreveport on the Texas-Louisiana line. Come on. I got countless historical resources here available for only what? 14 bucks a month? And this digital archive does get updated weekly with new information, just like the book list. This last one is really profound. Indian slave ads. I know today we were talking about some of the reclassification, how some indigenous people were reclassified as mulatto. Well, it's different when you're reading it for yourself, right? Prince William, June 1st, 1776, $10 reward. Runaway from the subscriber on his journey from Williamsburg on the 11th of May near King William County, a mulatto servant man named John Newton, about 20 years of age, an Indian by birth. So we got an Indian by birth reclassified as a mulatto servant. Okay. All right. So when you see ancestors classified as mulatto, yeah. Let's talk about it. But yeah, guys, definitely check out the website membership. There's also the mastermind group. The mastermind group is $49.99 a month. And this has everything that the Inner Circle membership has. But we also meet twice a month for personalized, in-depth seminars on certain topics related to Black American indigeneity. So the mastermind group, I've got like, I don't know, 3 or 4 members of it right now. But, you know, it's more of a small knit group, you know, people who are, you know, really into knowing more deeper facts. people who've already been doing research for some time, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, guys, if anybody wants an encore, you know what to do. We just need a couple people to become a member of the website. And while we wait to see if we're going into an encore or not, let me answer any questions that the chat may have. If you guys have any questions, make sure to post them. I know I said I was going to drop a call-in link for YouTube. I never ended up doing that. Here, I'll drop the call-in link now. If anybody on YouTube wants to call in. We may be wrapping up the broadcast. We may be going into a bit of an encore. Only time will tell. If there's anybody on TikTok that wants to call in, you know what to do. Go ahead and request to join as a guest. But we're going to play a little bit more of the Elder here while we see if we're wrapping up this broadcast or not.
That we were in Berks County, and she was saying, my ancestors, my great-great-grandfathers were in the Civil War out of Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. And she told me about an incident that had taken place with where they fought back against the militia that was coming in looking for escaped slaves over, the border from Virginia. And so when she was saying that prior to the Civil War, our ancestors were free, basically. And I was like, wow, if they're free, if they were free, then there's probably some records of, when they got free, because we're assuming they didn't just get free. Okay. But they were born free, come to find out. I got all of their records for the United States Colored Troops. They were involved in the United States Colored Troop. And before that, Frederick Douglass was their leader. He would come down into Lancaster County and talk to the free blacks that were there. They called them free blacks. Okay. So I got all their.
Come on, y'all. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. But guys, it looks like we've got a couple people calling in on TikTok. Somebody calling in on YouTube. Let's start with YouTube first. Coming from the back to the front is Dion. Dion, let the people know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Hey, what's going on, man? I'm currently right now I'm in dang old Tennessee. I drive trucks, but man, I just got turned on to your YouTube channel, man. I'm glad you're sharing all this information and actually facts and receipts, because you already know in a lot of these lives, it's just people going back and forth, calling each other names or whatever, not sharing no receipts. Just it's ridiculous. So I'm glad I ran into a channel like yours. What's interesting about what you're saying is like my grandma, my great grandma, she's always told we was from Louisiana. We worked the sugar cane fields, then we moved from Louisiana to Little Rock, then from Little Rock to Houston, and then during Red Summer we moved up to Detroit. So I've always been curious to know, because for some reason I don't know.
Hold on. If there's anybody that doesn't know what Red Summer was, that was a summer of many race massacres, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. And so when we moved up here, we moved up to Detroit. And what's crazy is about the reclassification on my mother's birth certificate. It says that she's white, and you can look at my mom and clearly see she's a sister. You know what I'm saying? So what you're saying is 110% fact. So I'm pretty sure I have native ancestry. I'm just not sure, what I'm saying, what the full background of it, because our great grandparents, a lot of them don't talk about it that much unless you ask them. Then they'll tell you, they'll give you the full rundown, but a lot of the time they really don't talk about it that much. So I'm glad to see you, China. I sent you an email, so hopefully I'll be getting a consultation with you soon, whenever you're not busy, because I know you got other people that you're working with.
Well,
and all that.
when you said you sent me an email, was this the email that you just sent tonight, or?
Yes. Yeah, I sent it about maybe 30 minutes ago. Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Now, the reason why I asked is because I got my inbox flooded with like 50 unread messages, and I spent like most of the day today going through all of those. So I was like, I know he wasn't a message that I missed. So yeah, no.
Yeah.
If that message came through while I was live, as soon as I get off, I'll definitely reply to you.
Yeah, I know you'll get to it when you can, man. I know you'd be busy. I know a lot of our people are flooding your inboxes because it's a huge topic right now. So yeah, most
And
likely.
actually, real quick, did you send that email to Mike at nativeblack.ancestry.com?
Yes, that's where I sent it to. Yep, I sent it
Um,
there. Yeah, but that's crazy. But yeah, exactly. Cause even my grandma says we have
I see
native,
it
but she
now.
never got into detail about it. So
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I got a lot of veterans in my family and
Hmm.
certain Revolutionary War and a lot of things. So yeah, I'm very curious to see what comes up. Now on my dad's side, it's a little different because my dad, he's he was adopted. He didn't know who his father was, but he knew who his mother was. So that's a different story. But on my
Yeah,
mom's
yeah.
side.
I've got a lot of clients who are truckers actually. See, the way that I do it is I provide those one-on-one genealogy consultations to basically give folks the game so they can do it on their own and save money not having to hire a professional genealogist. But I do come across truckers and other people who just don't have the time to do this type of meticulous research. So that's where, they look to enlist me to assist them or something of the sort. But the research reveals a lot more than just indigenous ancestry. I can reveal whether or not you got ancestors who were slaves or free. I mean, so many
Right.
of my clients are surprised to find that they got ancestors listed as free people of color. Some of them own plantations. Some of them was owning slaves, buying slaves to give them their freedom, all kinds of shit, right? And we would never know unless we do the genealogy.
That's crazy. Yeah, because a lot of people do bring that up as well. That oh well, black people own slaves. I'm like, I'm pretty sure there was a something more to it than what you're saying because back in those days, you had to own this. You had to be owned by somebody.
Well, here,
Or
how about like this? So most people in the family have like a wealthy family member, right? I'm sure that you got somebody in the family who's like pretty well off, right?
yeah, like in Houston, uh on that side down there down south, we have shit, one of our family members, he owns over 45 acres of land.
Yeah, exactly. So if you got a prominent family member who's well off, just like you said, you got to be a slave to somebody. So what's better for me to be classified as the slave of my uncle or my grandpa or something versus me being the slave of some random ass stranger who's going to treat me who knows which way? I'd much rather
Yeah,
be a slave of family that's going to keep us together and protect us from being put out on the open market because
yeah.
that's what you're afraid of, being put out on the open market.
Yeah, cause back then they were even capturing free people and putting them into bondage, But even in their Bible that they love to teach, it says he that stealeth a man and he be caught in his hands shall be put to death. So a lot of the stuff that's in their own book they don't even believe in, like the removal of landmarks. You know what I'm saying? That's against God to remove the landmarks of your dang old neighbor, meaning taking their land, but they broke that as well. So there's a lot of things um that they did not follow at all, but you
Mhm.
doing great work, man. I'm glad to see we got some of our people that's actually trying to get to the bottom of it instead of just trying to get clicks and views, you know what I'm saying, and not giving the people nothing in return but heartache and all that dang old BS. So you doing a good job, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it. Nice chopping it up with you. And yeah, next time you see me live, if you see that link in the chat, don't hesitate to call in.
All right, I will. You have a
All
good one,
right.
boss.
You too. Take it easy. Stay safe on that road.
All right.
Peace. All right. Shout out to all the truckers. Y'all are really the backbone of America, regardless of how cliche that sounds. We got Indian Style over on TikTok. Indian Style, let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind.
Oh, I had a delay. I had a delay. My bad. My bad. I had a
Oh,
delay.
no, it's all good. Let us know where you're calling in from and what's on your mind, brother.
Calling in from the Midwest, Kansas City, Chiefs territory. You dig? But uh, I just had to call in. Just I can verify. You know what I'm saying? You from YouTube before this shit, my TV. So shout out to that. Um, and I think that you know what I'm saying. I can see. Let me speak for my damn self, bro. You being shadow banned, and you know what I'm saying. Not even saying that to say it, but you can see the um the results of it. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no way that the folks, even the small views they give you credit for, this information, you know what I'm saying, should have, you know what I'm saying, you're not a man of the algorithm, I'll say that. You see what I'm saying? And folks can understand that talk. And how you do what you do and how methodically you do it, that's a threat, my guy. So cousin, yeah, big ups, and I'm gonna be booking too because I got some Navy SEAL type, you know what I'm saying, information, and I think, you know what I'm saying, could be potential and documents that I just need deciphered that I know is already, you know, in the pedigree, right? So yeah, but definitely. So family, if you can hear my words, talking about truth and no, you talking about some no cap, yeah, let's talk about it. On my TV, you got a cap on, but the info receipts are no cap. So you know what I'm saying. But
My
yeah,
cap
so
ain't
like
blue.
you know
As
what I'm
long as
saying.
the
So
cap
yeah,
ain't blue.
yeah, appreciate it. Big ups. Keep on going. I'm gonna try to diggle daggle with these algorithms because we gonna get you out there. I don't give a fuck if it got to be a couple Instagram posts or I just, you know, somebody need to just go live and get ignorant. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I appreciate it. But yeah, I mean on TikTok it isn't so much of a shadow ban. It's out in the open. They sent me a notification like 2 hours ago that my live stream can no longer receive gifts because it contains themes that some may find uncomfortable, such as hate speech and hateful behaviors. So guys, talking about our genealogy is hate speech, don't you know? Come on, let's talk about it.
Now I don't know if that's an admission that they're telling on themselves by doing that, because you can't rationalize the thought behind it besides some nefariousness. You see what I'm saying? 'Cause this is so innocent, so pure. This research it is, but
Dang. If I was a white American, discussing my genealogy wouldn't be hate speech, but hey, although I may be a bit fair skinned, I still don't have the complexion for the protection. But if you got any words you want to leave us with, brother, before I wrap up this broadcast, go ahead, lay it on us.
no, that's good. That's good. The true Victoria's Secret is out. So, you know what I'm saying? With that,
Victoria thought she wasn't going to tell nobody, but the secret is out, okay? We know all about it. Well, shout out to Indian Style. Thanks for calling in, brother. And shout out to long-term viewers like you that have been rocking with me on YouTube for a long time. Appreciate it. You see how natural and organic this has all been, right? I mean, I didn't start on YouTube talking about tribal citizenship or black folks being Indians or nothing, but right around the time that I started to expose Umar Johnson and the whole Pan-African stuff, that's when I started to see that there was a lot of black folks getting in touch with their Aboriginal roots. And at the same time, there was a lot of people trying to discount our genealogy. So I was like, wait a minute, guys, hold on. Like, I'm black and I'm a member of a, like, it's real. This exists. Look, I got the ancestry. And since then, I've been on a mission to wake people up, show them how to do what me and my family did. But yeah, if you got any last words, any closing remarks, lay it on us real quick, brother, before we wrap up the broadcast.
that's it. We can wrap it up, fam. Peace. And I know you be on your daily, so I'll just catch you on the next one.
Yeah, catch you on the next one, brother. Till next time. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's all I have for you today. I'm about to smoke a fat J and watch the original Star Trek because I am a purist and I am watching the Star Trek series in chronological order. I know where they do that at. I'm watching Star Trek episodes from 1967 right now. I'm going to be so ecstatic once I get into the 90s. Star Trek Next Generation era, Picard era, black dude from Reading Rainbow era. He had the glasses, the visor thing, right? But right now I'm stuck in the 60s with it, y'all. But hey, it's not too bad of a place to be stuck at. I'm with the original Aurora right now. Ahura, Star Trek, the Ahura actress, Native Black American woman. I forget if it was Choctaw or Cherokee lineage, but she was a trailblazer for Native Black American representation on the TV screen. Of course, they had to Africanize her character, right? Her character she played was like from Africa, from the Mendiga tribe or some shit. But we got a Native Black American woman up there making history. Trailblazer in the 60s on TV in a sci-fi role, doing STEM and shit. What's STEM? Science, technology, education, mathematics. Come on. A black woman on the deck of a starship. Tell me this wasn't something for the culture. Hey, if the Spock actor being a homosexual did something for the homosexual community, then goddamn it, you know, us having a Native Black American on that star deck, on the starship deck, come on, you know that did something for our community. Representation is key. And talk about representation. They had her in some risque outfits on that show at some points. Okay, they was exploiting the body low key on some episodes. I said, wait a minute, time out. If there was a way that I can teleport back to the 60s real quick, or I'm gonna have to buy this. They got this as a poster. 1960s Star Trek TV show, Nichelle Nichols as Lieutenant Aurora. Ooh, I can get one for $14.99. Don't tempt me with a good time, Lord. Don't tempt me with a good time. Only $14.99. I can have that up on the wall. Ooh-wee. Yeah, they don't build it like this no more, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I mean, they kept building it like this for a while. I mean, we still had this popping all throughout the 90s and stuff, but then as soon as the 2020s came around, y'all started making trips to Dr. Miami. No, I'm joking. Y'all started with the BBL sofa cushions. No, I'm teasing. Come on, y'all. But yeah, I'm gonna have to smoke a J and watch an episode of Star Trek. That's the only way that I can unplug. And then I've got how many hours of sleep ahead of me? It's about to be 6 o'clock. I'll take a break for 20 minutes, go to 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm gonna have a whopping 3 hours of sleep. And then we're back to the grind. Oh, yes. If there's anybody that does it for the community, guys, look me in my eyes, guys. Look, do you see this? It's called fatigue. It's called fatigue. Numbers don't lie, guys. If you're on YouTube, it literally it tells you how long I've been live streaming, right? I know on TikTok it doesn't really give you that data, but on YouTube, y'all can see we've been live for how long, YouTube? Consecutively, YouTube? 7 hours, 11 minutes, and 50 seconds. Ain't nobody doing it like me. Shout out to everybody a part of the Great Awakening. Shout out to everybody posting social media content, waking people up to their indigeneity. But God damn it, ain't nobody doing it like me. Put a 0 in the chat if you ain't never seen nobody in this genre do a 7-hour live stream straight on nothing but historical receipts. I see some people out there do hour-long live stream, 2-hour-long live stream, 2.5 hour, 3-hour-long live stream, maybe. Have y'all seen anybody out there highlighting our indigeneity with this type of heavy-handed receiptery? I don't even think that's a word, but we're going to go with it. I'm tired. Receiptery. This is fine receiptery. Mwah! The receiptery is on par with the best of the best of the best of the very, very best. 7 hours straight standing on business, 7 hours straight standing on lineage, interweaving my own family case study and racial reclassification with a broader picture of the disenfranchisement, the stripping away of our heritage. I mean, for 7 hours straight, I just pulled a whole shift. I just pulled a whole 9 to 5 right now on stream. I just pulled a whole damn near 8-hour work shift. Fuck with your boy. If you appreciate the work, if you want to help me not just keep the lights on, but keep on getting this message out there, keep on creating services and products that our community needs, because again, it's one thing to come on here and talk about Black folks as Indians, but it's another thing to put yourself in the position to make your career educating your community. Somebody had a consultation with me 2 days ago. They said, Mike, I ain't trying to say nothing bad, but I first, years ago, I came across Dane Calloway. And Dane Calloway was cool. He was making nice videos, but he was kind of leaving us with a gap. He was leaving us with a void. He didn't really give us any solutions. I mean, he sold like some book about genealogy or how to do your genealogy, but Guys, I've even had some genealogy clients come to me and say, yeah, I bought his book, but I never really read it. I mean, it just sat on the shelf, I mean, and that's no knock at that man. But I come from a different background. I don't come from finding success on social media. Guys, of my background, if the highest level of financial success I had achieved was from social media content creation, then things would be different. That's where you get the folks doing a little bit of clout chasing and a little bit of clickbaiting and a little anything for the clicks and the views, because that's your best way to make that type of income. But guys, I don't come from that background. At 17 years old, I dropped out of college and became a licensed realtor. At 18 years old, I was managing the largest financial decision of most middle-aged people's lives as a fucking teenager, selling property all throughout Northern California. By the time I hit my mid-20s, I segued that into opening an insurance practice. I got out of real estate, went into supplemental benefits, ran up the numbers, sold the insurance business after COVID, opened up a boutique marketing agency, ran the marketing agency for a couple years, and then said, wait a minute, my community needs me. The people need something. That there's a lot of people waking up, but not a lot of people providing a roadmap. There's a lot of people creating content about this, but not a lot of people providing solutions. So I say all that to say, I am successful in what I do. I do keep the lights on. I'm not starving out here. But I took a pay cut. I took a significant pay cut to go out on a limb to feed my people, and the ancestors have rewarded me handsomely from it. But when I get rewarded handsomely from my endeavors, it's not like oh shit, we're getting to the bag. Let's no. It's more like we waking up the masses. Okay. I'm getting letters, I'm getting emails from people who are discovering their ancestors were war heroes, their ancestors were indigenous. I got several people right now I'm taking through the tribal citizenship application process. I got a client of mine that just ordered a whole packet, 100 documents from the Oklahoma Historical Society, because we're getting ready to solidify her citizenship claim and apply for tribal citizenship. I mean, guys, this is real. So you understand, now that you understand the motivation, now that you understand that the motivation is not financial, the motivation is impact, the motivation is rectification. Now you guys see why I'm the only one that you'll see up here do 7 hours straight of content like this. Now you see, because I do it from the heart. If it was just about getting a bag, I could have did an hour-long stream. I could have did a 2-hour-long stream, clipped it up real good, dropped it on YouTube, put some ads in there, some client testimonials. If it was just about getting to a bag, but if it's about waking up the people, oh Lord, if it's about waking up the people, you ain't got no time limit. You ain't got no work hours. You ain't got no clock in. You ain't got no clock out. You got 24/7, 365. You got, oh shit, I just did 7 hours of live streaming. I'm gonna smoke a joint, watch a Star Trek episode, and go to sleep for 3 hours, and then get right back to the grind. Because we at war, and not a whole lot of people know it. But I digress. I'm gonna get off my soapbox. I'm just saying all that to say that you can tell the real from the fake by the works, by the actions, and by other things as well. I know a lot of you guys are falling victim to a lot of these folks online claiming they can build you a family tree or do this, do that. Lord knows about, I'd say 60% of my clients come to me after being scammed by somebody else. Do you know how bittersweet that is? Do you know how bittersweet? I mean, yes, we got another Black American coming to get some gems dropped on them, learn how to trace their heritage, be equipped with knowledge so that they can do what they need to do to preserve their family's history. But God damn it, it's so bittersweet when I'm doing the consultation and the first 10 minutes, they're venting and ranting and raving about how some motherfucker on TikTok got them for $150, about how somebody on Instagram got them for $300, about how some dude on YouTube got them for $250. Damn. So again, I say all that to say there's a lot of people who are going to try to monetize. They're going to try to monetize the awakening. They're going to try to position themselves in authoritative positions, positions of power. They're going to promote themselves as something grander than they are to drive traffic to a scheme of some sort. And I know I'm a little biased because I'm warning you against other genealogists, and I'm a genealogist. So some of you guys are like, Mike, that's a conflict of interest. No, I'm saying all that to say you can go with whoever you want to go with for genealogy research. But if I'm looking into genealogy and I'm more specifically trying to find indigenous ancestry, and even more so, I'm trying to find indigenous ancestors that were racially reclassified. Well, God damn it. First of all, I want a black person to be my genealogist. Second of all, I want someone who's actually affiliated with a tribe to be my genealogist. I mean, I'm just saying there's levels to this. You can go out on Ancestry.com. Look, I'll pull it up right now. You can go on Ancestry.com. And if you want Ancestry.com professional genealogists to help you out, prices start. Oh, wait, I just had it. Prices start as low as $3,700. That's just what prices start at. And guess what? Chances are your genealogist with Ancestry.com is not a black person. They don't know nothing about racial reclassification. They don't know that you got ancestors listed as mulatto or Negro and really they're American Indians. Matter of fact, the genealogist with Ancestry.com most likely is not a member of any tribe. And if you really think about it, they want damn near $4,000 just to build you a family tree. Family tree is just step one. That's really just the tip of the iceberg. And they want damn near $4,000 just to help you with step one. Good luck with the rest of it. So again, I'm a little biased. I'll be the first one to tell you I'm a genealogist. Okay. But I'm in a real fucked up position because it's not like there's a lot of other professional genealogists out there in our community that you can go through that I'm competing with. Guys, I have no competition. I'm competing with scammers. I'm competing with frauds. You have never seen a Native Black American with tribal citizenship providing genealogy services to their community. I'm sorry, it doesn't exist. I am one of one. I wish it wasn't that way. I pray it's not that way much longer. Think about it. Stop and think about it for a moment. You guys have come across many people on social media promoting our indigeneity. Facts. You probably have even seen some people online who have tribal citizenship. Facts. But have you ever seen a member of our community with tribal citizenship providing genealogy services? Yes or no? Put a 0 in the chat if you've never seen it before. Put a 1 in the chat if you have seen it. Put a 1 in the chat if there's some other Black Americans out there with tribal citizenship. Doesn't matter if it's a federally recognized tribe or a state recognized tribe, just tribal citizenship in general. Have you ever seen a member of our community with tribal citizenship providing genealogy services? Fuck it. We don't even have to say genealogy services. Let's just say genealogy assistance, whether it's free or paid. Anything, anybody. I'm seeing nothing but zeros on TikTok. I'm seeing nothing but zeros on YouTube. This is what I'm talking about. So not only am I one of one, but I'm in competition with fucking scammers because the scammers know that we're in the middle of a great awakening. People have a problem. Their ancestry has been kept from them. If you want to make money, you got to provide a solution. What does a scammer do? promote that they're going to provide you with a solution and not give you a damn thing. So again, I'm going to get off my soapbox. You guys can go with whoever you want to go with. But if you are ever considering hiring someone to do something that you can do your own, just keep it a buck. You can just watch some YouTube videos and learn how to do your own genealogy. It'll take a lot of time, sure. You'll learn quicker with professional guidance, sure. But if you're going to go out there and you're going to entertain hiring someone to help you, then that person that you're considering better be able to show you testimonials. The word of the day is testimonials. If they can't show you a testimonial, then what the fuck are we talking about? If they're trying to charge you money for a service and you can't verify that any members of our community have been properly serviced by them and found success, then no, don't do it. Red flag, red flag, red flag. Guys, I know on my website, I got like 6 testimonials I share. I got dozens. I haven't even uploaded. Matter of fact, hold up. I did a recorded consultation with a brother not too long ago, and he gave me a testimonial at the end, and I didn't even have time to clip up the testimonial yet. We're going to just quickly go through some raw footage of a genealogy consultation, and I'm going to pull out a raw testimonial because that's how deep we can get with the receipts. Come on. That's how deep we can get. Hold on, y'all. What was the name of the brother I just connected with? Let me sort this by date. Let me sort it by date. Was it Zantilion? Record. Hold on. Was it Zantilion? No, it wasn't this. It wasn't the Nakisha. No, Emils. I think it was Emils.
What
was it? Emils? No. It wasn't Emils. Was it Jameer?
I forget.
We got a lot of people who've been hiring me for recorded consultations so that, you know, they don't have to worry about taking notes and whatnot. This is live TV, y'all. We scrubbing through actual genealogy consult. Guys, look at these files. Every one of these files is an 1.5 to 2 hour long recorded genealogy consultation I did for a paying client. Not everybody pays extra to have the consultation recorded. These are just out of the people who paid extra to have it recorded. So imagine how many consultations I've done for people. If this is just the amount that have been recorded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13, 9 rows of 13. I mean, let's talk about it. Because I'm trying to find a raw testimonial for you. Was it William? I know it wasn't Brittany. Who was it? Was it Maurice? So Maurice. Oh yeah, it was Maurice. Here we go. Here's the testimonial I was looking for. Here's Maurice. Look at this, y'all. I ain't even had the time to edit this testimonial. Y'all gonna get a live, unfiltered, uncut, unedited testimonial. Don't worry about it. Just go ahead and freestyle it. But whenever you're ready, go for it, brother.
Okay, I'm ready. Yo, what's up? This is Maurice / Miko Wolf with Peace Pipe TV. I stumbled across Mike. Brilliant brother, man. He's definitely the real deal. Very kind. He was on time. You know, he broke this history down like I have never seen anybody do before. It was very powerful information. So if you take your genealogy serious, which you should hit up Mike TV most definitely, and make sure you subscribe to the channel. You would definitely not be disappointed because I am mind blown right now. This was hours and I really don't know what to say. So definitely check out Mike TV. Most definitely get your genealogy consultation.
I appreciate the 5-star review, brother.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Come on, y'all. Real people, real results. Come on. Matter of fact, hold on. Off the top of my head, I know there's another I know there's another one that I haven't been able to clip up and record yet. This lady is memorable to me because she was the first client that I ever got from TikTok. I started on TikTok like March of this year, and she was the first person to hire me from TikTok. I'll never forget her. Her name is Miracle. Miracle. I haven't even had the time to clip up the testimonial she provided me. Let me find a date on this consultation. Let me see. Where's a date on this? It should say properties or something, or hold on. I want to hear properties. What's the date on this? March 29th. I told you guys she was the first person to hire me from TikTok. I started on TikTok in March 29th. I got testimonials from 4 or 5 months ago. I ain't even had the time to clip up yet and share with you guys. This is how many testimonials I'm sitting on in the vault. Let's talk about it. But let me see. Let me see if I can find where she starts her testimonial. It's probably somewhere around here at the end. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Miracle. I found Mike on TikTok, and I'm involved in genealogy research. And I ran across his page on TikTok, and I saw that he was involved with genealogy research. So I reached out to do a genealogy consult, just basically getting different tips and tricks on researching your family. Your family lineage is more than the DNA, it's really the paperwork, the paper trail. And so he was very helpful, very insightful. And I believe that he has a great cause going on right now. So if you are interested in finding more about who you are, who your ancestors were, I think you should hit him up, TikTok, YouTube, whatever you need to do. Find out more about who you are, where your roots lie. It would be worth your time, I promise. I really enjoyed everything he has given me, the tips, the tricks. His packages are very reasonable. So, you know what to do.
Yeah, well, I appreciate the 5-star review, sister. Yeah. Come on, y'all. Real people, real results. Can't none of these social media genealogists share no testimonials like that. Don't none of these social media genealogists have a terabyte hard drive filled with receipts and testimony. I mean, come on, y'all. I'm just beating a dead horse at this point. Y'all get it. Y'all get it. But before we wrap up, go ahead and leave any final comments or questions you guys have in the chat. I'm going to skim through the chat before we officially wrap up this broadcast. Murray Lou says, I got scammed twice dealing with this. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So many of us are looking for solutions, looking for answers, looking for assistance with genealogy just to get scammed. Come on. So unfortunate. You will never find a single person saying I scammed them. Hey, I wear multiple hats. Sometimes I get overwhelmed with work. I might have a client out there that say, hey, he told me he was going to deliver results on this date, and he ended up reaching out to me asking for a few extra days or something, but ain't nobody going to say I was scamming. I named nobody. You don't get down like that. Let me see what y'all are talking about. Kendall says, thank you, brother. You bring the real, definitely. I'll be back. Yeah, appreciate you. Hick says, I'm a truck driver. This is good shit. Yeah, shout out to you, truck drivers. Hick, you got to definitely make sure to check me out on YouTube. On YouTube, I've got a whole playlist called Native Black American. We've got hundreds and hundreds of hours of videos. If you're an OTR trucker, I got live streams that are 8 hours long, 9 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours long. I got playlists with hours and hours of footage. I mean, I'll definitely make you feel like you're getting to your destination sooner. Okay. Check out the YouTube. Kendall says, you real different. I try to be the antithesis to things that I disdain. Beloved says, I appreciate you sharing this truth about our genealogy. Appreciate you tuning in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's all I have for you this evening. I will be live again, probably on Friday. Realistically, it won't be until Friday. But either way, thank you guys for tuning in, showing up and showing out. I'll see you next time. Peace.
They don't want you to remember this. You not no slave, you indigenous. Fuck how they painted them Indians. You went to war with the French and the British men. Quite frankly, you was kings, Merovingians. They took the women and men, made them prisoners. Raised up the children to worship their images. Set up a lab to the genes and they mixed them. And this shit get way deeper than your pigment.